The scene unfolded at Kinnu Mountain, Toad Ridge. At this moment, in Toad Village, two people were talking to each other. One of them said, "When the old leader was still alive, our Toad Village was so powerful. All the bandits around here had to submit to us. But once the old leader passed away, the brothers scattered, and only a few of us remained. Meanwhile, the soldiers are coming to encircle us, and with just the strength of a few people, we won't be able to hold out for long. It would be better to disband and be done with it." At that moment, a young man with two bundles slung over his shoulders walked by, shouting loudly, "Damn it! The old leader is dead, leaving behind a new village master who's only 18 years old, and you want to disband. If you want to leave, then leave. I'll go first." Hearing this, the two others reluctantly decided to leave together. This scene reached Chang Dalei, who was sitting in a chair, his head pounding as countless memories flooded his mind. Am I time traveling? Chang Dalei thought, "I'm just an ordinary student. I was playing a game called Heart of the Mountain Bandits when I suddenly lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I was here. The memories of this body and the memories of my previous life are blending together. The village is under attack, this dirt room, and now I've become the village master of this village." Chang Dalei recalled, during the founding period of Dawu, 120 years ago, the country was divided into 13 prefectures, 108 cities, stretching all the way to the sea. It was a powerful empire, with strong generals stationed in all directions. But perhaps that was something that happened a long time ago. Nowadays, Dawu, with its weakened imperial power, endless wars, rampant corruption, and the suffering of the people, lives in a state of turmoil and hardship, far from the peace it once had. Those who could not survive had no choice but to become bandits in the mountains. This is the world of countless bandits, and Toad Village is one of them. In the past, when the old stronghold leader was still alive, Toad Village in Kinnu Mountain still had some reputation. But not long ago, the old stronghold leader passed away. Many of his men were sacrificed, and those who remained scattered in all directions. It seemed like I was the only one left. While deep in thought, Chang Dalei suddenly heard a call. "Village Master." Turning around, he saw it was Chu Shenjie. Chu Shenjie was the strategist of the village, a man of intellect that left people in awe. His clever schemes could be counted on one hand, while his treacherous plots were innumerable. Indeed, it is through the fierce winds of a turbulent world that true heroes are revealed. This sentiment he would keep in his heart. He said, "Village Master, you misunderstood. All of the village's belongings have been taken away by them, and only the scrawny horse remains, which no one wants. I'll take it with me. And the tiger hide you mentioned, I'll take that too." Chu Shenji said, his gaze on the horse and the tiger hide. Chang Dalei sighed as he spoke. "All right, take it then." Chu Shenji called out, "Ling Er, quickly take the horse. After we descend the mountain, your father and I will have to rely on it to make a living." The gloomy atmosphere surrounded Chang Dalei. He sat there alone, wondering, what am I supposed to do in this strange world? While he was uncertain about what to do, suddenly a hand reached out from the void, delivering a powerful slap that nearly knocked Chang Dalei off his chair. He shouted loudly, "Who's there? Where is this place?" Before him, a scorching scene appeared. A beautiful girl, radiating a brilliant glow, appeared. The young man looked at her and said, "You're here." Chang Dalei, still confused, asked, "Who are you? Where is this place?" The girl smiled and replied, "This is the system space, and I am its avatar. Congratulations on successfully activating Heart of the Mountain Bandits." Suddenly, a bright beam of light flashed in the space. Heart of the Mountain Bandits. Chang Dalei suddenly realized, "Isn't this the game I played before I transmigrated?" The girl answered, "That's right. Moreover, I am the closest avatar to you. Our game is about to begin." Toad Village, a primitive and desolate place, only had a stronghold leader, a strategist, and a groomer. Chang Dalei exclaimed, "Oh my God, how miserable is this? Did the system follow me here after I transmigrated?" The girl responded, "Exactly. Main task. Currently, the village only has 3 people. If the population in the village drops to 1, the mission will fail, and the system will shut down. The mission has been assigned, and there is no turning back. The system begins to integrate the players once the mission is given. Youth is full of energy. But currently, the number of people in the village is too small. You must quickly complete the main mission and keep the strategist and groomer. New mission. Keep your strategist and groomer. They are about to leave. Use your sincerest methods to keep them. Cheng Dalei thought for a moment, and then muttered to himself, "What's this? This mission is something I can do, but how do I get out?" A very interesting question. He was about to find an answer when suddenly the girl grabbed the collar of his shirt, and with a quick motion and a loud voice, she said, "Go." Cheng Dalei screamed as he was thrown back into reality. He panted heavily, trying to wake up. Is this a dream? Or is it an illusion? Before he could gather his thoughts, the girl's voice rang in his ear again. "If you don't complete the mission, you'll be killed." Cheng Dalei hurriedly ran after the strategist, shouting as he ran, "Strategist, please stop." The strategist looked at him and asked, "Village master, are you having second thoughts?" The girl next to her paid no attention to Cheng Dalei, turning to her father and saying, "Father, let's go quickly." She was Hu Linger, the daughter of Hu strategist. Cheng Dalei looked at Hu strategist and asked, "Who is this young lady?" Hu strategist replied, "This is Hu Linger, my daughter. She tends the horses behind the mountain. You've never met her." Cheng Dalei looked at Hu Linger, his face full of surprise. Indeed, heroes rarely pass the test of a beautiful woman. Seeing the beautiful girl, his eyes lit up. At this moment, Cheng Dalei began to use his deceptive eloquence to persuade the two to stay. "Father, no. Hu strategist, you have contributed so many years to the village. Without you, how could the village be what it is today? We cannot let you go down the mountain." Hu Shenji silently thought to himself, "Don't expect me to back down." He then replied, "I don't want to leave either, but an old man like me doesn't want to become a burden to the village." Cheng Dalei quickly responded, "A burden? Hu strategist, are you scolding me? If that's the case, I absolutely won't let you leave. As long as I have food to eat, I will make sure you and your son never go hungry. Besides, where would Hu strategist go after leaving the mountain? Below the mountain, it's all military officials and soldiers. There's nowhere to take in a strategist like you." Hu Shenji replied again, "But there are only the three of us on the mountain. Will we be able to survive here in the future? What is there to fear? When relying on the mountain, we eat from the mountain. When relying on the water, we drink from the water. I'll bring my weapons here, and now I'll go down the mountain to fight." Cheng Dalei spoke while thinking to himself, "It seems like the mission is almost complete. I wonder what the reward will be." At the same time, he didn't forget to think about Linger. I wonder how old she is this year? Does she have a fiancé yet? He imagined himself in a flowing white robe, holding an unparalleled sword, stepping into the mortal world. Just thinking about it made him as happy as if he had won the lottery. At this moment, Linger walked over with a very heavy gait, muttering as she walked, "It's so heavy." Cheng Dalei was startled and asked, "Is this my weapon?" At that moment, the system girl appeared, announcing, "Mission completed. Recruit strategist and groomer. Reward, 1 axe skill book." The system girl said, "Not bad, not bad. Here's your reward." This axe skill book came from Cheng Yo Jin's axe technique, said to be passed down by immortals in a dream, containing moves like chopping the head, twisting the ears, and picking the teeth. Scene change. Hu strategist looked at Cheng Dalei and said, "Young master, it will be very dangerous if you go down the mountain alone." Cheng Dalei looked at Hu strategist with a pointed look. Hu strategist, seeing this, was surprised and replied, "Me?" Cheng Dalei sternly said, "No, not just me. I mean, I'm going down the mountain with you." He said seriously, "What, do you have any objections?" Hu strategist saw no way out, so he reluctantly agreed. "Fine." He said, "Get the horse. Let's go." A new mission appeared. Complete the first raid before nightfall. Completing the mission will reward you with the first prize. Failure will result in death. Hu strategist, looking unhappy, was about to ask Cheng Dalei something. "Village master." Cheng Dalei interrupted Xu Shenji. "No, from now on, don't call me village master, call me old leader." The two of them looked into the distance. Cheng Dalei raised his axe high, looking imposing. Down the mountain, 2 warriors led the way, followed by a group of soldiers pulling a carriage. Housekeeper Huang called to the warrior holding the spear, "Warrior Lin. There are bandits here, and this time we're escorting the young leader's fiancé. We need to be more careful. Warrior Lin replied, bandits? If they dare come, I'll show them the power of this spear. The journey was peaceful, but Warrior Lin still couldn't shake the uneasy feeling as he held his spear. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei and Xu Shenjie were still traveling under the dimming sky, having encountered no one for their planned ambush. Xu Shenjie, looking tired, said, Old leader, it's getting late. No one is likely to come now. We should retreat. Chang Dalei only responded with a single wait and continued walking. At that moment, Warrior Lin's group was still traveling down the mountain road. Housekeeper Wang, always cautious, despite the smooth journey, reminded Warrior Lin. We've had a smooth trip thanks to your protection, Warrior Lin. But escorting the Su family lady to Black Rock City to marry the young master is an important matter. We should still be extra careful. One of the soldiers, hearing this, said, Housekeeper Wang is being too cautious. The soldiers were whispering to each other. We are people of the city leader. Who dares to rob us? Do they not want to live anymore? Then someone laughed loudly. That's right, I don't know what they're thinking. But little did they know that Cheng Dalei and Xu Shenjie were observing from above. Xu Shenji counted the number of people and realized they were quite a lot compared to just the two of them. He said, Old leader, let's retreat. There are too many of them. Cheng Dalei, with a proud demeanor, responded, I understand how you feel. Strategist, don't be afraid. I am willing to live and die with you. Xu Shenji quickly replied, but I don't want to. Seeing Warrior Lin's group getting closer, Xu Shenji quickly thought in his mind. The 36 strategies. Fleeing is the best option. He immediately began thinking of a way to escape. He moved closer to the horse's rear and said to Cheng Dalei, Old leader, I find the horse's backside very smooth. Cheng Dalei didn't understand Xu Shenji's meaning and asked, What are you talking about? At that moment, Xu Shenji grabbed the sword in his hand and struck the horse's rear with a powerful blow. The horse, in pain, as if it were being sent to the other side to meet its ancestors, darted toward Warrior Lin's group at full speed. Cheng Dalei finally understood what Xu Shenji meant and only had time to shout. Not only that, he added, Toad Ridge's Toad Village's leader is the one robbing you guys. If you don't want to die. After speaking, Xu Shenji turned and left with a scheming look on his face. Sorry, village master, I still have to raise my daughter. I'll make sure to burn enough paper money for you in the future. At that moment, Cheng Dalei's horse was still galloping forward. Sitting on the horse, Cheng Dalei did not forget to curse Xu Shenji. You old dog, not only did you betray me, but you also gave me the name Toad Village's leader. How am I supposed to show my face to anyone with that title? After a moment of trying to calm the horse down, it finally stopped. Cheng Dalei now faced the group of Warrior Lin and Housekeeper Wang. In that moment, Cheng Dalei felt that being killed by the system might actually be a better choice. Housekeeper Wang saw Cheng Dalei with a confused expression, and it seemed like only he was present. Cheng Dalei quickly thought of a way to get back at Xu Shenji, and in response to Housekeeper Wang's question, he said, It's a misunderstanding. I'm not the Toad Village's leader, I'm Scholar Xu Shenji. If you don't want to die, you better pay the toll. The soldiers shouted loudly. This little thief really came alone to rob us. Then they burst into laughter. Housekeeper Wang shouted at the soldiers, Quiet. Do you know who we are? Young man, life is tough. Don't seek death on your own. At this moment, hearing the noise from outside, the Su family lady lifted the curtain of the carriage and curiously looked to see what was happening. Seeing the extraordinarily beautiful girl on the carriage, Cheng Dalei couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined that there could be such a stunning woman in this world. As he was mesmerized by the Su family lady's breathtaking beauty, he suddenly received a sharp blow to the head from the system. Wake up, you pervert. The system's avatar was visible only to Cheng Dalei. Feeling quite agitated, he said, Every time you appear, can you please not hit me on the head? The system replied, Given how hopeless you are, I'm just helping you calm down. The difficulty of this mission exceeds your current abilities, but you can choose to decline it. The system then presented a secret mission. Rob someone's fiancé. You can accept or decline. Cheng Dalei thought to himself, secret missions are rare, but when they do appear, the rewards are substantial. Moreover, Just thinking about that incredibly beautiful woman on the carriage excites me. If I succeed, I'll have a wedding night to remember. If I fail, my head will roll and blood will spill. With that in mind, Chang Dalei decided to take the risk and clicked Accept Mission. Seeing Chang Dalei grinning, Warrior Lin said, "Stop smiling. It's not every day we get such a foolish thief. Don't let him run off scared." He continued, "This fool is mine. No one else gets to interfere." The soldiers, witnessing this, chimed in. "We've heard so much about Warrior Lin's skills, but now we get to see them firsthand. Warrior Lin, be careful. If you kill him right away, we'll have nothing left to watch." Warrior Lin confidently said to Chang Dalei, "You little thief, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I will spare your life." This is the Sea of Wounds, Lin Xiaoyu, an ordinary wandering hero from a humble background, with a skill in breaking through the defensive arts, and a hidden male attribute determined to become a great hero. Chang Dalei responded without fear, "I did not die at the hands of the nameless demon. Who are you? State your name." Warrior Lin replied in a powerful voice, "I am Lin Xiaoyu. What about you? Are you the leader or a scholar from Toad Village?" Chang Dalei thought for a moment, then suddenly recalled a name, replying, "Yong Chun, Yi Wen." He believed that when Warrior Lin heard this name, he would surely not understand, because in this era there was no such place as Yong Chun or Yi Wen. Warrior Lin was bewildered, his eyes wide open, muttering to himself, "The Dou Empire has 13 prefectures and 108 cities, but I have never heard of a place called Yongchun. Furthermore, this name is rather strange." Before Warrior Lin could think further, Chang Dalei urged his horse forward, shouting loudly, "Enough nonsense! Prepare to die! Surrender your head to me!" Chang Dalei held his divine axe, his strength immense, and struck at Warrior Lin. The force of the strike was so powerful that Warrior Lin had to brace himself to withstand it. Warrior Lin exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Truly worthy of being called the divine axe, the power to defeat hundreds with one strike." With just one swing of the axe, Warrior Lin was thrown off his horse, and, seizing the momentum, charged forward. The soldiers who witnessed this scene were thrown into a panic. Chang Dalei jumped off his horse, kicked the coachman to the ground, then seized the cart and fled, striking the horse's rear with the axe. The horse, in pain, galloped away at full speed. Housekeeper Wang could only shout loudly, "Chase after them. If you lose the young lady, you'll all die. Hurry, chase that man down." At this moment, Xu Shenjai had already arrived at the gates of Toad Village. He ran while shouting loudly, calling, "Ling Er! Ling Er! Quickly close the camp." Ling Er, dazed and confused about what had happened, only saw her father running back alone. She asked, "Father, why are you the only one coming back? Where is the village master?" Not paying attention to his daughter standing there in a daze, he walked straight into the house, responding while walking, "That fool is dead. If I hadn't been quick-witted, had I not taken action at the crucial moment and fled, you wouldn't have seen me again by now." Sadly, Ling Er, believing that village master Chang Dalei had died, hurried to console her father. "Those who die cannot come back to life. Father, please don't be sad." The old man sighed and said, "What's there to be sad about? I'm not sad for myself. I'm sad for that horse. Such a shame. It can't stay in the village any longer. You should gather anything you need to take with you. I think there's some garlic left in the kitchen." Meanwhile, Chang Dalei was urging his horse to run. The warriors from Lin's side and housekeeper Wang were hot on his heels. The situation was extremely critical. Suddenly, Chang Dalei heard a sharp sound. At that moment, the system appeared with a notification. "Secret mission completed. Rewards are available. Would you like to collect them now?" Chang Dalei barely had time to respond. This system really knows how to mess with people. In the midst of such a situation, the system didn't forget to tease him. Full of energy, "Young man, do you want to urge the horse on or claim your reward?" Frustrated, Chang Dalei shouted, "I want to claim your grandfather." The system responded, "Do you want to claim my grandfather or something else?" He replied, "I want to claim the reward. At this point, are you trying to get me killed? Can you just be decisive for once?" With a snap of its fingers, the system conjured up the reward machine in front of Chang Dalei. "Please begin." The machine appeared before him, allowing Chang Dalei to collect his reward. The warriors from Lin's side were closing in, and housekeeper Guang angrily shouted, "Little thief, I'll cut you down." The situation at this moment was precarious. Hanging by a thread, Cheng Dalei urged the system, "Look at those guys behind you. They look like demons. Can you hurry up? I don't have much time left." With that, a lucky draw ball fell out of the prize machine. "Congratulations, the player has received the unknown elite hunter Kin Man." Cheng Dalei was stunned. "Can you even draw a living person from this? But where is the person? It's so quiet around here. There aren't even any ghosts. Could they have fallen from the sky? Or do I need to chant a spell and have them fall from the heavens?" As he thought, he murmured a chant. "Go, Pikachu, in the name of the gods, I summon you. All watchtowers, are you coming or not? I hope gathering together will lead the way to a new horizon, becoming a brilliant light. I summon you, warriors of the royal path, in the name of the moon, I will destroy you." While mumbling the chant, suddenly, a spear from Lin Xiaoyu lunged at him, nearly piercing Cheng Dalei's face. "Hey, you filthy little thief. If I don't kill you today, I won't be a man." Cheng Dalei's heart skipped a beat, his mouth stammering, when suddenly a young man appeared right in front of him and shouted, "Old leader, don't worry. Kin Man is here. It's okay." Kin Man, a tall and muscular figure, holding the plum blossom spear in his hand, truly embodied the essence of a noble and righteous man. At this moment, Cheng Dalei finally understood. The system can't let rewards appear spontaneously. It arranges them appropriately. At this time, Lin Xiaoyu was still unaware of the impending disaster, and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way, I can't control a horse." Kin Man, his face showing no change in expression, simply said one sentence, "Get off the horse." With that, he swung his spear swiftly and forcefully, like an old acquaintance turning hostile, accompanied by a loud shout. "I said, get off the horse." With just one strike, Kin Man sent both Lin Xiaoyu and his horse flying backward. Cheng Dalei, witnessing this, thought to himself, he knocked the horse away too. This person is incredibly strong. The soldiers who witnessed the scene were filled with fear. Housekeeper Wang swallowed hard, but still tried to appear composed, then said, "We are from the leader of Black Rock City. If you don't want to die, release him now. Otherwise, the Imperial soldiers will arrive and level this place." Not allowing Housekeeper Guan to talk any further, Kin Man flicked his spear lightly, sending a stone from the ground flying, hitting Housekeeper Wang in the mouth, knocking out several of his teeth in agony. With eyes filled with killing intent, Kin Man shouted loudly, "Get lost!" The group of Housekeeper Wang was terrified, quickly turning and running. "Hurry, go report to the leader." After driving off Housekeeper Guang's men, Kin Man finally approached and waited to speak to Cheng Dalei, saying, "Old leader, Kin Man, I'm here to join the army. This is Kin Man, an elite hunter no one knew about, 31 years old, with the plum blossom spear skill, 3 core attributes, and no hidden attributes. He was a hunter living near Black Rock City, but due to being wanted by Black Rock City, he had no choice but to join Toad Village. Kin Man was originally an ordinary hunter living near Black Rock City with his wife. However, after hearing that Kin Man's wife was beautiful, the leader of Black Rock City, taking advantage of Kin Man being away on a hunt, sent people to capture her. Driven to desperation, Kin Man's wife jumped off a cliff. By the time Kin Man returned, it was too late. Enraged, he stormed into Black Rock City and killed a dozen guards, becoming a wanted criminal throughout the city. A few days later, Kin Man decided to join Toad Village. Cheng Dalei, after hearing about Kin Man's circumstances, felt deeply sympathetic. This might just be a part of the character's background, but it was also the reality of what Kin Man had gone through. Surviving in this world wasn't easy. The horse Cheng Dalei had left behind had run back here by itself. Cheng Dalei turned to Kin Man and said, "Brother Kin, get on the horse. Let's go back." The two of them mounted their horses and headed towards Toad Village. At that moment, Xu Shenji and his son were still busy packing up the remaining belongings of the village to take with them. Ling carried a pot, hoping to find something else she could take along. But after a while, she realized she couldn't carry anything more, and said to Xu Shenji, "Father, I can't carry any more." He replied, "Do you think I can carry more? Without these things, how are we going to live down the mountain?" While Xu Shenji and his son were talking, a voice echoed from the doorway, "How about I give you a horse?" Lin Er saw that Chang Dalei had returned and quickly called out, "Village Master." Shu Shenji was utterly surprised. "Old leader, you're still alive." Immediately, he began to display his acting skills. "If the old leader is still alive, then I can relax. I know you must think I'm useless. No need to chase me away. I'll leave on my own." Chang Dalei wasn't to be outdone. If Shu Shenji wanted to act, he would play along. "Go ahead, but just so you know, I'm calling you Shu Shenji. They're looking for you down the mountain." Seeing this, Shu Shenji continued his act. "Though I'm old, my bones are still strong. If they dare to cause trouble at the main road, they'll have to step over my body first." Chang Dalei didn't want to keep playing along anymore, and called him out. "Stop the nonsense, and help me lead the horse." After that, Chang Dalei introduced Kin Man to Shu Shenji and his son. "This is Kin Man, everyone. Get to know each other." Then he assigned tasks to everyone. "Ling Er, feed the horses. Brother Qin, cook the meal. Two strategists, take the people from the cart to my room." After saying this, his face showed a smug expression. Tonight, this great king wants to consummate the marriage. Shu Shenji was leading the cart into the village. After arranging everything, Chang Dalei suddenly realized that he had completed the secret mission so quickly earlier that he had yet to check the reward. He snapped his fingers and said, "Come out." Immediately, the system appeared again, and as usual, it struck him on the head. "You little brat, how dare you call me like that? Call me System Sama." Chang Dalei could only reply with a yes. The system continued. "I didn't expect you to complete the mission of robbed people's finance. Not bad. The reward is that someone in the village will awaken a hidden attribute, but who awakens it is for you to find out." After saying that, the system vanished. Chang Dalei was left bewildered, wondering if it was just a coincidence. Just then, he heard Shu Shenji calling out, "Old leader." He thought to himself, "Humph. Could it be that the one who awakens the hidden attribute is him?" It was now evening, and the scene shifted to Housekeeper Guang and his group, who were plotting how to report back to the leader. Housekeeper Huang asked the soldiers, "Do you want to live or die?" The soldiers were all fearful of death and eager to live. Don Fan quickly responded, "Of course, we want to live." Housekeeper Huang said, "But if you want to live, I must ask you, how many bandits are there today?" An honest and quick-witted soldier replied, "One." Another soldier, who understood Housekeeper Huang's meaning better, answered, "The bandits number 100. But that was still not the answer Housekeeper Huang was looking for. "Only one. Do you not have eyes? Clearly, there are over 300 bandits. We fought desperately and managed to kill a few dozen. But unfortunately, we couldn't protect the young lady. Warrior Lin's whereabouts are also unknown. Listen, take a torch and follow me back to the city to request reinforcements." Lin Xiaoyu, who was standing not far away, wore a pensive expression. He said, "It's a shame for my reputation as a hero, Lin Xiaoyu. Housekeeper Huang trusted me so much, and in the end, I allowed the Su family young lady to be taken by the bandits. Housekeeper Huang, rest assured, I will definitely rescue the Su family young lady, so that my manhood will not be in vain." Character Introduction. This is Shu Shenji, a wretched strategist, 49 years old, with no skills. His hidden attribute is stupid tactics *. He has no strategy at all. Any plan he proposes will result in the listener losing everything at best, or their life at worst. After learning about Shu Shenji, Chang Dalei felt deeply disappointed. He had thought that ordinary was already the lowest level, but to his surprise, there was something even worse than ordinary, something hopeless, especially with this hidden attribute. Noticing that Chang Dalei's expression seemed a bit unusual, Shu Shenji walked over and asked, "Old leader, what's wrong?" Chang Dalei replied, "Nothing, just my face is a bit dark." "Go ahead, what's going on?" Shu Shenji began to recount, after gathering information from Miss Su of the Su family. "Old leader, her name is Su Yi, and she is the fiancée of the young leader of Black Rock City. If we kidnap her, it will cause a huge disaster. You don't understand the danger of Black Rock City. The old stronghold leader is someone who once fought with Black Rock City, got hit by an arrow, and died because it couldn't be treated. Now we've provoked them, and if their army comes after us, we'll all be dead." At that moment, Lane walked up from behind and interrupted the two of them. "Dad, Old leader, it's time to eat. Chang Dale nodded. We'll talk about this later. Call Kim Man over. We'll discuss it during the meal. During the meal, Chang Dale asked, does anyone know about the situation in Black Rock City? Kim Man replied, I know. Black Rock City is 150 miles away from Toad Ridge, and their leader is named Han Huji. This person is extremely lecherous, cruel, and tyrannical. Inside the city, there are more than 5,000 elite soldiers. Hearing that, Hakshu Shenji showed signs of fear. 5,000 against 2. Old leader, do you feel confident about this? He said, so what do you suggest we do? We've already kidnapped the person. Should we just return them? Tell them we were wrong. Kneel down and apologize, and see if they'll forgive you. He replied, then let's say I didn't say anything. At this point, Kim Man interrupted Chang Dale and suggested opening a bloody path. Instead of passively defending, why not take the initiative and attack? We could head straight to Black Rock City and block Han Huji. Based on my calculations, this plan has at least a 70% chance of success. Upon hearing Kim Man's words, Hakshu Shenji and his son became even more fearful. Hakshu Shenji quickly said, Ling we should pack up and leave. It will be too late if we wait any longer. Ling whimpered, Father, we're already too late. After considering the opinions of Hakshu Shenji and Kim Man, Chang Dale began to analyze the situation and proposed a strategy. Running away is absolutely not an option. There are 3 reasons for this. First, we've kidnapped the leader's fiancé. The young master of Black Rock City isn't sure of wives, so the attack by 5,000 people is impossible. At most, it'll be 100 or 200. Second, we are 150 miles from Black Rock City, and it would take at least 5 days to get there. Those 5 days are our chance to secure the terrain and prepare for a decisive battle. At this moment, the mission system appeared and assigned a new task to Chang Dale. This mission was the first time defending Toad Village, driving off the enemy. This was a task beyond the current capabilities of the village, and the system encouraged him. Hang in there, young man. Chang Dale recounted his past. On Tuesday, my father, the old leader of Toad Village, was struck by an arrow during the siege of Black Rock City. His wound became infected, and he eventually passed away. Besides that, Brother Kim and Han Huji have a deep blood feud. If this grudge isn't avenged, how can I call myself a man? So this time, if we can defend, we will. If not, we will still try our best to hold on. After hearing Chang Dale's analysis, Hakshu Shenji began to explain the terrain of Toad Village. From Black Rock City to here, there are only 2 routes. One is the main road, wide enough for 2 carriages to travel side by side, and the other is a small path that goes through a mountain gorge. If we want to set up an ambush, does the old leader know which route they will take? Chang Dale immediately thought of Hakshu Shenji's hidden attribute, which was bias, meaning that whenever Xu Shenji had a plan, he often made mistakes. Hearing him, Chang Dale was sure they would lose. After a moment of thought, Chang Dale asked Xu Shenji, as a strategist, which route do you think they will choose? Without hesitation, Hakshu Shenji answered immediately. Of course, they will choose the main road. Upon hearing Xu Shenji choose the main road, Chang Dale knew which route he should take to counter it. Chang Dale continued to ask Xu Shenji, according to the strategist, do you think we can overcome this danger? Xu Shenji replied, to be honest with you, old leader, I have no hope at all. After hearing Xu Shenji's words, Chang Dale responded, I wasn't sure either, but now I feel much more at ease. This time, I feel more confident, at least 50%. Whoever says Xu Shenji is useless. This hidden attribute is clearly a super weapon that helps eliminate wrong choices. Chang Dale looked up at the sky and thought to himself, just like a roll of toilet paper, everything has its own purpose. Heaven is not disappointing me. In the earthen room, only the young lady of the Su family was present. After the conversation ended, Chang Dale brought food to his room and invited Su lady to eat. Seeing Su lady sitting quietly with her bright eyes, Chang Dale suddenly had a dark thought in his mind. In this room, I can do anything I want to her. However, immediately afterward, his rational mind rejected that dark thought. What am I thinking? In my past life, I never did anything wrong. But now, just after coming here, my inner thoughts have begun to turn dark. If I go down this path, it might lead to a bottomless pit. Seeing Chang Dalei's sense of justice, the system appeared once again and gave him a new mission. The task this time is rob people's finance stage 2, without using violence to sway Su Yi's heart. A true man needs not only the ambition to rule the world, but also the tenderness of a woman. Young hero, keep going. After receiving the new mission, Chang Dalei brought the meal and approached Su Lady, saying, "The night is long, and I can't seem to sleep. I thought I was the only one who couldn't sleep, but it turns out Su Lady is the same." Su Lady replied, "My family is one of the 4 great families of Fallen Leaf Sea. If you release me, you can freely choose any treasures. Moreover, I am the future wife of the leader of Black Rock City. If you harm me, I'm sure you understand the consequences." Chang Dalei quickly tried to ease Su Lady's anger. "It's a misunderstanding. I captured you because of my grudge with the leader of Black Rock City, who killed my father. Once this is over, I will ensure your safe return." Su Lady saw through Chang Dalei's deception and retorted, "You're lying. All I see in your eyes is greed and desire, just like all the other men. I just want to say don't harm me. The other conditions can be negotiated." Character introduction. This is Su Yi, 17 years old, without any skills, with the hidden attribute of mysterious woman, capable of seeing through everything. After learning about Su Yi, Chang Dalei realized that he could not afford to be careless and had to put in more effort. He began to show off his eloquence. "Miss Su, I know in your eyes, I am just a crude bandit. But if one could live peacefully day by day, who would want to be a robber? In the past, I too was a young man with ideals." Chang Dalei sneered. "Ideals? With both my hands, I once held sacred texts. I once wanted to cultivate both literary and martial skills, to mingle with emperors. I once said that a man with great ambitions should roam the world in all directions, seize the world and cross the sea. But when I traveled far and wide, all I saw were displaced people, chased like dogs and chickens, while the nobles were like tigers and wolves. I grew disgusted with the sages and only wanted to ask, why is the world like this? At that time, I had an ideal, to save all beings from suffering, to free the common people from the abyss. But now, my hands only wish to hold the hand of a maiden. Miss Su, would you like to join me in fulfilling that ideal?" Chang Dalei's sweet words seemed as though they could stir Su Lady's heart, but she could sense that all of it was a lie. Still, she did not feel that he intended to harm her, though she did not understand why. "If you want something, just say it, as long as you don't harm me." After pondering for a moment, Chang Dalei slowly said, "Could you tell me a little about the world out there?" This is the only sincere remark he made since entering this room. "I want to know about this world, and before me now stands the daughter of a merchant." After waiting for a long time without receiving a response from Su Lady, Chang Dalei finally decided to say his goodbyes. Before leaving, he left a sentence on the table. A man should not be restricted by the smallness of his aspirations. He should strive to conquer all 50 regions of the world in an instant. That statement left Su Lady deep in thought. What is a Wu hook? Could it be a type of sharp weapon? Where is Guanshang? The empire only has 13 prefectures. Where would the 50 prefectures come from? Clearly, she knew Chang Dalei was lying, but for some reason, that lie sounded so beautiful. If these words were recited at a poetry gathering in front of those self-proclaimed scholars, they would probably be so shocked they'd jump up in alarm. Outside the door, Qin Man had overheard the entire conversation between Chang Dalei and Su Lady. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Old leader, please, stop for a moment." Chang Dalei froze, turned around, and looked. "Brother Qin, what are you doing here? Do you have a habit of eavesdropping from corners?" Without hesitation, Qin Man knelt before Chang Dalei. "I once thought that old leader was no different from those foreign tyrants who harm the people. But after hearing what you just said, your vast ambitions have impressed me. From now on, I am willing to follow old leader." Then, the system displayed a notification that Chang Dalei had completed the hidden mission. Qin Man's wife and children were once abducted, and this has always been a source of torment for him. Now, seeing you treat Miss Su Yi with courtesy and respect, you have gained some trust from him. Chang Dalei thought to himself, my act of abducting Lady Su is actually no different from what the leader of Black Rock City did. If I had really harmed her earlier, I'm afraid the first one to rush and beat me would be Brother Qin. I told you, how could such a strong figure easily submit to me? As dawn broke, Ling hurried over to report, "Old leader, someone is attacking our village." Cheng Dalei was startled. Why so early? How many people are there? Zhu Ling'er replied. Just one person on horseback, and they look very handsome. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu was standing in front of Toad Village's gate, shouting loudly, "You dogs of Toad Village, come out and die. If a single hair is harmed from Miss Su's family, I swear I will destroy your entire village." Cheng Dalei, looking down from above, didn't recognize Lin Xiaoyu and turned to ask everyone, "Who's that young man? Why is he running over here shouting? Brother Qin, send him off." Seeing Brother Qin walking out empty-handed, Lin Xiaoyu sneered and said, "Hurry up and get your weapons and horse. This warrior doesn't want to bully the weak." Brother Qin still exuded the heroic aura as usual, casually replying, "No need." As quick as lightning, he leaped onto the horse's back, one hand gripping tightly onto Lin Xiaoyu's face. Standing upright on the horse, Brother Qin effortlessly lifted Lin Xiaoyu with one hand and coldly said, "This guy is too weak." Lin Xiaoyu could only stutter, "Let go." But before he could resist, he was thrown several meters away by Brother Qin. Indeed, a young man inexperienced in life, falling where he tripped, standing back upright where he fell. Lin Xiaoyu refused to give up, shouting back, "I will come back." Turning toward Cheng Dalei, who was now reminding Brother Qin, "If Lin Xiaoyu tries to climb back in later, don't make things hard for him. Just let him lead the horse back." Qin Man acknowledged the order, replying, "Yes, old leader." Suddenly, the system notification appeared. First Village Defense Mission. Success. Loading rewards. Cheng Dalei thought to himself, "Is there some sort of mistake here? The system previously mentioned this mission was difficult to complete, but why was it so easy? Something's not right. If it were that simple, the system wouldn't have warned about the difficulty. There must be a system error." Before he could finish his thoughts, the system displayed the rewards. Ting. Awarded a metal spear. Ting. All mounts in the village are leveled up. Ting. Awarded a water well. Ting. Awarded village healing skill. One random person in the village will be leveled up. Cheng Dalei exclaimed, "Is this a dream? I've never heard such a pleasant sound before." Ting. Awarded 10 plots of arable land. The joy overwhelmed Cheng Dalei, his head spinning as if he just won the lottery, so excited that he could barely stand. Ting. Awarded 10 wooden chests. Still in disbelief, Cheng Dalei hurriedly asked, "System, what is going on here?" At that moment, Kakshu Shenji noticed Cheng Dalei standing beside him, his legs trembling and unsteady. He asked, "Old leader, what's wrong with you?" After awarding the prizes, the system continued to issue a new mission. Defend village for the second time. The difficulty of this mission far exceeded the current strength of the village. Seeing Cheng Dalei still not responding, Kakshu Shenji continued, "Old leader, I know getting married is a very joyful occasion, but you need to calm down a little. You can't be so excited that you can't even stand properly." Cheng Dalei immediately shouted, "Shut up." Then he thought to himself, "What's meant to happen will happen." These rewards were originally intended for the leader of Black Rock City, so it was certain that he would attack the village. Now was not the time to rejoice. The second wave of attacks was the real life and death battle, the biggest threat to the village. At this moment outside, Lin Xiaoyu had returned. He was covered in injuries, but his face still radiated confidence. Shu Shenji, irritated, said, "This guy is back to cause trouble again. We should just kill him and be done with it." Cheng Dalei immediately stopped the strategist's intention. "Foolish. Warrior Lin is a benefactor of Toad Village. Whoever wants to kill him is seeking trouble with me." Shu Shenji appeared confused by old leader's attitude. Seeing this, Cheng Dalei changed his tone and suggested to Lin Xiaoyu, "Warrior Lin, are you hungry? Would you like to have a meal first? The cooking skills in our village are quite good." Lin Xiaoyu immediately drove his spear into the ground and shouted loudly, "Villain, don't talk nonsense. That big man, come here quickly. This time, it will be fair. You're not riding a horse, and I won't ride one either. You won't use a weapon, and I won't either." Cheng Dalei patted Brother Qin on the shoulder and instructed, "Absolutely don't hurt Warrior Lin. Take it easy, it must be gentle." Brother Qin nodded solemnly, agreeing. This time, Lin Xiaoyu was determined to defeat his opponent. He stepped forward, challenging Brother Qin. But Brother Qin charged as fiercely as before, delivering a single kick that sent Lin Xiaoyu flying several hundred meters away. Seeing this, Shang Dalei looked satisfied with the completion of the task and called out, "Warrior Lin, are you okay? We're here waiting for you. Come back soon." At that moment, the system displayed another notification. Second defense mission for the village. Completed. Rewards. Mountain Spring X1. Blood Pills X10. Common Medicine. Cures common injuries and ailments completely. Village Skill. Unity. Sickles X10. Wooden Boxes X10. Chang Dalei looked at the reward and pondered for a while. The reward this time is much less than the first one. Soon enough, a new mission arrived. Chang Dalei received the third village defense mission. At this point, Lin Xiaoyu had returned, bruised and battered, gasping for breath. Chang Dalei asked, "Warrior Lin, are you all right?" But this time, Lin Xiaoyu was even more determined. "If you do not release Miss Su from the Su family, I will never let you go." Seeing his face swollen and bruised from the beating, Chang Dalei reminded Brother Qin, "Be gentle." As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Qin struck again, sending Lin Xiaoyu flying even further. The system announced, Village Defense Mission 3. Completed. Rewards have been issued. Next, the fourth village defense mission came. And just like the previous times, Lin Xiaoyu was beaten until his body was in a sorry state. Yet, his resolute will was truly admirable. The mission was completed again, and the reward was given once more. The cycle continued as the missions kept being completed. Suddenly, Zhou Linger exclaimed, "Old leader, let's go home. I'm hungry." But Chang Dalei remained unfazed. He waited for Lin Xiaoyu to return. He couldn't disappoint Warrior Lin. At that moment, a cute little blonde girl appeared. The luck of the virtuous will never be too bad. Those who have justice in their hearts will attract like-minded people. The 10th defense mission of the village. Completed. No casualties. Reward. Hidden attribute. Good person X1. Effect. Increases charm towards the opposite sex. For men, useless. Chang Dalei thought to himself, "Damn it, there's even a good person card." But then he wondered, why hasn't Lin Xiaoyu come back yet? With his personality, he wouldn't just give up so easily. After waiting for a long time and still not seeing Lin Xiaoyu, Chang Dalei began to worry. Could something have happened to him? He immediately instructed Zhou Linger, "You all stay here. I'll go check." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu was standing by a cliff, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself, "I, Lin Xiaoyu, am truly ashamed of the title of self-proclaimed hero. I once thought I would rise with my spear, a lone warrior to pacify the dangerous world. But now, time and time again, I've been humiliated by bandits. My horse is gone, my spear is lost, and I have nothing left. I should just die. Once I'm dead, 20 years from now, I'll be a hero again and return to the rivers and lakes." Just as he was about to leap off the cliff to restart his life, Chang Dalei suddenly appeared from nowhere, clearing his throat behind him. Lin Xiaoyu, startled, turned around, not expecting to find Brother Lai standing in front of him. With eyes full of hatred, he bitterly said, "You, who harm the people and the country, have you come here to mock me? I may be useless and incompetent, but even if I have to die to wash away the shame, I will never let anyone look down on me." Brother Lai was deeply moved by the words Lin Xiaoyu spoke from the bottom of his heart. "I've heard everything you said. It was very well spoken. But the youth may die for a cause, while a true man can endure humiliation and live for that same cause." Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback by these words. "Do you think that's courage?" Brother Lai immediately rejected his viewpoint. "No, that's not courage. That's cowardice. You are the coward, the deserter." He shouted loudly, "Take a good look at yourself. You don't even have the slightest air of a young hero." Lin Xiaoyu grew angry and immediately displayed contempt at Brother Lai's sermon. "A bandit like you, what do you understand?" Brother Lai began to explain to him, "I know you look down on bandits, but I too once had ideals." Lin Xiaoyu skeptically replied, "You had ideals?" Brother Lai began recounting his wandering life. "Do you want to hear my ideals? I once held the books of the sages in both hands, once wielded swords and knives, once desired to master both literature and martial arts to stand alongside emperors. I once recited the words, "A man should not be restricted by the smallness of his aspirations. He should strive to conquer all 50 regions of the world in an instant." But when I travel the four corners of the world, witnessing the common people living like pigs and dogs, and officials and aristocrats behaving like hungry wolves, oppressing and plundering, I suddenly became enraged at the sages, and just wanted to ask, why is the world like this? He continued, at that time, we had an ideal to save the people, to rescue them from their misery, to free them from the chains of the elite. We had an ideal to smash the old corrupt world and create a new world. We had an ideal that every person would have enough food to eat, clothes to wear, houses to live in, and land to farm. But right now, these hands of mine only want to hold tightly to the hands of my comrades. After hearing Brother Lai speak for a while, Lin Xiaoyu was truly moved by his words that touched his heart. Could these words really be coming from a bandit? Cheng Dalei extended his hand, signaling a desire to stand by him. Warrior Lin, would you agree to join me in fulfilling this ideal? At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes began to grow dim, and his body slumped. In his mind, he thought, could it be that the true person with a heart devoted to the world is actually a bandit? Have I misjudged him? As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. Suddenly, Cheng Dalei grabbed him, gently lowering him to the ground. Cheng Dalei examined his condition and said, "This fool has been suffering from such serious injuries all this time." And then, Cheng Dalei took him back to the village, taking care of him meticulously. Cheng Dalei asked Xu Shenji, Xu strategist, "Are there any medicines left in the camp?" Xu Shenji replied, "We ran out a long time ago. The traders took everything. Besides, old leader, aren't you worried? He might be an undercover agent." He said again, "With this word from you, I can rest assured leaving him here." Brother Lei expressed concern for Lin Xiaoyu. If the fever wasn't brought down quickly, something major would happen. He had to find out if there were any blood pills among the rewarded items. "Ling where are the pickaxe and shovel I need?" After a while, Xu Ling brought the pickaxe and shovel. Xu Shenji was at a loss with Cheng Dalei's baffling actions. "Old leader, what are you trying to do?" Brother Lai replied, "Dig for treasure." Xu Shenji, helpless, said, "Treasure? Where would Toad Village find any treasures? Old leader, please stop this." Suddenly, Cheng Dalei found the items he had been looking for. Found it. "This must be the blood pills the system rewarded us with. Let's go, bring one to Warrior Lin." The scene shifted to the stable. Cheng Dalei said, "Brother Qin, this black horse will be your mount from now on." Brother Qin replied, "Thank you, old leader." Common imperial horses, weak with a skill for escaping. When fleeing, their running speed increases. Common black horses, with an attack skill. When attacking, their damage increases. Xu Linger suddenly exclaimed, "Old leader, look, there's a metal spear buried in the grass." The system notification sounded. Received metal spear X1. Brother Lai picked up the scroll and said, "This is a map of the palace grounds. Who drew it so poorly?" Signed Xu Shenji. Damn it. The dark history of Xu Shenji was revealed as his X1 was burned. Brother Qin slowly walked over to the drum placed on a pile of stones, a war relic buried in the rock. Xu Linger suddenly said, "There's a gray flag under the table." The girl glanced down into an old well and exclaimed, "Wow, we've encountered a ghost." The well, which had been dry and abandoned for more than 10 years, suddenly began to fill with water. Brother Lai handed the treasure to Brother Qin. "This black spear is now yours, Brother Qin." Brother Qin replied, "I've dreamed of having a spear like this. Now that I have it, my spear techniques can truly reach their full potential." Qin Man, a top-tier mountain bandit and new recruit, with the skill, Plum Blossom Spear. The system notification echoed again, checking today's rewards. Metal Spear X1, Common Armor X2, Blood Pills X10, War Drum X1, Skill Item, Flag X1, Skill Item, Jars of Wine X30, Sickles X10, Qin New Mountain Map X1, Set of Scribe Cloth X1, Farmland X10, Well X1, Mountain Spring X1, Village Skill, Heal and Unity. Upgrading all mounts, the skill was granted. Brother Lei was startled when he realized something was missing. Why is there still one sword missing? What will I do with my martial arts dreams without that sword? Brother Lai found it very strange. Moreover, I remember there are still 50 wooden chests that I haven't found. Shu Shenji suddenly discovered an entrance. Old leader, there's a secret passage here. After saying that, both of them went down to check. As Shu the strategist climbed down, he asked, Old leader, tell me, before leaving, did the old stronghold leader leave any last words for you? Brother Lei, already below, found something and exclaimed, Found it. Shu the strategist took a look and said, Could this be the entire fortune the old stronghold leader accumulated over his life? Brother Lai replied, I don't know either. If not, both of them smiled wickedly. Brother Lai said, Let's open the chest. At that moment, Shen Galei was washing his face to improve his luck before opening the chest. Washing my face to cleanse my karma, performing a ritual to open the chest. Dalei was very confident in his luck and said, As someone who plays with a high recharge rate like me, the luckiest person is bound to show up. My chant, my divine weapon. Let my lucky spirit manifest. Unfortunately for Brother Lei, reality was harsh. When they opened the chest, it was filled entirely with stones of poor quality. Brother Lei was very disappointed with what he received, his face sullen. The old leader lost his interest and replied, Open it, open everything. Maybe you'll be less miserable for us. Shen Jie started opening the box and was stunned when he saw the black powder. Old leader, look at this. What is it? Brother Lai picked it up to examine it and discovered that it was gunpowder. Su, the strategist, was curious about the use of these things. Can something as black as this really be used for medicine? Cheng Dalei, angry, said, Open all the boxes. Let's see how much stuff there is. After all the treasures were opened, he was stunned by what he received. The box contained 10 units of gunpowder, 20 stones, a pile of ragged clothes, and broken weapons. Seeing these things, Brother Lai suddenly thought they might be useful. With this gunpowder, combined with favorable terrain, dealing with Black Rock City isn't impossible. Then the two climbed back to the surface. Leave these boxes here. I will need to count them later. Shu the strategist agreed. Old leader, wise as always. The boxes are made of good wood. We won't have to worry about firewood for the winter. Brother Lei felt helpless at the strategist's thoughts. I really want to burn you. Just try to break one, and I'll find you, and hold you accountable. And where is my farming land? Shu Shenji replied, It's behind the hillside. It's been abandoned for years. Why is the old leader asking about it now? Brother Lai only said that he would go there and take a look. Scene change. Brother Lai had arrived at the back of the mountain. Shu's strategist, tired, said, It's already pitch dark. Why bother coming all the way out here? It's quite a few miles, not a short distance. Cheng Dalei simply replied, If I'm told to go, I'll go. Remember to call Brother Qin along. Finally, Brother Lei's group arrived at the location. Two strategists said, Right here, in the spring season I sowed some barley. In the end, no crops grew at all. Now we'll probably just find barren, desolate land. After saying this, the strategist pointed to the spot where he had planted, thinking there would be no harvest. To his surprise, in front of them lay a vast barley field, a sprawling, endless sea of barley. Shu Shenji stood in stunned silence for a moment before saying, Blessed by the immortals, blessed by the immortals. The blonde girl in the system reappeared and said, The fertile soil has been prepared. Is this help sufficient this time? Brother Lei looked over at Ling and reminded her, Ling don't run around, the barley heads will fall off now. Brother Qin looked at the barley harvest and happily said, This whole place can be harvested now. It must be at least a ton. We can survive the winter this year. Ling gently lifted a barley head and replied, The stalks can be burned for warmth. It will make the winter less harsh. We need to harvest quickly. The rainy season is coming soon. Su's strategist was deeply grateful to the heavens and the earth, and immediately knelt down to pay his respects. Brother Qin and Ling seeing this, followed suit. May the immortals bless us with great kindness and virtue. At this moment, Brother Lai stood aside, deep in thought. The village isn't full of evil people like I imagined. They are just trying to make a living in troubled times, just like any other village. Brother Lai came to a realization. There are both old and young, some who clear land and cultivate, and others who go down the mountain to buy necessities. For instance, when these three people claim to be bandits, they are actually just showing respect for them. Let us now return to the backstory of Shu Strategist. When Shu Strategist was still living at the foot of the mountain, he was just an ordinary teacher in the village. His greatest joy was earning a few coins to exchange for a pot of wine, and opening the chest of the widow in the village, drooling over it. But life always has its share of annoying people, and humanity often brings feelings of disgust, whether it be on the mountain or off. And eventually, misfortune would find its way to him. One day, the local thugs in the village took notice of Ling, even going so far as to repeatedly visit her door with the intent of assaulting her. After several unsuccessful rejections, Hexu Shenjie decided to invite the thugs to his house. This time, he was determined to deal with them once and for all. He dressed Ling in fine clothes, bought wine, and even slaughtered a laying hen. After inviting the thugs over, he began to speak sweetly in an attempt to lure them into the trap he had set. Ling being with you is her blessing, and I too shall receive some of that blessing. He called Ling and began the plan. Look at my Ling. She's so beautiful. With a fair, smooth face, she will definitely serve you well. He invited us to drink to get us drunk. Let's consummate the marriage tonight. Don't worry, I'll keep watch at the door. After saying that, he let out a laugh as if he had already achieved his goal. When it was late at night, with no one around, and the gang of thugs completely drunk, Kachu Shenji took a cleaver and chopped off their heads. After killing all the thugs, he set their bodies and the house on fire to destroy all the evidence, then left the place. Afterward, the old man fled with Ling, enduring many hardships, eventually ending up in Toad Village. Perhaps for Exu Shenji, that was the first time he succeeded using a scheme. But Cheng Dalei truly felt that his actions were commendable. Scene shift. The father and son strategists were sitting and admiring the rice fields under the moonlight. Ling suddenly said, "Father, I want to take some barley back, grind it into flour, and then make fried dough cakes for everyone." Shu strategist replied, "Fried dough cakes? Why make such a luxury? Just take some and eat them with leaves. They can last for days." Ling, helpless, responded, "I'm hungry, let's go back." Shu strategist then said, "What's the hurry? Stay a little longer. I find this field really beautiful." The scene transitions to the next morning, where Dalei is holding something in his hand. Shu strategist says, "Isn't this the flag of the village? I thought someone had altered it into a pair of pants, but I didn't expect it to be found again." Brother Lei holds the flag in his hand, examines it for a moment, and says, "I really want to ask, who made this image? A toad with an egg on its head. Does this mean Toad Village is protecting the egg?" Shu strategist replies, "That's not an egg, it's the moon. This is a painting of the celestial Toad Village moon, but it was misinterpreted by the old leader, as you said." Brother Lei holds the flag and hands it to Brother Qin, saying, "Brother Qin, hang it up." As soon as he finishes speaking, Brother Qin uses his lightness skill and swiftly leaps to the top of the pole, hanging it up in a flash. After jumping down, everyone is filled with admiration. The group looks up at the village flag with respect. Shu strategist looks at it and says, "The food is here, so we won't have to worry about eating or drinking this winter. We just need to survive the immediate dangers." Cheng Dalei also looks at the flag and replies, "This place is mine. No one is allowed to violate it. This can be considered an armed rebellion, right?" The blonde girl appears again and says, "A righteous youth. Now that the flag is raised, heroes from all corners of the world will hear your name and come seeking to become your subordinates." The system message was sent again. Received a new mission. Increase the population. Raise the village's population to 100 people. Random reward X1. The scene shifted to a castle. Inside, a general knelt and reported, "Upon reaching Toad Ridge, I encountered a group of more than 100 people. The leader claimed to be the king of Toad Village." Upon hearing this, the king's face darkened, clearly displeased. The general continued recounting the events. "I was about to charge at them, when suddenly another group attacked us from behind. The leader looked like a scholar. His name was Hou Shenji. The old strategist, sitting nearby, replied after hearing this, 'So there are many bandits on Toad Ridge.' The general, tearfully, described the enemy's forces. 'Your Majesty doesn't know the full extent of it. There were no fewer than 200 of them, and then another group attacked from the flank. The leader of that group called himself Yang Chun Yi Wen. The old king, knowing his guilt was inescapable, lowered his head and pleaded with the leader. 'I am willing to die to protect the young madam, but the enemy is just too numerous. The old king, overwhelmed by the enemy's forces, was badly wounded, and the young madam was captured by the bandits. The old king deserves death, a death beyond redemption. The leader, upon hearing this, grew furious and uttered a single word: kill. The general, terrified, begged for his life, but the two guards still dragged him out and beheaded him. Suddenly, a strange young man stepped forward and said, "Hold on, that's the young master, the son of that old leader." Upon hearing that his wife had been captured, he immediately said, "Father, please grant me the tiger talisman. I will personally lead the army to flatten Toad Ridge and rescue the young lady of the Sioux family." The leader, upon hearing this, replied, "She's just a woman. If she dies, she dies. I'll find you another one, a better one. What do you think?" The young man disagreed and clasped his hands, pleading with his father once more. "Father, as a man, how can I not protect my wife and still hope to dominate the world? Please allow me to lead the troops." Hearing his son's determined words, the leader poured a cup of tea and said, "In that case, how many soldiers do you want?" The young master replied firmly, 2,000. Upon hearing this, the leader broke into a sweat. The strategist standing beside them was also taken aback and exclaimed, "Young master, do you realize how large the supply for 2,000 soldiers is? Not to mention the manpower and resources needed for transport, the routes, and most importantly, those mountain bandits only have around 300 men. Is it really necessary to go that far?" The young master replied resolutely, "Of course, I have considered all of that, but I want to crush them completely." As he took the cup of tea that the maid brought, the leader did not hesitate to say, "My Black Rock City only has 5,000 soldiers. I cannot grant you 20,000 troops. At most, I can offer you 1,000. The young master happily responded, "I want 200 light cavalry, 2,000 archers, 3 heavy sword infantry, 100 cavalry, and 200 spearmen. So that would form an army of 1,000 men. The cavalry will be used for mobility and raiding. The archers will provide ranged fire support. The heavy infantry will defend against the enemy's attacks, and the spearmen will engage in close combat, while the heavy sword infantry will clean up any remaining enemies." Upon hearing this, the leader praised his son's resolute will. "You are indeed my son. If you have such a vision of commanding troops, then this time, go ahead and test your abilities to your heart's content." Upon hearing this, the young master turned and began to prepare for battle. The leader looked at the defeated soldier and said, "Go with the young master to the bandit's lair and seize the opportunity to earn back your merit." The defeated soldier was overjoyed upon hearing this, for he had managed to escape the death penalty. "Thank you for your great grace, your generosity. Thank you, leader." Huang San-Yuan thought to himself, "There are actually only 3 bandits. If the young master rushes to kill Toad Ridge..." Huang San-Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow as he thought, realizing that being beheaded might not be such a bad way to die. The leader looked at the strategist and asked, "By strategist, what do you think of his plan?" The strategist immediately replied, "Given the terrain in the mountains, I fear the cavalry won't be able to fully exert their effectiveness. And if the heavy infantry have to travel a long distance, why bring?" He continued, "Furthermore, the bandits usually take advantage of difficult terrain to hold their ground, and cavalry attacks on them are ineffective. The plan of the young master could be said to have 1,000 flaws. Surely, the leader has already seen through this. Why does he still allow the young master to act so recklessly?" The leader, unfazed, replied, "This child of mine reveres generals, has worked hard studying military strategy, and has put in considerable effort to learn, but his abilities are limited. Toad Ridge was once defeated by us. Where would he have found 300 bandits? I suspect they are all just a bunch of Huang San-Yuan's frightened men, making up lies, and if he dreams of commanding troops, then let this be the opportunity for him to satisfy that dream." After hearing this, the strategist bowed his head in admiration of the leader's insight. "Leader, your wisdom sees through everything. Ban Chuan could now be at ease." He then curiously asked the king, "The young master is about to lead an army, and there are many matters that need preparation. Doesn't the leader inquire about any of these?" The leader showed no concern, and instead embraced the beautiful woman in his arms. "Oh well, forget it. I don't feel like thinking much anymore. All I want is to enjoy myself with these young lovely ladies." He stood up and added, "If the strategist has ever tasted such pleasures, Then you will realize that there is nothing else in this world worth caring about. The strategist could only remain silent in the face of the leader's lustful nature. The scene shifts to Toad Village, within the land of houses. A voice echoes, "Do you mean Black Rock City doesn't have a standing army?" It turns out Cheng Da-lei and Xaju Ling-er are having a conversation. Brother Lei, curious, says, "A standing army? Black Rock City has more than 20,000 households. How could they possibly support an army of 5,000 men? And where would they get soldiers during wartime? No soldiers, then who will defend the city when the enemy comes to siege?" Ling-er, with her intelligence and understanding, responds, "When they need soldiers, they can call upon Xiu Shenji's troops. But if it's a large-scale siege, then all the able-bodied men in the city must go to war." She also shares with Brother Lai. Actually, Suban Chuan once planned to train a standing army of 500, but because the cost was too high, it never materialized. Upon hearing this, Brother Lei becomes somewhat skeptical about the background of this person. Ling-er explains to Brother Lei, he's the strategist for Han Hujie. He's always indulging in pleasure, so everything, big and small, in the city is handled by Suban Chuan. In the end, he's the one with true talent. Brother Lai rolls up the map, stands up and sighs. Indeed, such an outdated system. Su Yi, looking confused, responds, "Outdated, literally. So, do you know of a more advanced system?" Brother Lai turns away and says, "Not at all. Not at all. You all should just run. When Black Rock City sends troops, they'll probably have a couple hundred men. And yet, there are only 4 of you." He suddenly had an idea in his head. "No, it's 5. Lin Xiaoyu has woken up. I plan to stop 500 people." At that moment, Brother Lai arrived at the 2 small houses behind the mountain, where Lin Xiaoyu lived. Brother Lai encountered Lin Xiaoyu and greeted him. "Hey, how's the recovery going?" He turned around, surprised, and replied, "Is it the old leader?" Brother Lai smiled and extended his hand towards Lin Xiaoyu, signaling his desire to stand side by side with him. Lin Xiaoyu agreed wholeheartedly, and both clasped hands, celebrating the arrival of a new brotherhood. Meanwhile, Cheng Da-lei and Kaksu strategist were sitting on a stone slab under a tree, discussing their plans for the future. Brother Lai said, "Strategist, there is an important task that requires your attention. It's crucial, even impacting the survival of our village." Xu Shenji, eating, replied, "Serious? What's going on? Or should we get someone else?" Brother Lai said seriously, "No one else can handle this except you. Strategist, go find Jiao Fei Hu." Xu strategist, still eating, looked alarmed and responded, "Old leader, are you sending me to my death?" Brother Lai explained, "How could that be? I want you to take some fine wine and go to the Flying Tiger Bandits gang. Tell them that Black Rock City plans to attack the Kin New Mountain Brothers. Not just the Flying Tiger Bandits, but also the Doghead Bandits, Bulb Bandits, Apricot Blossom Bandits, and Wild Boar Bandits. They all must join in." After hearing about the mission this time, 2 strategists helplessly responded, "But they will surely listen to me." Brother Lai smiled confidently and said, "Stop making excuses." Even though he heard Brother Lai's words of encouragement, Su strategist still looked fearful and hesitant to go due to the long-standing grudge between Toad Village and the Flying Tiger Bandits. He immediately refused. "But I'm still afraid. Old leader, don't you know there's bad blood between me and the past leader?" Brother Lai could only comfort the strategist by saying, "In that case, I'll have Warrior Lin accompany you. What are you afraid of now?" The 2 of them then got into an argument. Xu strategist, dissatisfied, said, "Actually, I was hoping that you, old leader, would go with me." Brother Lai immediately replied, "Nonsense. It's too dangerous to go there." Then, Brother Lai flashed a bright smile and said, "Strategist, you can set your mind at ease. I'll take care of Ling-er. I'll raise her well." Xu Shenji made a face of refusal. Brother Lai understood his meaning, and, with his temper flaring, pressed him. "Dare you refuse to go?" Cheng Da-lei then threatened, "I'll put up the erotic drawings you've drawn in front of the gates of Black Rock City." Upon hearing this, the strategist's face changed color, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In the end, swayed by Brother Lai's words, Xu strategist reluctantly accepted the dangerous mission. His heart filled with bitter resentment, feeling there was no other choice. Then both of them got into the carriage, preparing to complete the mission. "Brother Qin, and Chang Dalei stood and watched them gradually disappear into the distance. Brother Qin immediately asked, "Old leader, do you think the Flying Tiger bandits will trust him, strategist?" Brother Lei replied, "Whether they trust him or not, they will send someone to scout. That will be our opportunity." After that, both of them returned to the village. Brother Lei opened the gunpowder container, a new idea forming in his mind. He then said that they would use broken stones, straw, oil-soaked paper, and cotton fabric to make a fuse. That's good. The two of them started an experiment with the gunpowder behind the mountain. Shang Dalei shouted, "All right, Brother Qin, move the powder keg a little further away. This is the final test." Then a loud explosion rang out, creating a massive fire. Its destructive power was truly formidable. Brother Qin, stunned by the explosion, asked Chang Dalei, "Old leader, was that dragon turning earth?" Brother Lei, admiring the result, replied, "This is the art of explosion." Meanwhile, at a royal palace, soldiers were lining up, preparing to march out. The young master looked up at the sky and said, "The sky is clear, truly a good omen." The soldiers below sneered and whispered, "Good? Good my ass. It's too sunny." Meanwhile, the two old soldiers were talking to each other. One of them said, "Uncle Wine, are you also going to fight the enemy? I remember you're already 60 years old." The other soldier sighed and replied indifferently, "This time, we're going to fight those barbarian invaders who harm the country and the people. What's there to be afraid of?" The young master, holding the fan and standing upright, suddenly drew his sword and pressed it against the neck of a soldier nearby, asking, "Is this fun?" The soldier froze, then replied, "Fun? Fun in what way?" The young master closed his eyes and explained, "I also feel happy for you. In the past, generals going into battle would always choose someone to raise the flag, and the person I have chosen for this honor is you." Hearing this, the soldier was speechless and said, "Young master, please don't joke around." The young master immediately swung his sword, striking the soldier and sending him to join his ancestors right away. Afterward, he said to the fallen soldier, joking, "In the military, can there be jokes? How could I joke?" The soldier collapsed, blood spilling onto the floor. After killing him, the young master uttered only one sentence, "Rest in peace. From today onwards, your family will shine under my name." Before he died, the soldier cursed, "Shine, shine. Damn it." The young master raised his sword, pointing it to the sky, and resolutely said, "Let's go." The other soldiers, upon seeing the young master act in such a manner, also exclaimed, "Is this guy stupid?" Afterward, the young master's army set off with great strength and numerous soldiers. When they saw the young master sitting comfortably in his carriage, Huang San Yuan, curious, asked, "Young master, aren't we in a hurry to march? Why are you sitting in the carriage?" He arrogantly puffed out his chest and replied, "I'm not a soldier, and I certainly don't have the responsibility to rush into battle." With an air of superiority, he continued, "My responsibility is to command the battle. If I suffer, I won't be able to unleash my true potential. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Huang San Yuan, upon hearing this, could only respond, "Understood, sir." He went on, "You don't understand. When marching, I don't need to leave my tent. Even from 1,000 miles away, I can make the enemy perish. With just a word, they'll disintegrate into nothing. That is the majestic demeanor I strive for." Huang San Yuan, upon hearing this, was left speechless and powerless in the face of his arrogance. Switching scenes, within the camp, the strategist Bai hurried to report to the leader. He suddenly barged in through the door and said, "Leader, the young master has been gone for a day, and I still feel uneasy. Perhaps you should send 100 cavalry to check on the situation, just in case." Meanwhile, the stronghold leader lay leisurely on his bed, playing with several beautiful young women, completely unconcerned by the strategist's words. He responded, "What could possibly happen? Just go away." He seemed uninterested when Bai's strategist appeared, and the old man lowered his head and replied, "Yes." Immediately after, a soldier ran over to report that there was an order to assemble 100 light cavalry at the outskirts of the city. Without delay, the cavalry began to move out, chasing after the young master's forces. The leader of the group shouted, "Move out." Meanwhile, it was already past midnight, and the young master's army was still marching steadily toward Toad Ridge. Seeing that the soldiers were exhausted, Huang Sen Yuan spoke to the young master, "Young master, we have arrived at Toad Village. Should we let the soldiers rest for a while? They have been marching for a day and a night." Although his soldiers were drained of energy, the young master, sitting in the carriage, responded, "Housekeeper Wang, don't you understand the principle that speed is vital in warfare? If we rest and the enemy arrives or sneaks into the camp, what will we do then?" His soldiers were all visibly fatigued, and one of them said, "They are too tired. Some of them can barely stand." The young master, seeing this, replied, "If they are my soldiers, they must have the courage to overcome adversity. They must have the will to survive even in the direst of circumstances." He then turned to look at Wang Senyuan and said, "Housekeeper Wang, when we fight a war, there will inevitably be casualties. What is this bit of exhaustion compared to that?" He immediately felt like vomiting blood after hearing that. Suddenly, the sound of a horse galloping approached from somewhere, and a soldier riding a horse rushed over to report, "Young master, ahead there is a fork in the road, one leading to a large road, another to a narrow path, and the last one to a gorge. Which one should we take?" Wang Senyuan shouted loudly, "Foolish, of course we take the big road. Why even ask? For heaven's sake, stop making such ridiculous moves." The young master, upon hearing this, slowly opened his military book and said, "Wait, let me consult the military book first." He carefully examined the map and then said, "Housekeeper Wang, do you also think we should take the large road? But surely, don't you think the bandits have already considered that we would take this road?" As he spoke, he asserted, "They will certainly lie in ambush, waiting for us to enter. But unfortunately, I will not let them have their way, and all their plans will be for nothing." After leading the troops down another path, unexpectedly their direction turned towards Kin Nu Mountain. A bandit from Kin Nu Mountain noticed their movement and said, "Toad Ridge was right. Black Rock City really intends to send troops to sweep the bandits on Kin Nu Mountain." He then hurried back and reported, "We must quickly inform the old leader." When the young master's army approached Kin Nu Mountain, they were immediately spotted by scouts who quickly sent word to each village. At this moment, at Flying Tiger Bandits, the scout had returned to the village. Immediately, he reported that it was indeed the army of Black Rock City, but they had chosen a path through a gorge and had already left. One of Old Leader's subordinates then said, "Boss, it seems their target isn't us. That path leads towards Toad Ridge." Old Leader replied, "There are hardly any people in Toad Village. Why would they need to bring an army of 1,000 like that?" Old Leader sighed worriedly, saying, "If only we had a strategist. Well, let's just wait and see how things unfold." At that moment, young master's army had moved to a canyon near Toad Village. Sheng Dalei's group had also finished preparing. When they saw the enemy's army, Shu the strategist felt a little uneasy and said, "Old Leader, they're here." Brother Lai responded, "That's definitely over 1,000 of them." It seemed the strategist had lost confidence in the face of their strength, as he said, "Old Leader, we should retreat. This isn't looking good." Brother Lai, seeing them, remained calm and steady, replying, "Retreat? It's too late for that. We'll just have to follow the original plan and fight." With that, everyone took their positions and prepared for action. Cheng Dalei directed them, "Lead them into the Bone Gorge. When I roll the log down, Warrior Lin will set off the explosives buried at the cave entrance." Shu the strategist, Brother Qin, and Ling dropped several barrels of explosives from the front. The strategist Xu saw this, and immediately said, "Old Leader, why are we only collapsing one side of the mountain pass? What if we collapse both sides?" Sheng Dalei firmly replied, "Small things, if neglected, will surely be lacking. People in desperate situations can unleash unimaginable fighting strength. Only when they see a path to retreat, only when there is hope, will they not fight with all their might." As he spoke, Brother Lai thought to himself, "We are different. We have no way out." At this moment, the army of Black Rock City had already entered deep into the mountain pass. A soldier shouted loudly, "Old Leader, we've entered the gorge. What should we do?" Sheng Dalei sensed that the timing was not yet right, so he said, "Wait a little longer, just a bit longer." When the enemy troops had entered the tunnel, Su, the strategist, said, "Old Leader, the cavalry has already reached the front lines." Cheng Dalei saw that the time had come, drew his weapon, and cut the rope tying the wooden stakes. He shouted loudly, "Charge!" Immediately, all the ropes were severed. The large wooden beams plunged down at terrifying speed. One soldier riding a horse was struck in the head by a falling beam and screamed in horror. Above, Chang Dalei saw that Lin Xiaoyu was still hesitating, unwilling to act. He urged him, "Lin Xiaoyu, light it up." Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu looked down, his hand trembling with the torch, too scared to pay attention to Chang Dalei's words. Immediately, Lai Brother stepped forward, patted Lin Xiaoyu on the shoulder and said, "Is this your first time killing someone?" He responded shakily, "There are too many heads down there." Chang Dalei grabbed him, pushed him to the base of a tree, and explained, "This is war, not child's play. It's not about glory, and it's certainly not refined or elegant." Then Chang Dalei shouted directly into his face, "War means you want to kill me, and I want to kill you. That's the brutal truth." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu began to understand. Afterward, Lai Brother decisively picked up the torch and said, "If we let them escape, we'll be the ones dead." Then, Lai Brother ignited the fuse, causing explosions that echoed through the sky and earth. Rocks and dirt from the cliffside rained down like the sky was collapsing. The soldiers below looked up, still not understanding what was happening. Each of their faces turned pale, as if drained of all blood. The falling rocks formed a barrier, preventing them from passing through. One of the men shouted, "The exit is blocked." But unexpectedly, a few cavalrymen managed to escape. One of them said, "Master, 10 cavalrymen have gotten away." At this moment, those trapped inside still didn't know what was about to kill them. One of them thought it was the work of demons and said, "Old leader, is there a demon in this mountain?" Suddenly, a massive explosion sent them flying for tens of meters. The other cavalrymen, riding their horses, were luckier and managed to escape the path of the large rocks flying overhead. After a while, they located Chang Dalei's group and shouted from the mountain before charging up. On the mountain, Kin Brother and Chang Dalei were discussing their next plan. Kin Brother said, "Old leader, I'll go down and stop them." Lai Brother replied, "Even though we've divided the Yang into many parts, it's still hard to say if this will be enough in this situation. Strategist Hexu, go and finish setting up the remaining explosives we buried. We need to force them out of the Yi Cui Tian." Meanwhile, Lin and Xiao Yu continued to throw explosives down. The sound of galloping horses never ceased. Eventually, the young master's army arrived at the scene. They charged towards Kin Brother and shouted loudly, "Kill!" Kin Brother stood alone against the army of soldiers, but he showed no fear, standing tall and proud like a mountain. As they charged at him, he said, "As long as Kim Man is here, don't even think about advancing." They rushed at him, but every single one of them was defeated by Kin Brother. He shouted loudly, "I told you, you can't get through." They didn't care at all and charged forward, only to end up being struck down by the hand of death. One of them rushed ahead, only to be impaled by Kin Brother's spear through his body as he said, "I will not allow it." The dying soldier's last words were, "I deserve to die," never having been given a moment's rest from start to finish. Below, the soldiers were still running in chaos due to the explosive power of the rocks when they detonated. The soldiers were desperately trying to flee, shouting loudly, "Run! Run!" Then the explosions kept coming, overwhelming them. Fearful, they turned back and called out to the young lord, "Young lord, there are monsters." The remaining soldiers, equally frightened, scrambled to retreat. Seeing his soldiers either injured or fleeing, the young lord did not order a retreat. Instead, he forced them to turn back and said, "Do not retreat. Anyone who dares to run will be executed." He still held on to his arrogance, thinking he could handle this situation. "I'm really handsome," he told himself. "I will turn the tide of this losing battle into victory." The soldiers, terrified out of their wits, kept running and shouted loudly, "Young lord, there are demons on this mountain. They won't let us leave." They believed the place was cursed, so all they could do was flee, crying out, "They won't let us leave." The young lord shouted loudly, "Then die." His carriage was speeding along when suddenly one of the wheels came loose, causing the carriage to topple. The carriage exploded into pieces. Butler Huang urgently said, "Young master, retreat. The situation is lost. If we don't leave now, when else can we escape?" The master, terrified to the point of being stunned, said, "That's right." He continued, "Run. Didn't even the greatest generals of old fail many times before they became successful? This little setback won't be enough to stop me from getting back on my feet." He gripped his sword, holding it higher than his forehead, ignoring the stones falling on him, and declared loudly, "Butler Huang, you will witness my rise to greatness, and that will be your glory." Butler Huang was knocked down by a rolling stone, hitting his head. Hearing the master's ramblings, his face immediately darkened. He punched the master hard in the waist and cursed, "You live and die with your own glory. I'm leaving to save myself." After that, Butler Huang ran off, leaving the master behind. Once the soldiers flee, it will cause the entire army to fall into chaos. A single person leading 100 others is like a flood, unstoppable. And it's true. If given the chance to survive, who would choose to die? Who wouldn't want to keep their life? Cheng Dalei stood atop the cliff, observing the entire battle, unable to believe his own eyes. "We won! We won! Really?" Zhu Shenji, standing beside him, seemed to remind him, "Old leader, we won." Cheng Dalei regained his composure. He stood up, raised his hand, and shouted loudly, "Xiao Yu, strategist Xu, follow me to clear the battlefield." The three of them jumped onto the same carriage. Cheng Dalei was full of vigor as he yelled, "Ling beat the drum." Ling quick and nimble, struck the drum, creating a sound that was both powerful and full of momentum. Cheng Dalei cheered, "Let's go." The carriage drove toward the battlefield below. Cheng Dalei shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, get off your horses and drop your weapons. I'm only taking the horses, not the people." Ahead, Kin Man was full of spirit, riding his horse and charging forward with his spear aimed at the enemy. The remaining soldiers, seeing their side being overwhelmed, panicked and shouted, "Flee! Retreat quickly!" The scattered remnants of the enemy army scrambled to escape, none of them daring to ride horses. As he watched the enemy troops scatter, Cheng Dalei turned and gave orders. "Strategist Xu, Kin brother, take these horses to the stable. Xiao Yu, come with me to collect the weapons." On a cliff not far away, a group of mountain bandits looked at the raging fire below with a hint of confusion. One of them spoke up, "Old leader, what do you think is going on here? How can the Toad village fight back against an assault of 1,000 men?" Old leader Gale Fei Hu pondered for a moment before replying, "I don't understand either. Couldn't it be that some expert is helping them?" One of his subordinates shook his head and sighed. The world is truly unpredictable. Gale Fei Hu then spoke up, "You're just a mountain bandit. What do you have to reflect on? Have you forgotten what our main job is?" He shouted loudly, "Brothers, let's rob them all." With that, all of Fei Hu's brothers charged forward, attacking, killing, and shouting, "Give us your weapons." One person pushed a soldier down and shouted, "I don't have new shoes this year. Give me your shoes." Another person, missing trousers, threatened, "Lie down and take off your pants." The soldier refused and struggled. The bandit threatened again, "Who cares about your dignity? I want your pants. Hurry up and give them to me." Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei, riding a horse, was chasing after the master. He yelled while riding, my sword, my sword." The old leader just held the sword and ran with the blade at his throat. Cheng Dalei shouted loudly, "Stop!" He suddenly stopped his horse, then listened in silence. There was the distinct sound of orderly hooves approaching. A small but elite cavalry unit was drawing near, and he saw a young man holding a knife, frantically running toward him. Xinban Chuman spoke, lowering his weapon. Shang has hidden himself far away. In his mind, he quietly assessed. This energy is really strong. Could it be reinforcements? But why would they choose to come at this time? The master, panicked, ran toward Suban Chuan for help. "Help me, they're bullying me. They're all bullying me." Immediately, Xuban Chuan swung his blade. The moment the master cried, "Help me," he was killed by Xuban Chuan's sword. Blood sprayed from his neck, and his body collapsed. Xuban Chuan coldly took the corpse and placed it in his storage. At this moment, the system interface appeared. His name was Xuban Chuan, a top strategist, somewhat well-known, 52 years old. Skills: 7 sword slash. Hidden attribute: none. Cheng Dalei frowned. A top strategist, Kin Man is also known as an exceptional mountain bandit, capable of taking on 100 men. But this top strategist is even more terrifying than any other top strategist. Feeling as if someone was watching him, Xinban Chuan's cold eyes immediately swept across. Adjusting himself, Loi was startled and quickly slid down to sit quietly behind the bushes. Seeing that there was no sign of suspicion, Suban Chuan turned and left. Let's go. Seeing the army below disperse, Chang Dalei wondered to himself, is that it? We're just going back like this. In this day and age, there are still people like this. Turns out not all strategists are as useless as Xu Shenji. He kicked a stone that was lying still on the ground, cursing. Damn it, my sword suddenly grew legs and ran off. At that moment, the system also gave a notification. Mission complete. Defense of the village for the 11th time. Random reward draw X1. Do you want to draw the reward now? The system appeared at this point, and the girl seemed to have just unloaded a burden. Ah, finally out. I never want to go into the dark room again. Chang Dalei, confused, asked, Ha, I thought you were fine before. The system answered, sulking, that was just my physical form. Didn't you notice anything strange? Didn't you see that even the dialogue was missing? It was just a blue mission notification. Chang Dalei, a little impatient, replied, I didn't notice. Honestly, it's better this way. You kept kidding me all the time. Life is much easier without you. The system angrily kicked him right in the head. Hey, remember that I was thrown into the dark room because of you. Damn it. Chang Dalei's face darkened. If that's the case, can we still play bugs next time? The system immediately turned pale. What do you think? It smirked. Then the little girl grabbed the huge hammer and chased him, causing Chang Dalei to gallop away on his horse in panic. On the side of Su Ling she was happy. Father, this feels like a dream. Xu Shenji then reminded her. Ling hold the horse properly. We still have to go back to the river to argue. She happily restrained her excitement, leading the horse while shouting, Father, I like this white horse. Zhao Feihu's group stopped in front of Xu Shenji. He greeted warmly. Old man Xu, you're so good. Do you think the village can handle everything on its own? Share some with our village. Xu Shenji awkwardly greeted. Feihu old leader. What a pleasure. You're out patrolling so early today. Zhao Feihu laughed and replied, now that your toad village is thriving, just remember, when you're eating meat, you should leave some bones for others too. So tell me, how will we divide these horses? Xu Shenji hesitated, and it was Linger who spoke up. We obtained these horses by our own efforts. Why should we share them with you? Seeing his daughter's lack of tact, the strategist Xu scolded her. Linger, shut your mouth. She immediately became angry, turning her face to the side, sulking. Xu Shenji clasped his hands together and said, You have all worked hard this time. Surely you have gained quite a bit, haven't you? Zhao Feihu raised his chin. How could it compare to what you've got? The toad village has eaten its fill. We've only picked up some scraps. One of his subordinates yelled out, Old man, stop talking so much. If you won't share, we'll come take it by force. Immediately, Feihu's men rushed forward with knives drawn. One of them shouted, I want that white horse. Before the leader could charge forward, an arrow flew swiftly through the air, piercing the horse's eye, causing it to convulse and fall. The subordinate of Zhao Feihu fell along with it, struggling to get up. Who did that? He grunted. Everyone stared in shock, amazed at the precision of the archery. Seeing him fall, one of the men shouted, Second master. A cold voice rang out, and a hand reached into a quiver for another arrow. Anyone who dares to take another step forward, kill them. The cold arrow shot towards Zhao Feihu. He furrowed his brows and said, With this attitude, it seems the Toad Village really wants to go to war with us, the brothers of the Beetles. A prize this big, and Toad Village plans to swallow it all, without sharing even a bite with the rest of us. Ha! The air there instantly became dead silent, and no one dared to speak. A distant sound came from afar. Chang Dalei walked forward with a blade in hand, his voice rising. So according to you, how should we divide this? Kin Man, feeling wronged, said, Old leader, the people from the Feihu gang are whispering. Is this really the son of the past Toad Village leader? I've heard he's useless, and now that I see him with my own eyes, it seems the rumors were just that, rumors. Seeing that Chang Dalei remained unfazed, Zhao Feihu felt a sense of doubt. Clearly surrounded, yet this man still manages to remain calm. Could it be that he's hiding some kind of trick? With no one else speaking, Chang Dalei broke the silence. What's the matter? Didn't you want to divide it? Should I divide it for you? Fine, I'll kill all of you, and everything will still belong to me. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blindfolded man from Fei Gang pointed his blade at him, shouting aggressively, "Kid, are you getting too bold?" The man next to him was also furious. "Your father never dared to say anything in his life. And now you have the audacity to be so arrogant. Damn it, how many of you dare to speak like that?" The men of the Fei Gang, all brandishing their blades, angrily shouted at Cheng Dalei, "No more words. Let's just kill them all." Cheng Dalei raised his voice. "Shut up." He pointed at Gao Fei Hu, coldly asking, "Let me ask you, do you even have 1,000 men?" Gao Fei Hu looked a little confused. Why is the old leader asking this? What if it's enough? What if it's not enough? Cheng Dalei clenched his fist, his eyes exuding killing intent. "If it's not enough, I'll kill more. I've already killed 1,000 men. Why would I care about killing another 1,000? The people in Fei Hu village felt the pressure of his imposing aura, and a sense of unease crept into their hearts. Gao Fei Hu, though confused, thought to himself, the Toad village only has 5 people. How could they make 1,000 soldiers flee in terror? Although he thought this in his heart, he still spoke up, saying, "Village head Cheng, you are young but incredibly capable. Your divine might is unmatched." He cupped his hands and said, "What happened today? I admit, I could never have done it like you. I just want to know, how did you manage it?" Cheng Dalei opened his mouth and laughed loudly, causing everyone in Fei Hu village to tense up. He pointed ahead and said, "I have a divine technique." Then he pointed to the sky and continued, "I can summon heavenly thunder." The people in Fei Hu village stared blankly at the sky. What? But nothing changed in the sky. The sun was still round. The sky was still clear, without a hint of disturbance. Cheng Dalei twitched his mouth, then awkwardly repeated, "I can summon heavenly thunder." But after a long while, nothing unusual happened. The people of Fei Hu camp continued to wait impatiently. Cheng Dalei continued pointing at the sky. "It's thunder." In his heart, he cursed, "Hurry up, can't Lin Xiao Yu hear anything?" The people of Fei Hu camp now realized they had been tricked. One of them shouted angrily, "This kid still intends to fake being a god." The others clenched their teeth, their faces darkened, and they took out their knives, walking toward Cheng Dalei. "Are you mocking us?" Cheng Dalei, still patiently pointing at the sky, called for thunder, though fear lingered in him. Meanwhile, the Fei Hu camp's men were only a meter away from skewering him. Suddenly, a loud boom erupted right in front of Cheng Dalei. The ground and rocks flew in all directions, and the men of Fei Hu camp stood dumbfounded. Cheng Dalei let out a quiet sigh of relief. That was close. He put on a mysterious air. "Anyone want to taste my thunder?" Upon hearing this, the people of Fei Hu camp trembled in fear, and quickly backed away. In an era where civilization had not yet fully taken root, ignorance made people reject progress. In a time when someone who threw a few pieces of paper money into a well could claim to be the holy water and have thousands of followers worship them, Cheng Dalei's performance was truly remarkable. Jiao Fei Hu, secretly tense, thought to himself, "So this person relies on the thunder spell to defeat 1,000 enemies. No wonder, if I get struck by this thunder, I'd be dead too." Cheng Dalei continued to point forward and threaten, "Are you still not getting out of the way? Watch my thunder spell. Thunder." The group of Fei Hu's men panicked, scattering in all directions, each of them terrified that Cheng Dalei's thunder would strike them. "Wait a minute!" Hearing Gao Fei Hu's call, Cheng Dalei was startled. His face turned pale. Had he been seen through? Cheng Dalei regained his composure, turned around, and replied, "Mr. Gao, what do you want?" Gao Fei Hu responded, "With so many horses, can Toad Village even feed them?" Cheng Dalei coldly retorted, "If we can't feed them, we'll kill them for meat. What's it to you?" Having said that, he turned and left. The sky grew darker. This night was exceptionally quiet. At the city lord's mansion, inside a room, the city lord was lost in pleasure with 2 beautiful women. The sound of footsteps and a drop of blood hitting the floor entered. Sumban Chuan carried a dead teenager, his body still covered in blood. He spoke, "City lord, put the young master down." He pretended to be sorrowful. The young master was ambushed and killed by bandits. Like a thunderclap out of a clear sky, the city lord was startled and suddenly jumped up. "What?" He clenched his fists, his body trembling. Whether from hatred or grief, it was unclear. He looked at the cold corpse of his son on the ground, his voice choking. Xuanji, my son. He sat down heavily on the ground, holding his son, tears streaming down his face. Shuban Chuan silently rose from his seat beside him, his eyes dark as night. He quickly drew the dagger at his side and struck straight into the city lord's chest. The city lord was knocked back by the blow, clutching his wound. Only then did he realize what had happened. He glared at Suban Chuan, gritting his teeth. It's you. Suban Chuan coldly replied, yes. Immediately, he rushed forward with the dagger. City lord, you've been sitting in that chair for far too long. When the seat was taken, he aimed another strike in front of him without holding back. The city lord quickly dodged to the side, grabbed the nearby lantern, and shouted loudly, why? Why? Suban Chuan coldly responded, City lord, the chaotic times have arrived. The kingdom is like a headless serpent, and the heroes of the world are fighting day and night to unite it. Yet you, day and night, indulge in decadence amidst this turmoil. This cannot go on. The two of them fought and parried, and Suban Chuan continued, that's why I'm here. The two beautiful women on the bed were also frightened by the scene, and no one dared to scream. The city lord retorted, you want to take the world for yourself, but do you think you deserve it? He slammed the lantern onto Suban Chuan's head. The old man quickly used the sword's blade to block it, shouting loudly, back then, when I drove back the foreign tribes, you were just a firewood cutter on the mountain. The city lord, enraged, shouted, after reading a few books, you think you can compete for the world. He thrust the lantern forcefully towards Suban Chuan's stomach. What do you think you are? Without me reminding you, do you think you be where you are today? Even if the world cannot be kept, it will never be yours. The head of the lantern was struck hard, breaking several oil cups. Suban Chuan clutched his stomach, stumbling back in pain. The old man lowered his head, coughing up blood, hacking, and wheezing. No wonder Han Huji was so renowned. After oppressing the Ring tribe for 30 years, Han Huji truly lived up to his reputation. The city lord's talent was overwhelming, making Han Huji seem like the inferior one. Han Huji grabbed the lantern's handle and charged forward, cursing. You are nothing but a dog I've raised, and instead of being content with your place, you dream of climbing higher to become a master. Let me tell you, with your pitiful skills, taking even a single city is hard enough, let alone fighting for a kingdom or conquering the world. The number of women I've slept with far exceeds the people you've ever met, and the number of people I've killed is enough to fill the city's walls. You, on the other hand, will only ever be a fool who deludes himself into thinking he's right. At that moment, Suban Chuan managed to stand up with great effort, using all his remaining strength to counterattack. Han Huji also prepared to face him, both of them bracing for a life-or-death battle. But unexpectedly, a pair of hands reached out, and the two women who had been serving Han Huji earlier now held him tightly. One of the women used her hairpin and stabbed it straight into his stomach. Han Huji, shocked, looked down and screamed, not expecting to be betrayed. Seizing the opportunity, Suban Chuan drove his blade through Han Huji's belly, in the heart of the city lord, who had been shouting the names of the two women he cherished. Huar, Sia were, just moments before, the life drained out of him. Suban Chuan gasped for breath, looking down at the body of the city lord as it crumpled to the ground. He spoke, I know I can't compare to you, but I wanted to try. Who knows, perhaps I could succeed, just like today. The body of Han Huji coughed up blood as it spilled through his throat. Suban Chuan leaned down, his ear close to the dying man's lips, listening intently. What is it? He asked. Han Huji, struggling to speak, said, Rock City is the gateway to the kingdom. We cannot let the Ring tribe cause chaos. The world is in chaos. After hearing this, Suban Chuan fell silent for a moment. He knocked over the lamp, and as the curtain fell, he said, Farewell, City Lord. That night, the City Lord mansion was consumed by a fire. The next morning, several figures appeared in a vast field of ripe rice. One person, growing impatient, spoke up. Old leader, stop being lazy. We need to harvest the barley quickly. The horses we caught the other day are about to starve to death. Watching the sparrows pecking at the rice grains, Chen Galei panted heavily. This isn't good. I can't breathe at all. Struggling to cut another bundle of rice, Lin Xiaoyu wearily replied, I can't believe it. A great hero like me has to do such menial tasks. He lowered his head, sighing, I really can't believe it. Leaning against a rock nearby, Cheng Dalei held his stomach, groaning in pain. Ah, my stomach suddenly hurts so much I can't even move. Ahead, Qiu Shenji, loading rice into the cart, responded curtly, Stop it. You used that excuse yesterday. Cheng Dalei scratched his head. Come up with another excuse. I have a headache now. Xu Shenji put his hands on his hips, his voice sharp. Old leader, stop being lazy. The barley has been exposed to too much sun. If we touch it, the grains will fall off. At this point, this harvest is already too late. Cheng Dalei hesitated, and then his eyes lit up. Ah, I suddenly thought of something. He said, I haven't gone robbing these days. I can't neglect my main job. After saying that, he immediately ran off. Lin Xiaoyu pretended to chase after him, calling out, Where are you going, old leader? Going to rob. Take me with you. Xu Shenji looked at these two people and was left speechless. Nearby, a group of people carrying firewood down a mountain slope appeared. The young man behind spoke up, Dad, are there mountain bandits around here recently? The man in front answered, Are you more afraid of mountain bandits or of not having a wife? After we finish chopping firewood today, I'll buy you a donkey. With a donkey, you'll have an easier time getting a wife. He glanced back and said, Didn't you always dream of having a horse? What's the difference? No sooner had the words left his mouth than two unfamiliar young men, armed with weapons, jumped down from the cliff above. They were Cheng Dalei and Lin Xiaoyu. The group was caught completely off guard by the mountain bandits, and they gaped in terror, especially the one who had just asked whether he was more afraid of mountain bandits or of not having a wife. His face changed color. The four men quickly dropped their firewood and knelt down, clasping their hands together. Master, spare us! Master, spare us! Cheng Dalei firmly said, Get up, why are you kneeling? He pointed ahead and asked, I heard you want a horse. Right? He seemed a bit flustered and replied, No, not at all. My family doesn't have the money to buy a horse. It's just that my son is grown up and can't get a horse, so if we can find a donkey to plow, at least we'll have someone to act as a matchmaker. Cheng Dalei pointed at himself and laughed loudly. Ha ha, your luck has arrived. I'm the one here to sell horses. Are you moved? Are you happy? He nervously replied, It's very fortunate, but I don't have any money. Cheng Dalei nodded. Indeed. You need money to buy a horse, right? How much do you have? He shakily held out his hand, with exactly 2 silver coins. Cheng Dalei took them, his mouth twitching. 2 coins. He then asked, Do you have anything else on you? He replied, I have 4 handfuls of rice mixed with wild herbs. My mother packed them for me to eat on the road when my husband is hungry. Lin Xiaoyu took the rice, bit a mouthful. Cheng Dalei asked, Is it tasty? Lin Xiaoyu tasted it, then nodded. It's not bad. Lin Xiaoyu whispered to him, Old leader, do you think 2 coins plus 4 handfuls of rice and wild herbs is too little? Cheng Dalei replied, I know it's a bit low, but if I don't sell, what can I do? Should I kill and eat meat? Should I really sell it? They look poor, so consider it a good deed. Lin Xiaoyu asked again, So you're saying to sell it? Cheng Dalei nodded. Sell it. He stared at the backs of the two for half an hour, his heart tight. I wonder if they will kill me. After the discussion, Cheng Dalei turned serious and said, All right, consider this my opening sale. You guys meet my. Follow me up the mountain. He kneeled on the ground, crying desperately. Up the mountain? Master, if you want to capture someone, take me. Spare my children. They still need to maintain the family lineage for the Li family. He placed his sword down in front of him, making the old man's face go pale. Cheng Dalei coldly said, What's this? You don't want to go up the mountain. The 4 of you have no choice but to follow him. Cheng Dalei reminded Lin Xiaoyu to escort behind. Go up the mountain. Warrior Lin, take good care of our guests. His eldest son was tense, sweat dripping from his face. Father, will they kill us? He tried to calm himself, looked at his son, and said, Endure, don't be afraid. Seeing his father's trembling legs, the son responded, Father, your legs are standing firm now. He gathered all his courage and spoke to his son. Wait until they make a move. Then I will fight them with everything I have. Xiao San, you must escape from the mountain at all costs. You are the heir of the Li family. Upon arrival, Chang Dalei spoke. Choose. He was startled and shouted, I'll take the risk. Lin Xiaoyu spoke up. What risk? Chang Dalei frowned, glanced at the horse temple, and said, Hurry up, choose one. He blinked in surprise and asked, Master, are you really going to sell to us? Chang Dalei nodded. Yes, how many do you want? He replied, Then just one. Chang Dalei frowned. One. I've worked hard to bring them here, and you only want one. He was surprised. Can we take two? Chang Dalei replied, 4. You have 3 sons. Don't you want one for each of them? I'll give you one more. So how many is that? 4, isn't it? He scratched his head and laughed, replying, I can't handle 4 adopted children. The children immediately opened their mouths. Father. Chang Dalei answered. Well, then 2 of you go. By the way, do you know how to harvest rice? He replied cheerfully. We're all farmers. If we don't know how to harvest rice, what else would we know how to cut? The 3 children fell silent. Realizing that their father was accepting a request on their behalf, Chang Dalei nodded. All right, as long as each of you harvests 1 moo of rice before nightfall, I'll give you 2 horses. He turned to the side and ordered, Xiao Yu, give them the sickles and lead them to the back of the mountain. As Tu Shenji loaded the rice onto the cart, he said, Old leader, you're getting lazy again. Chang Dalei leaned against a tree, took a sip of water, and replied, Not at all. Don't you see I'm working hard? Inside, he felt a little pleased. Toad Village now feels like a small family. Kin Man is the boss, honest and simple. Lin Xiaoyu is the tough one. Su Ling'er is the beautiful daughter-in-law who's not yet married. Tu Shenjai is the sycophant. It seems like I've already grown fond of this place. As they were harvesting rice, Lai brother, the son, still couldn't believe what had just happened, and asked, Father, do you really think they'll give us horses? He raised his voice. Stop daydreaming. Just get to work. I guess if we finish cutting before nightfall, they'll definitely send us off to meet the god of death. It was late afternoon, and after finishing the rice cutting, he asked, Master, do you need us to help grind the barley? Chang Dalei shook his head. No need. Let the horse owner pick 2 horses for themselves. His son then shouted, Dad, are we dreaming? The mountain bandits really gave us 2 horses. Lai brother, riding on horseback, happily replied, What mountain bandits? Those are immortals who came to save us. The son frowned. Immortals also cut rice. Lai brother raised his voice. Kiddo, as the instructor taught us, if you don't work, you don't eat. If you expect to eat without working, you'll end up eating sand. Immortals not only cut rice, they also eat rice, eat fried cakes. The son, looking like he just discovered a mysterious piece of information, exclaimed, Ah, so they really are immortals. Night had fallen, and Lin Xiaoyu led an unfamiliar figure to where Chang Dalei and the others were sitting around the campfire. He spoke up. Old leader, someone wants to join. Chang Dalei asked, Who is it? He looked at the person behind him and recognized it was Butler Huang, then asked, Why is it you? The teenager behind the painful expression said, Dear old leader, these days have been truly painful for me. That day was indeed a life-and-death situation. After the defeat, I planned to return to Rock City, but I found out that the city lord had died, and Simban Chuan was cleaning up the remaining loyal subordinates. I don't even know if I could be considered a loyal subordinate of the city lord, but I guess Simban Chuan wouldn't spare me, so I hurriedly packed some jewels to prepare for fleeing to the fallen Leaf Sea. Just then, I happened to run into Warrior Lin, who was preparing to go down the mountain. Following my suggestion, I realized that it would be better to join Toad Village and become a bandit. It's only through hardship that one sees the true nature of people, and I was truly touched. Chang Dalei thought for a moment. What you mean is that Simban Chuan killed Han Huji, and then took it upon himself to become the city lord. Butler Huang responded. It must have been him. But he spread the rumor that he himself was the one who sent people to assassinate Han Huji. Moreover, he openly declared that he would kill you all for revenge. Chang Dalei looked dumbfounded. What? Toad Village has only 5 people. How could anyone be sent to kill someone? Butler Huang responded. But no one knows that your group has only 5 people. Even I didn't expect that you all were so few. And Simban Chuan has spread the word that Toad Village has 1,000 people, all of whom are ruthless killers. The master leading Toad Village is a fierce and ruthless person. and every meal is made of human flesh. Right now, he's posted proclamations all over the city, and there are bounties on your heads. The corner of Chang Dalei's eye flashed with a trace of killing intent. Oh, how much is the reward? Butler Wang replied, the Toad Village head is 50 taels. Chang Dalei said, 50 taels. Scholar Su Shenjai is 35 taels. Shu Shenji's eyes widened. I have a reward too. Butler Wang continued. There is also the black-faced man. Your head is worth 30 taels. Qin Man spoke up. It's a pity I can't personally behead that Han Huji. Chang Dalei angrily shouted. Damn it, that Xoban Chuan dares to look down on me. Dares to offer a reward only 50 taels. Damn it, the kingdom has issued copper coins, which are also copper money. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for silver coins, more than 1,000 taels compared to Chang Dalei's money. Even in this era, the daily expenses of ordinary farming households are at least 3 to 4 silver coins. He suddenly turned around and asked Xu Shenjie, strategist Texu, how much is Jiao Fei Hu worth? Xu Shenji thought for a moment and then replied, I think it's around 180 taels. The corner of Chang Dalei's mouth curled up. I will definitely surpass him. Butler Wang secretly thought, you think this is a good idea. You are mountain bandits, not pirates. Lin Xiaoyu spoke. Old leader Butler Wang really wants to join us. If you don't mind, perhaps you could bring him into our village. Butler Wang immediately knelt on one knee, clasped his hands and said, Huang San Yuan, greetings, old leader. At that moment, the system materialized and sneered. I never expected a military officer to be a butler. The interface displayed the character's name, Huang San Yuan, a somewhat well-known butler, 43 years old. Skills, none. Hidden attributes, none. Chang Dalei looked at him and asked, do you think our Toad Village is good? Huang San Yuan was confused. Oh, good. Chang Dalei asked, where? Huang San Yuan was bewildered, unsure of how to respond, as the village originally only had 5 people. Chang Dalei then said, your attitude clearly shows that you don't think much of our village. Huh. Don't look down on our small village. You should know that each of us can handle 100 people. Upon hearing this, Huang San Yuan felt guilty. Chang Dalei said seriously, joining us is not so simple. Here's the deal. You write me a 5,000-word essay, and after I read it, I'll consider whether to keep you or not. He pretended to be serious and added, a lei is really strict. Huang San Yuan, terrified, shouted, 5,000 words. Old leader, why don't you just kill me instead? Chang Dalei crossed his arms and continued, you're making it hard for me. Just think about it. How can you show your sincerity? And besides, what can you do for our village? Huang San Yuan mysteriously replied, old leader, right now, I am holding a treasure map. He handed over a rolled-up piece of paper, neatly tied, and said, I wonder if this is enough to show my sincerity. Chang Dalei took the map and asked, what kind of treasure map is this? Butler Huang replied, it's a map that the city lord hid very carefully during his lifetime, which I buried before fleeing Rock City. 3 years ago, the Ring tribe invaded. They not only burned, killed, and raped, but after being repelled, they also managed to take many treasures. The things they couldn't carry away, they buried underground. This map is the one that shows the locations where the treasures were hidden. Chang Dalei unrolled the map to examine it and asked, what are these points on here? Huang San Yuan replied, I don't know. Chang Dalei felt irritated. What? You don't know? Huang San Yuan calmly answered, of course not. If anyone had known, wouldn't they have dug everything up by now? Chang Dalei thought to himself, there's not a single word on this, let alone where the mountains are or the terrain. Only a fool would believe it. He spoke aloud. This map still lacks a bit of sincerity. Butler Huang, if you want to quickly join our village, you'll need to prove your worth a little more. Chang Dalei continued. I remember now. There are a few troublesome matters near the village. I'll assign them to you. Consider it a trial. If you can solve them, I will gladly welcome you to join us. Huang San Yuan silently sighed in hardship. In such chaotic times, is it really that difficult to rob in the forest? He asked. What is it? Chang Dalei replied. It's like this. The last time we ambushed you, I ended up getting more than 10 horses. Huang San Yuan continued. What I mean is, those horses have suddenly become surplus. Don't we need to handle them? In my opinion, the sooner we deal with this, the better. I wonder if the old leader has connections with merchants in the Fallen Leaf City, and if not, maybe you can sell them to the mountain bandits around here. Shang Dalei let out an "oh" sound and happily said, "That's actually a good idea." Strategist, oh, did you hear that? Xiu Shenji, who was nearby, responded, "I'm still listening." Xu Shenjia raised his hand to support his forehead and said, "Your idea turned out to be exactly the same as mine, but I was about to say that myself. I didn't expect you to say it first. This is what they call great minds thinking alike." Shang Dalei stepped forward, placed a hand on Huang Sanhuang's shoulder, and praised him. "You did well. I feel like you'll be a full-fledged member soon. Keep it up." Huang Sanyuan felt somewhat complicated inside. All this inexplicable feeling of excitement. What is this? He happily nodded and said, "Yes." The next morning, at the horse pen of Feihu's camp, Gao Feihu looked at the injured horse and said to the second master, "My horse is injured. It can no longer be ridden, it can only be used for plowing. Don't be too upset. In the future, we will find a much better one, 100 times better." He responded, "What's wrong? Does the boss want to give me his horse?" This brotherly bond really touches my heart. Jiao Feihu awkwardly replied, "I just want to say you're being too delusional." At that moment, the village gate echoed with the sound of good news. Good news, good news. He immediately turned to ask the boss, could it be that someone is attacking the village? Gao Feihu walked toward the gate and said, "Let's go out and see." Seeing that the notice had been posted, Sui, Shek Galei, and Lin Xiaoyu ran toward the bushes. Lin Xiaoyu whispered, "Old leader, they're here." Cheng Dalai quietly asked, "Have you finished posting yours?" Lin Xiaoyu replied, "It's all done. What about you?" Cheng Dalai nodded, "Okay, let's go. Jaim village is next." When the group from Feihu's camp stepped outside, they saw many notices posted on the trees. One person spoke up and asked, "What's that up there?" "Old leader, hurry up and take it down to read." "Right, quickly check what it is." The notice contained good news. Good news, are you still troubled because you don't have a horse to ride? Maybe you're still feeling down in the dumps seeing your friends laughing as they ride horses while you can only walk. Without a horse in the martial world, no girl will even look at you. Action speaks louder than words. Those who are quicker than you already have horses and beautiful girls riding behind them, galloping across the hills. And you, what are you waiting for? Attention 1. Bringing this ticket can get you an 8% discount. Attention 2. The promotion lasts until the end of the event season. Seeing these suspicious matters, Gao Feihu thought to himself, the handwriting is sloppy, the writing is all over the place, and why am I so excited about this? When he saw second master tearing the paper down, Gao Feihu frowned and said, "Lao, what are you doing? Why tear it down?" Lao pointed at the paper and excitedly said, "Boss, it's a discount." The mountain bandits on Kin New Mountain quickly heard the news and filled out the list to welcome mountain bandits like the Doghead, Wild Boar, and Apricot Blossom, all discussing this. People everywhere are paying attention to it, so shouldn't we go and see what they're up to? Cheng Dalei and the group waited for a long time, and Xu Shenji finally spoke up and asked, "Is anyone coming?" Dalei shook his head. "Not sure. To see the effect of the propaganda, it needs some time to ferment." Dalei's subordinate was deep in thought, harboring doubts. Could my new boss be like that young man Xuanzhe, cursed with bad luck, always running into crazy people? Ling pointed in a direction and called out to everyone, "They're here." In the distance, a group of people riding horses were charging toward them. Dalei urged, "Quickly, everyone, get ready, don't let anything go wrong." The group from Dayang shouted, "Open the gate, I want to buy horses." Dalei gave the order, "Kin Man, prepare to send them off." Kin Man immediately raised his bow and aimed it at the group. The Dayang people were frightened. "Don't you even care about us?" Gao Feihu also spoke up. "We work with principles, old leader, no need for rash actions. This time, we really are here to buy horses." Dalei smiled. "Don't worry, Butler Vuong. Please introduce them to everyone." Upon receiving the order, the butler quickly got to work. "This time, we are using a ball auction to conduct the transaction." Jiao Feihu was confused. "What does that mean?" The butler continued. "What's a ball auction? Let me explain right away. Do you see the curtain on this door? On the other side of the curtain, there is a shadow of a person. The person leading the horse. The butler explained. Each auction is for one horse. Every time, we will bring the horse behind this curtain, and everyone will bid based on the silhouette of the horse. The highest bidder will win the horse. The crowd murmured angrily. So, are you saying we won't even see a single hair of the horse? What if you bring out a lame horse? Also, what if you secretly switch the horse? Dale shouted. Quiet down. If you keep talking, I'll let you taste thunder. The crowd immediately fell silent. Dale nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Butler Huang continued. The butler cleared his throat and continued. We definitely won't cheat. In fact, the light can pass through this curtain. So anything that happens after this, everyone will be able to see, just not clearly enough to tell what the horse is like. In the end, whether the horse is good or bad depends on each person's luck. Just think, you could buy a horse at an incredibly low price, but the opposite could also happen. It's essentially like gambling. If no one has any other objections, then the auction will begin. Please, let's see the first horse. Starting bid is 1 bag of food. No one in the crowd spoke. Xu Shenji anxiously asked, Old leader, what should we do? No one dares to bid. Even Dalai broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that this is a bit too much? At that moment, a woman stepped forward, smiling. Old leader Cheng really knows how to play. Today, I'll come here to lead the way. I offer a bag of beans. The others looked at her and murmured, A beauty. Xu Shenji explained to Dalai. This is the white wolf of apricot blossom. The woman who had been smiling just now drew her sword and shouted, What are you looking at? Go home and look at your mother. Dare to look again, and I'll cut off your little toy and throw it to the dogs. The group broke into a cold sweat. We were just congratulating the Bat Yang family. You can easily get a horse. We truly envy you. In their hearts, they looked down on her. A bag of beans, what kind of horse could that possibly buy? Not even enough for a saddle. Butler Wong announced. Transaction successful. The first horse belongs to the Bat Yang family of Warrior Lin. The horse is being delivered. The horse that was brought out was extremely strong. The people outside sighed in regret. Isn't that the horse I've been longing for day and night? If not, should I just steal it? The white wolf threatened. What? Did you ask if my sword agrees first? After saying that, she thrust the sword into her chest, then took out a piece of paper and asked Dalai, You said a 20% discount before. Is it still valid? Dalai checked the paper and nodded. A gentleman's word is his bond. He will never deceive the old or the young, of course. It still holds validity. Butler Huang returned 20 pounds of beans to the Bai Yang family. The white wolf jumped onto the horse and replied, A very good action. She turned to speak to the group behind. My sister, let's go. Dalai watched their figures. And this horse? Hakshu Shenjie interrupted him. The horse has been sold. No regrets now. Dalai ignored his words, his face turning red. Really, it's too white, and the chest too. Seeing that someone had succeeded, the others immediately began to murmur, all eager to get a good horse at a good price. This made Dalai happy, as this sale could now enter the right track. He turned to ask Xu Shenjie, Strategist Taksu, could you tell me about the white wolf? Xu Shenji nodded. I can. The white wolf, I understand. Before she ascended the mountain, she trained in martial arts at home, and since she was young, she had mastered the art of throwing darts. Down the mountain, she was originally engaged, but before the marriage, her fiancé had died. Afterward, she married a spirit tablet. Because of this, the white wolf was regarded as an unknown person. Everyone said she was no different from a widow, and thus, in her husband's family, she endured much humiliation. One night, her father-in-law wanted to climb into her bed. She stabbed him to death with a single blow, and then ran to the apricot blossom to rob. Dalai was astonished. So, are you saying that the mountain bandits at Apricot Blossom are all women? Butler Wong replied, the background of the mountain bandits at Apricot Blossom and the white wolf is not much different. Some are widows whose husbands have died. Some are women abandoned by their in-laws. Dalai sighed. Why didn't you tell me such important news earlier? From now on, I must get close to Apricot Blossom, form a village brotherhood, and help each other. Butler Huang gave him a side glance. There are people from Kin New Mountain who want to harm Apricot Blossom, but they view men as trash. I advised the old leader not to have such intentions. As they were talking, a quarrel broke out from behind. I'm not satisfied. I won't accept this. You are intentionally setting me up. No, this time doesn't count. You purposely gave me a blind horse. Butler Huang rebutted. Once the price is set, there's no turning back. I tried to stop him earlier. Dalei stepped forward and asked, What's going on? The butler answered, I tried to stop him, but he was like a cramping mouse, insisting on pricing a blind horse. The buyer of the horse was furious. Earlier, I saw the camp was blocking me, and I thought for sure it was a good horse, trying to hide it. Now you're raising the price like crazy. What a scam. It's the same old trick. He thought for a moment, then angrily said, Old leader, this is really a trick to let go, and then catch. I don't know, but anyway, this time doesn't count. How can my few dozen bags of food be exchanged for a blind horse? Butler Huang was confused. Dalei spoke up. This matter was agreed upon beforehand. Everyone has agreed to it. If second master feels that it doesn't count, then none of us here will count it. If our rights are affected, of course everyone will oppose it. A true man, once he has spoken, cannot go back on his word. Regret is not an option. This can only be due to bad luck on one's part. Jiao Fei who gave the order. Give them the provisions. We are leaving. The other person could only fume with anger. Consider yourselves clever. Remember this, take 2 portions off for me. Saying that, he handed out a discount coupon. Seeing that these people had left, Butler Huang called out again. Old leader, continue. He said, in the end, each horse was sold for around 8 bags. A total of 76 horses were sold, exchanging for 500 bags of food, weapons, and other things. 1 bag of food is about 50 kilograms, so 500 bags is around 2,500 kilograms. For the camp, this is a significant amount. Toad Village has never had this much food. Now the provisions and grains are stacked high. Everywhere there is flour and black beans. Dalei, with a sigh in his heart, said, War is truly the quickest way to get rich. These 25,000 caddies of grain, if we want to grow it, who knows how long it would take. I remember once, after defeating Han Xuanzhe, there was a lottery reward from the system. The weather is good today. Let's check the results tonight. On the other side, a voice complained irritably, Stop beating around the bush. Jiao Feihu's men, seeing their boss struggling with the blind horse, spoke up. Can't you get off and lead the horse? Jiao Feihu replied, No, I have to at least ride it. If I get off, people will think I'm taking the carriage. One of his men muttered, This situation really makes me want to recite a poem. Jiao Feihu interrupted, Shut up, with your education, you want to recite a poem. His junior brother then asked, Boss, do you really think that people can create thunder? Jiao Feihu answered, I've heard it's possible. We've seen it with our own eyes, though it could be fake. We'll wait for strategist Fu to come back. He's well-versed and will surely know. In the distance, a naive voice asked, Father, do you think there are really immortals in this world? The elder replied, Why wouldn't there be? Otherwise, how could the 2 horses at Lai's house have come by? It must be from the immortals. After the doghead bought 2 horses from the running toad and brought them back to the village, rumors started circulating that the Kid New Mountain had immortal beings who gave away horses. The old leader, feeling disheartened, said, But we've been standing here for so long and haven't seen any immortal yet. His father advised him, Wait a moment, this thing requires sincerity. At that moment, there was a noisy sound, left and right. Lai Zhuang quickly ran over and boasted to them, You all go up and watch me perform. Meanwhile, Jiao Feihu's group comforted him, Lao don't be upset. Let's go home, cook a few dishes, and have some drinks. Lao sadly asked, Boss, do you think anyone would want to buy the 2 horses I'm selling? Jiao Feihu shook his head. I don't think anyone is foolish enough like you. Lai Zhuang suddenly appeared, but somehow he tripped and fell backward. He was terrified. Master, please spare my life. Jiao Feihu's group looked at him in confusion. Who are you? Lai Zhuang spoke up. Master, we are poor people from the mountain below. Do these people have wheat that needs harvesting? If you have horses, you can lend us one. Even 20 would do. Lao angrily retorted. What did you say? I just got tricked into losing several bags of food, and now you want my horses, even dozens of them. Who exactly are you to come here and provoke me? Lai Zhuang, trembling, begged for mercy. "Master, please spare us. We are all poor people and have nothing on us." Gale Fei Hu realized something and said, "This seems to be Lai Zhuang, the boss of the village. Brother, you once stepped into his territory. This guy had many guards. We didn't dare to make a move. But today, he came into the mountains by himself." Lao continued, "It must be because I've done many good deeds, and the gods have shown mercy on me. This is a blessing. Brothers, shine again. Let him go home and get the money." That night, Dale snapped his fingers and called, "System, come here. It's time for the prize draw." The system responded, "Coming." Dale eagerly looked at the prize machine. "System, what I want isn't much. A cannon, a tank, a helicopter would be even better." The system seemed to be deep in thought, as if it was a bit stuck. "Wait a minute." Saying that, she shook the machine. But it didn't work. The system got angry. "Wasn't it just a mistake once? How dare you make the old lady take action?" Then the system punched the machine hard, the force causing a ball inside to fly out. The trajectory landed perfectly on Dale's face. As soon as it touched the ground, the ball automatically opened, congratulating him on winning a primary village defense map. Dale was stunned. This prize is different from the last time. Building a village is something that must be done. Before, the village only had 5 people and nothing else. Others all wanted to rob them, he said. But now it's different. The village has 25,000 pounds of food. Moreover, it's in the stronghold of the Kin New Mountain Bandits. Now, who knows how many people are drooling, staring at the toad. Right now, I am just a small mountain bandit, waiting for the chaotic times to arrive, when heroes will compete for the world. How can there be a place for us? Dale spoke up and asked, "Butler Huang, your knowledge is vast. If the village wants to expand its population, where do you think we could recruit from?" The butler hesitated and replied, "This is very difficult to calculate." Dale pressed, "Why is it difficult? Tell me." The butler explained, "The people of the kingdom can usually be divided into 4 classes. Has the master ever heard of this classification?" Dale was confused. "How are these 4 classes divided?" The butler continued, "The first class is naturally the lay family, founded in 220, who hold all the power. They don't need to work because they are supported by the kingdom. The second class is the nobility, which includes prominent families, city lords, and wealthy merchants. The third class is the common people, which includes landowners, influential figures, rural people, and small traders. The fourth class is the destitute, which includes farmers, refugees, and slaves." Dale continued, "So what kind of group are mountain bandits?" The butler replied, "Mountain bandits have no rank. They could be said to occupy the lowest tier. The kingdom basically does not recognize mountain bandits as citizens of the kingdom. They are even more despised than refugees, slaves, or beggars. Ordinary people, when pushed to the edge, might choose death rather than become mountain bandits. If a family has a mountain bandit in it, the shame will bring dishonor to their entire lineage." Dale sighed. "So mountain bandits are such a despicable existence." Butler Huang, "I am planning to build a wall around and have it encircle the area, reinforcing the outer perimeter and strengthening the defensive infrastructure." The butler nodded. "That would be good, but we don't have enough manpower." Dale replied, "I've thought about this, and I've come up with a solution. Let's see how the defensive infrastructure I've designed works." Looking at the design, the butler couldn't help but exclaim, "This was all done by the old leader." Dale hesitated in his heart, but more or less, he could say it was his own work. Thinking this, he nodded enthusiastically. The butler suddenly knelt down, saying, "The old leader is truly talented. I, Guang San Yuan, will definitely do my utmost to assist." Dale continued, "As for the tails, I have a way. If we don't have enough people, we'll take them from other villages." The butler hesitated. "Old leader, this might not." Dale continued, "How to handle it specifically, we will discuss the plan together later. If it's not possible, the village still has some explosives. You should go back first, with strategist Kexu to prepare for this. I still need to survey the terrain of the village." After the butler left, Dale looked around. The positions of the cliffs are different. From above, observing the local positions of the toad camps, it can only be described as a mess. It seems that the person who first built the toad camps must have built them wherever they thought of, adding whatever was lacking. All of these things will be overthrown and rebuilt in this renovation plan. The system suddenly notified him that he had successfully discovered the Toad Camp. Reward: a map of the Toad Camp imprint in the brain. Dale was secretly pleased. What does this mean? In the future, whenever I search for a place, I will be able to obtain the map of that location. This is indeed not a bad piece of intelligence. At the Feihu camp, while he was still grilling meat, there was a very sharp shout. Good news! Good news! He broke into a sweat. Not this sound again. I have a bad feeling about this. Lao Er ran over and said, Old leader, let's go outside and take a look. The group of people looked up at the notice, and his subordinates urged, Old leader, quickly read it to us. What's written on it? Gel Feihu reminded. Everyone doesn't need to rush. I will read it out for everyone. On the notice, it was written that Dale was recruiting talent, and there were even great terms like riding the best horses and sleeping with the most beautiful women. Lauer sneered. Riding the best horses, sleeping with the most beautiful women. This phrase is really great, and the grammar isn't bad either. Zhao Feihu was furious. Damn it, I've never seen anyone so thick-skinned and shameless like this. So brazen, and yet he managed to steal people from our Feihu camp. No way, take my sword, I'm going to find him and settle this. At this moment, Lao Er was still caught up in the allure of Dale's offer. He seemed to sense the killing intent and hurriedly advised, Boss, calm down. Zhao Feihu angrily said, How can I calm down? This is clearly someone coming to our door to bully us. Lao Er suggested, Let's wait for strategist Xu to return, have a drink to calm down. Zhao Feihu then grabbed the wine bottle and drank it down in one gulp. The people from his village were now restless. Do you think it's true? If we go, will we get weapons? Will there be those delicious white cakes? Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. How about we go try our luck? Lao Er suddenly smiled. Boss, I've got an idea. Didn't he want to steal people from us? Let's use his plan against him. Send a few brothers over there to eat his food, drink his wine, and if there's a chance, directly take over the Toad Camp. Boss, what do you think? Don't you think my idea is good? Gel Feihu at this moment finally regained his senses and looked at him. It's not that, it's just that I didn't expect to know this tactic of using a strategy to counter another strategy. On the street, there was a young man wandering about. His name was Zhou Xiaoshu, a servant of the Feihu camp. His parents were mountain bandits, and thus he was born into that life. The life of mountain bandits was not actually that good. People say they drink wine and eat meat, but Zhou Xiaoshu had not eaten meat for several years. The crops had been poor these past 2 years, and there were many times when they lost everything they planted. When there was no food, everyone had to go into the forest to dig wild vegetables to eat. Today, he came with the second master to join the Toad Camp, and in his heart he thought, Are they trying to recruit me into their group? The second master had said this was a plan within a plan, but honestly, he didn't understand much. He only heard the old leaders say it. People from many villages had arrived, and a man surnamed Wang was blocking the door, refusing to let anyone in. Everyone was lining up to enter, and when the second master tried to cut in line, he was chased back. The second master was often very playful. I don't know how to read, so I don't know what's written there. I just copied the person in front of me, drawing a circle on the paper. As a result, someone handed me a saw and told me to get to work. If I'm asked to work, then I'll work. The second master had no objections. He was assigned the task of chopping trees, while the second master himself was tasked with passing the wood. At noon, a very diligent young woman was working hard, and for lunch, they ate steamed dumplings. Seeing the dumplings, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Aren't these supposed to be eaten only during Tet? I remember last year I bought a bowl, and for several days afterward, I didn't want to eat any wild vegetables. The lunch today was indeed dumplings filled with wild vegetables, and inside there seemed to be meat as well. Zhu Xiaoshu himself had eaten 3 bowls, and he didn't expect that there would be a day when he couldn't keep up with the dumplings. In the past, during Tet, he only ate more than 2, and his father had already scolded his mother. In the evening, the camp's food supply even handed out 5 kilograms of grain. After returning to the village, everyone, hearing about today's events, doubted that the words he said were true. It was said that someone suggested to the old leader that they wanted to leave, saying things were going so well, and that they shouldn't let them leave. Was the old leader being unfair? They were making such a fuss, and Xiao Shu sighed. I can't go tomorrow. A good thing like this can't always be mine. But in cases where it's really not possible, I'll go steal 5 kilograms of grain for a day, and then we won't have to worry during the winter. My parents haven't had steamed buns in almost a year. The harvest this year hasn't been very good. The heavens haven't given rain for a long time. I've thought too much, so I'll just sleep now. That night, when everyone had fallen asleep, Lao confided in Gao Fei Hu. Boss, honestly, they really make it well. The seasoning is just right. I even added some of their salt by hand. No one will notice. Gao Fei Hu, while eating, glanced at him and said, "Is the purpose of letting you go do this? My main concern is the 5 thunder spell of Chang Dalei. Have you figured anything out today?" Lao shook his head. No, he hasn't shown up all day. Jiao Fei Hu continued. Then let's continue tomorrow. Bring a few more people. We must find out the inside story of Dalei. Lao nodded happily. I also want to go early tomorrow. I won't eat breakfast tomorrow. I'll eat more of their food. Boss, do you want to go? The food is all white bread. Jiao Fei Hu was angry. The number of people on the second day is several times more. There were about 1,000 people on the first day. Wang San Yuan is truly a master. The steward who once controlled an entire city. Even 1,000 people are being commanded in an orderly manner. Some are building walls with stones. Some are digging clay bricks. And some are cutting down large trees on the slopes. The whole village is lively from early morning. On Su Yi's side, she was very irritated. What are you doing here? Dalai calmly responded, maintaining an air of mystery. Now everyone outside says that I have learned the 5 thunder spell with immortals, that I spend every day in my room breathing and cultivating the wood eternal life. If I go outside often, they'll see me. Even a master has to go to the bathroom. What should I do? The idolization would collapse. Su Di asked again, so why do you have to stay in my room? Dalai calmly and reasonably replied, because you're beautiful. Su Yi pouted, unable to argue back. Dalai smiled, don't be mad. Staying here like this is boring, right? In our entire village, you're the only one who's beautiful. Su Di huffed, you're talking nonsense. Outside, everyone was still working hard. When they saw Kin Man carrying a huge log, they exclaimed, Boss, do your shoulders have 340,000 pounds of strength? Kin Man gave a wry smile. Why make such a fuss? Someone pointed to the stone in front of them and said, Boss Kin, show us your hand strength. Let us broaden our horizons. Kin Man nodded. Then let's see. He then lifted the stone in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Boss Kin, this stone must weigh about 450,000 pounds. Please be careful. Without saying a word, Kin Man lifted it into the air. Everyone was astonished and in awe. You really are a god descended to earth. Lifting the stone, his strength had surpassed 500 pounds. After a while, Kin Man put the stone down and humbly said, It's nothing. I'm not the strongest person in this village. My strength isn't even half of what old leader had when he left me. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Dalai observed everything from a distance, smiling. All right, it's my turn to perform now. After speaking, he also stepped outside. Su Yi couldn't help but feel curious and observed the crowd outside in excitement. The old leader is here. The old leader is here. Kin Man challenged. Old leader, let's arm wrestle. Dalai reproached. Arm wrestle? Get to work. Kin Man appeared upset. Old leader, do you look down on me? Watch this. Saying that, he threw a punch aimed at Dalai. However, he was easily blocked. Then, Dalai increased the force of his punch, making Kin Man's body tremble. Their eyes met, and Dalai threw him far away. The throw caused Kin Man to fall into a pile of wood. Dalai approached and asked with concern, Are you all right? Kin Man struggled to get up, replying, I'm fine. Thank you for sparing me, old leader. Dalai extended his hand to help him, but he reminded him, All right, don't be so impulsive in the future. Today, I only used 60% of my strength, otherwise, you would have been seriously injured. Everyone watching was astonished. That was only 60% of his strength? At that moment, Butler Huang rushed over and reminded, Everyone, start working. You guys don't have any important tasks. Break this stone to use for building the wall. Looking at the massive stone before them, everyone felt disheartened. This stone must weigh more than 10,000 pounds. Who can break it? Why don't you try, Butler Huang? Or how about old leader Chang? Isn't his strength like that of a dragon? Pick it up and throw it down. Butler Huang turned to look at Dale. Old leader, this stone is troubling you. He nodded. Such a small matter, and you still trouble me. Step back, I have divine technique. Saying that, he formed a seal with his hands, and as soon as he finished muttering, the stone exploded. Everyone was frightened. Dale waved his hand. In the future, don't bother me with such trivial matters. Why are you all still standing there instead of working? Everyone quickly got to work. When Dale was about to leave, Butler Huang called out, Old leader, wait a moment. That afternoon in Su Yi's room, Dale clutched his body, screaming in pain. Su Yi sighed. What's wrong with you? Dale sweated profusely and replied, twisting his waist. Not long after, the entire construction was completed, and the Toad Camp was fully illuminated, divided into many orderly sections. The outermost area was the defense zone, with walls made of stones, and watchtowers were placed on top of the walls. As long as an enemy approached, anyone could keep watch and be alert in the shortest time from above. Behind the defense zone was the arena, a place to provide reinforcements in case the enemy suddenly surrounded and attacked. After the arena was the work area, which included essential spaces, such as a meeting room, a place to house horses for iron working, and a pharmacy. In addition, next to the horse pens, public toilets were also built. The toilets were located near the fertilizer production area, which was also quite important. After the working area is the living area, which includes housing, kitchens, wells, armory, and food storage. Dale and Butler Huang stood on the platform and chatted with each other. The trees outside had been chopped down, and the ground was almost level. This was a trap designed by Boss Kin, which included horse traps, horse ropes, and could also trap wild boars. More than 50,000 units of food in the village had been used up, leaving only a little over 1 kilogram. However, there weren't many people in the village, so this was not a big concern. After hearing this, Dale instructed, Butler Huang, you should go back and arrange accommodations for the others, and organize the food for use. During this time, we need to store food in preparation for recruiting people. The butler happily accepted the order. When the butler left, the system spoke up. The village construction is complete. The reward is a plot of ripe chili peppers. System evolution. Dale was astonished. A plot of ripe chili peppers as a reward? This reward is too much for nothing. He turned around and was startled by the appearance of the girl in front of him. System, who are you? The system chuckled. Every time the village completes the construction of the terrain design, it allows me to grow. Move forward, brave young man. You must become the king of the mountain bandits and accept a new task. Complete 10 robberies. 1 out of 10 has been completed. At Fei Hu's camp, Gale Fei Hu was drinking while listening to Lao Er recount. At that time, you didn't see it. He grunted, and that big stone exploded. Honestly, we were all scared. That Chang Dale must know that the thunder spell is incredibly powerful. Gale Fei Hu turned to strategist Xu and asked, What do you think about this? He replied, That stone was something I picked up from the dangerous gorge. It was the residue of explosives. Nothing to do with the 5 thunder spell. You've all been tricked by him. Gale Fei Hu pondered, explosives. Strategist Hu explained, It's like the powder used in bamboo firecrackers, only more powerful. Even though it's quite rare outside, and with Kin New Mountain being so far, it's not surprising they wouldn't know about it. Gale Fei Hu asked again, So you're saying, We've been tricked. Strategist Hu nodded, Exactly. Lao Er was also stunned, then turned and asked, No thunderspell. Strategist Taku shook his head, No. Gale Fei Hu, enraged, smashed the wine jar. Damn it, now I'm going to lead people to attack the Toad Camp, and they dare to trick me. Strategist Hu immediately stopped him. Old leader, don't be hasty. The toads are here. They won't run off. No need to rush. Gale Fei Hu replied irritably, but the anger inside him was hard to bear. Strategist Shu smiled and said, It's only a matter of time. For now, there is a big business opportunity, and as for us, we'll handle the Toad Camp matter later. Elsewhere, Dale sank into deep thought, currently facing 3 tasks. The person is temporarily unreachable. The task of robbing can be assigned to Qin Man and Lin Xiao Yu to complete. The last task is to use non-violent methods to make Su Yi waver and complete the second phase of the robbery, which is to take over the camp mistress. The first task is so numerous that if completed, the rewards will definitely be plentiful. Facing a beautiful woman, the best approach is definitely not to rob her in the lair. Isn't it all about building affection? Didn't that play many games with beautiful girls before? Was that all in vain? With that, he happily ran off. A sweet voice echoed in the village. Su-yi, my brother is calling you. Su-yi froze, looking at Dale. She didn't say a word and turned away without responding. In Dale's heart, confusion arose. Her reaction is off. Could it be that the storyline isn't like this? Su-yi should have shyly asked who I was calling, and I would have answered, Cheng Dale is calling Su-yi. At that moment, the scene would have been so sweet. The plan failed, but I'm not afraid. I still have countless plans and countless tricks. Thus, Dale actively appeared before Su-yi, using his usual flirting tricks. However, every time, Su-yi never responded. Lines of poetry, such as there are plenty of good people in the world, but you are the most important, were even thrown at her in a pile of papers. Each piece was a confession of love. Suddenly, Dale appeared in front of her and recited the lines. There once was a sincere love before my eyes, and I didn't cherish it. Only when I lost it did I feel regret. The most painful thing in life is to miss out. If heaven could give me one more chance, I would tell that girl 3 words. Before he could finish, Su-yi interrupted, Are you sick lately? Seeing that she was completely unmoved, Dale felt discouraged. Before he could recover, strategist Hekshu rushed in anxiously. Old leader, something's wrong. Xiao Ling has been poisoned. Dale was worried. What? Take me to see her quickly. Xiao Ling's body lay on the bed, trembling. Dale rushed in urgently. Xiao Ling. She whispered to him. Old leader, I'm afraid it's too late. Dale asked. What happened to her? How was she poisoned? Strategist Hekshu replied. She was picking mushrooms on the mountain, saw a red fruit on a tree, ate one, and as a result, her mouth burned and her whole body started sweating. He sighed with sadness. This silly girl was just greedy. Laner, don't be afraid. I will definitely find a way to cure you. Dale looked at the basket of fruit and asked, What poisonous fruit has she eaten? Strategist Hekshu looked at the fruit he was holding and said, It's this one. This foolish girl. Dale was puzzled. This is a chili. Strategist Hekshu was confused. Could it be that you know this poisonous fruit? Dale explained, This isn't a poisonous fruit. It's called chili, a type of vegetable that can also be used as a spice in cooking. It's just very spicy. She got scared, but all she needs to do is drink a lot of water. At this point, he suddenly thought to himself, Wait a minute, why don't they know what chili is? Historically, did chili ever come to this country during the late Ming dynasty? The Qing dynasty doesn't recall. I must confirm this. He held the chili towards Su-yi and asked, Do you know what this fruit is? Su-yi was confused. What flavor does this mountain fruit have? Is it sweet? Dale shook his head. No, it's spicy. Do you think we could sell this fruit for a good price? Su-yi thought for a moment and replied, I've never eaten it before. Dale was delighted. Try it, we can have a long-term partnership in the future. In his mind he thought, Su-yi has never seen a chili before, yet he can confirm that chili hasn't existed in the world yet. I remember in history, chili only came very late, but within a short time it spread across the country. Because of the reward system, I used this fruit thousands of years ago. And moreover, it was exclusive. Exclusive means monopoly, and monopoly means wealth. Perhaps this will become my first golden treasure fund. Su-yi had just tasted the food and couldn't stop drinking water. It's so spicy. Dale nodded approvingly. That's right, you've been kidnapped here for so many days. Why hasn't anyone come to rescue you? Don't you have anyone who needs you? Su-yi shot him an annoyed look. Dale smiled. Don't worry, even if the whole world turns its back on you, I will be by your side, turning my back on the whole world. A moment later, Lin Xiaoyu returned with the spoils. Old leader, I've brought the loot. Dale glanced at him and asked, So, what did you bring back today? Xiaoyu smiled, having caught a rabbit. And there's a young lady from Luyi City here to see you. The girl angrily shouted, What did you do to my young lady? Did you eat her? Dale was confused. A girl this small, how did she end up here in Qin Mountain? Su-yi gasped and exclaimed, Miss Yi. The two embraced each other, and Xiao Yi sobbed, Miss, you're still alive. They didn't eat you. It's really such a relief. Su Yi patted her head gently and said softly, "You've worked hard." Xiao Yi, the little girl, continued asking, "So did he humiliate sister?" Su Yi shyly refuted, hurriedly saying, "Stop talking nonsense, I'm fine." Cheng Dalei felt that something seemed to have happened to the Su family, so he called Wang Sen Yuan and Lin Xiaoyu to go investigate. He said to Lin Xiaoyu, "Today, he went down the mountain to guard, but in reality, he was robbing. It wasn't easy to find someone, and the person turned out to be a girl about 14 or 15 years old. According to what she said, she's Xiao Yi, a maid from the Su family, specifically coming to Qin New Mountain to find Su Yi. Xiao Yi was robbed, yet she wasn't afraid that Lin Xiaoyu was a mountain bandit. She was determined to climb the mountain to find Su Yi. Lin Xiaoyu initially thought he would take her back to Luyi City, but when Xiao Yi heard that Lin Xiaoyu came from the Toad Camp, she immediately refused, insisting on going with him to the village no matter what. Dalei and housekeeper Huang fell into deep thought. If it were any other pirate, they would have probably cried for help by now. Could this be the advantage of being handsome? Thinking of something, Dalei turned to ask the butler, "Do you think, if we work for the Su family, we should demand a ransom? Is there something we can ask for?" The butler hesitated. This would be very difficult to demand a ransom. The situation of the Su family is a bit complicated. How should I put this? The butler continued to explain. The owner of the 4C merchant is Su Sai Hai. He has no sons, but many daughters. Su Sai Hai is getting old, and only his daughters can inherit the family business. Among these daughters, Su Yi is the most qualified. But the problem is, Su Yi's mother passed away long ago, and currently, the one in charge is Su Sai Hai's concubine. Naturally, she wants her own daughter to inherit the family business, not Su Yi. I think she might want Su Yi to be taken out by the old leader. At this point, Su Yi interrupted. "Let me go. If you want a ransom, I have a way to bring the money to you." Dalei asked her, "Do you really want to go?" Su Yi looked at him in confusion. Dalei secretly blamed himself. "What am I saying?" Wang Sen Yuan has said, "A person who seeks a way to survive wouldn't choose to be a pirate." Besides, Su Yi is the young lady of the 4C merchant. Dalei was busy writing while saying, "Are you sure you can bring this over here? If you dare deceive me, don't forget that I'll eat you up." A moment later, he put down his pen. Su Yi checked the list of items. 500 units of grain, some cloth, paper, salt, alcohol, and a few books. She said, "Your mouth isn't as big as a lion's. Wait for me to finish the household matters, then I'll bring you double the amount you wrote here." Shortly after, the carriage was ready. Dalei instructed, "I can only bring it here. Fallen Leaf City is still 70 to 80 miles away, and the rest will be handled by Xiao Yu and Tam Guin. They'll take you there, and this time, they'll be the ones to send you off. I heard your family runs a tavern. I'm leaving you some chili peppers. Take them and see if you could sell them in the market." Su Yi paused, contemplating his words. In his heart, Dalei felt regret. "Today, we part ways. I don't know when I'll find another camp mistress as clear and pure as this. But I've tried everything, and still, I can't move her heart. Could her heart really be made of stone?" Then he stood up. It was getting late, and he prepared to mount his horse. After speaking, he walked past her. At the moment of parting, he recited a poem. Flowers bloom on the street but returned slowly with a soft tone, implying that the flowers had bloomed in a distant field, and one could both admire the flowers and slowly return home. Su Yi remained silent, unable to hold back any longer, and stopped his steps. "Wait, can we talk privately for a moment?" Somewhere nearby, after they reached a quiet spot, Dalei spoke up and asked, "What do you want to say to me?" Su Yi replied, "Over the past few days, you've said many sweet words to me, done a lot of things to make me happy. I don't know why you did it. Probably to make me like you. But I can tell which words are true, and which ones are fake. And everything you've done for me these past few days has been fake." Dalei did not respond. Su Yi continued, "If everything you give me is fake, how can you expect to exchange fake for real? Actually, whether you're sincere with me or not doesn't matter. Whether I'm sincere with you or not also doesn't matter." Dalei asked, "So what you want?" Su Yi replied, "Now we say goodbye, and who knows when we will meet again. I want to ask you one thing. Before we part ways, can you say something sincere to me?" Dalei was stunned. "Sincere? What does it mean to speak sincerely? How did I feel when I first saw her? A red dress like fire, skin as white as snow. You say she's Lin Dayo, but she's full of vitality. If she's Wang Zifeng, she still has the innocence that belongs to her age. At that moment, what was my truest feeling? Then he whispered into her ear, "The moment I saw you, I was frozen." The intense affection spread around them. It seemed as if all the heavens and earth could sense Da Lei's extreme embarrassment. Yet, Su Yi appeared confused. "What do you mean?" Da Lei was left speechless, unable to say anything. Su Yi scolded him. "Why are you blushing? What do you mean by that?" She pouted and turned her face away. "Forget it. Wait until we get back and ask someone else." Da Lei shouted, "No, if there's ever a chance in the future, I will tell you myself." He watched the carriage disappear in the distance, silently thinking. Su Yi is only 17 this year, and for someone her age, a kiss could already lead to pregnancy. Right, she's only 17, she doesn't have that much knowledge, and she shouldn't be so cold. In a girl's heart, there's always poetry. I've said so much, done so much, though it seems very foolish, very ridiculous. But could it be that Su Yi's heart is truly as deep as a ravine, and when I approach the mountain, there will be no response? I must have been deceived, and yet my task to complete Phase 2, robbing a wife, still hasn't been accomplished. On the carriage, Su Yi gazed out in deep thought, while Xiao Yi sat in a corner eating steamed buns, looking dazed. "Miss, I can't believe he actually let us go. You really scared me. Miss, are you troubled about something?" Su Yi had been silent all this time, her face flushed, and finally asked, "Xiao Yi, if a man says to you, 'It's hard now,' do you know what he means?" Xiao Yi was confused. Hard now? Does he mean it's tough? And just like that, they arrived at Fallen Leaf City. After seeing Su Yi off, Cheng Dalei began to arrange everything. First, in the warehouse of Toad Village, he found a heavy-duty bow system. Kid Man, seeing the massive item before him, was astonished. "Old leader, why is this killing weapon here?" Dalei ordered, "Kin brother, take this and bring it up to the lookout tower of the village." After setting up the bow, Cheng Dalei started researching how to grow chili peppers. First, before planting in pots, he dried the seeds. This was not difficult. He planted the seedlings in water pots first, and then later, he transplanted them into the soil. He followed each step carefully, dropping the seeds and then covering them up. Just as he finished, Ju strategist came over and said, "Old leader, next time we go raiding, I'll go with you." Dalei glanced at him and shook his head. "Cut out. Don't think I don't know you don't actually want to plant peppers." Under Kid New Mountain, Dalei leisurely rested beneath a tree when a figure approached and teased. "Village Master Chang, it's so hot, and you're still coming down the mountain to work personally?" Dalei glanced at her. "It's just a job. I'm always like this." "Little White Wolf, with such hot weather, does the White Wolf family still have time to come here? Are you looking for me?" White Wolf smiled. "Recently, there has been a huge business deal. Swallowing it alone might choke me. I wonder if village head Cheng would be interested." Dalei reminded her, "Let's talk once we get up the mountain." As they entered the camp, White Wolf was surprised to see many fruits. Dalei explained, "These are peppers picked from the side of Baiyang Mountain. You can take some back to the village and try planting them." He poured water for her and awkwardly said, "It's just well water. White Wolf, please forgive me." White Wolf, with such seriousness, wondered what kind of business it was. White Wolf replied, "In a month, it will be the 60th birthday of Yang Longting, the city lord of Yuzhou. At that time, there will be a gift from Qin New Mountain. If village head Chang is interested, we can collaborate to receive this gift." Ling brought the water and stared at her. "So big." Dalei thought for a moment. The empire has 13 prefectures, 108 cities, and Qin New Mountain is located to the north of Yuzhou. Yang Longting is the city lord of Yuzhou, so this gift must be from Xu Banchuan. White Wolf smiled. Xu Banchuan currently controls Black Rock City and is now figuring out how to tame the local forces. If he gets the support of the city lord of Yuzhou, his position will definitely be very stable, so this gift is certainly not small. She continued, "Moreover, the road from Black Rock City to Yuzhou must pass through Qin New Mountain. The Apricot Blossom Bandits have 50 people, all of whom can cooperate with Village Master Cheng. I came to see you because I want to witness the Five Thunder method of Village Master Chang. As long as we cooperate, this fat piece of meat will definitely be ours. Dale frowned. But the Five Thunder method is a divine power used to punish evil. How can it be used for something like this? White Wolf hesitated. So, does that mean Village Head Chang does not want to get involved in this matter? Dale responded, I can't make a decision right away. Let me think about it for a few days. White Wolf became annoyed. A real man should act when needed. To be so indecisive now. Maybe I misjudged you. Dale thought to himself. I also want to be angry, but doing so would definitely bring danger to Toad Village. White Wolf turned to leave. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Village Head Chang's refusal to cooperate doesn't mean that others will as well. Dale reminded her, White Wolf, take some chili peppers and plant them. When it's harvest time, would it be possible to trade 1 pound of peppers for 1 pound of food? White Wolf ignored him. Village Head Chang can plant them himself. That night, someone came to the camp. Zoo strategist, is Village Head Chang here? As soon as he saw Dale, he spoke up. Village Master Chang, I don't have any crops to plant at the Zoo Bandits family. Could you lend me some? Once harvested, I will return double. Dale thought to himself. The Zoo Bandits family seems to have only around 30-something people, but most of them are elderly and children, so there aren't enough people for farming. Could it be that they're so poor this year that they've run out of seeds? After thinking this, he spoke up and asked, Do you want grow chili peppers? The other person looked confused. Chili peppers? Dale explained, Our village is growing chili peppers. If you're interested, you could take some seeds. The yield and market demand for these peppers are better than other crops. After harvest, you can exchange 1 kilogram of chili peppers for 1 kilogram of food like wheat, soybeans, or millet. If you agree, you can go to Butler Huang to get the seeds. The other person happily ran off. This situation made Dale worried. These bandits aren't paying taxes, and they don't have any surplus. Could there be a famine this year? A few months later, Lin Xiaoyu and Wang Sanyuan returned from Fallen Leaf City. This time, they brought 2 pigs, more than a dozen chicks, as well as some essential supplies for the village like cloth, salt, paper, pens, and food. Around the Kin New Mountain, there were about 50 or 60 groups of bandits lurking in the forest within a 51-meter radius. The news about the birthday gift had spread throughout Kin New Mountain. Many bandits were trying to get their hands on it. Everyone was eager not to miss out on this gift. While all the factions were hastily preparing, Cheng Dale spent his time raising chickens, planting vegetables, and also going down the mountain to investigate robberies. Cheng Dale, Kid Man, and Lin Xiaoyu took turns carrying out tasks down the mountain every day. Over the past 10 or so days, they had completed 5 out of 10 of their missions. Most of the robberies involved small traders, and sometimes they would just casually pick up a few buttons or miscellaneous items from them, which were still counted as theft. Occasionally, they even had to help these people safely leave the mountain. Cheng Dale really couldn't bring himself to harm innocent people. Tan Wu asked in confusion, Old leader, does this count as robbery? Dale replied with a sigh, We're too poor. I can't bear to act. It would be better if we ran into a rich person. Down the mountain, someone was hurrying, shouting, Brother, wait for me. Don't go so fast. While everything is going well in Yuzhou, come here. I'm afraid you and I are about to face some trouble. The young man said enthusiastically, If we don't go out, how will we know what's happening in the world? Stay in Yuzhou City. All you see is beautiful landscapes. The young woman retorted, What's so great about this desolate place? I heard there are bandits here. Don't tell me you're planning to become a bandit yourself. The young man countered, What's so scary about bandits? If they dare to come, I'll dare to fight. I'll make my own way. While you were speaking, Dale flew out from a thicket of trees. He stomped hard on the ground, startling them. The young man who had been so eager earlier now shouted loudly, A thief! A thief! Dale threatened, Men, stand on the left. Women, stand on the right. He looked at the girl dressed in men's clothing and said, You, stand in the center. The young man drew his weapon to protect her. I'm here, there's no need to be afraid. Dale also pulled out his sharp axe. The young man started comparing Dale's axe with his own sword and realized that his opponent was stronger. Immediately, he surrendered, leaving everyone stunned. He didn't forget to pat his sister's head and said, This is my sister. She was born a stunning beauty. Take her and let me go. The young girl, bewildered, asked, "Are you selling me?" The young man patted her head and comforted her. "Sister, I still have a great future ahead of me. You make a small sacrifice, and I will always remember you." The young girl angrily replied, "Who needs you to remember and pay tribute? You're a bastard." Dalai helplessly interrupted, "What are your names?" The girl spoke up, "I'm Li Wan'er, and he's Lai Xingzai." Dalai asked further, "What do you do?" Lai Xingzai replied, "I write poetry." Dalai sighed in frustration. "Great, a poor poet." He hesitated and asked, "A poet, huh?" Lai Xingzai dreamily nodded. "Exactly, my dream is to travel around the world, writing exceptional poems that will be passed down through the ages." Dalai was confused. "Why do you need to go to so many places?" Lai Wan'er looked at the scene before her, astonished. Could this be the legendary Toad Village? Dalai was surprised. Where does the legend even begin? Lai Xingzai looked at him and asked, "Could it be that you are the Toad leader? Did you defeat the soldiers of Black Rock City, leaving them without a single piece of armor, with the strength of just 5 men?" Dalai scratched his ear. "Is my reputation really that big now?" Lai Wan'er looked at him in fear. "The legend says that you eat meat and drink human blood every meal, and that you capture us to take us up the mountain. Don't tell me you plan to eat us." Dalai was puzzled. "Do I really look like a cannibal?" Wan'er immediately nodded, which made Dalai angry. "All right, let me tell you a few rules. While you're here, we won't fight or imprison you, but the Kin New Mountain is full of bandits. If you're confident that you can get out of here, then go ahead." Wan'er was horrified. "Then why are you keeping us here? Do you really want?" Dalai ignored them and turned away to arrange some tasks. "Aren't you a poet? Write down everything you hear. Once you're done, I'll take you out of Kin New Mountain." 2 strategists provided them with paper and pens and arranged a room for them. Then, the 2 of them returned to their rooms. Wan'er, confused, asked, "Brother, why did you deliberately stay here? Your swordsmanship has been praised by Master." Lai Xingzai laughed. "Don't you think this village is quite interesting?" Wan'er, irritated, replied, "I don't see anything interesting about this place." Lai Xingzai, amused, said, "This is the first time I've encountered mountain bandits, and it seems there's something else going on in this village as well. Come here and grind the ink. Since I'm a poet, let me compose a poem now." On Dalai's side, the steward spoke to him. "Have you heard the news? The convoy escorting the gift will pass through Kin New Mountain in about 10 days. This information has been spread by several other villages. This time, Suban Chun has assigned Lu Heng to escort it." Dalai asked, "Lu Heng, what do you know about him?" The steward answered, "Lu Heng is nearly 30 this year, uses a good staff, has no father or mother, no relatives, an orphan, adopted by Suban Chun. He doesn't know anyone in the world, only knows that Suban Chun is a formidable figure." Dalai nodded. "He must be a formidable person. Otherwise, Suban Chun wouldn't have sent him. What are the other villages planning to do to rob it?" The steward responded, "Nothing too special. Attacking at night, poisoning, and ambushing along the road. Anyway, everyone has their own way of doing things. Old leader, are we really not going to get involved?" Dalai shook his head. "The dogs are fighting among themselves, and Toad Village only has a little bit of skill. To compete with others, we need to have enough qualifications." The relentless feeling of Kin New Mountain filled the air. In the room, Lai Xingzai stood outside and shouted loudly, "Wan'er, wake up, I have something good to show you." Wan'er, irritated, complained, "Brother, can you stop making that creepy face? You're making me think you stole some woman's clothes again." Lai Xingzai forced a smile. "Well, can we not bring up the past? Come on, I have something interesting to show you." As they reached a lakeside, Wan'er asked, confused, "Brother, what is this? Is it something you use while bathing? Do you bathe outside?" Lai Xingzai shook his head. "No, the important thing is under this lake." Mineral water flowed down from the mountain, leading into the lake. The surface was covered with thatch, preventing insects from flying in, and there were pebbles and charcoal in the water. Wan'er, still puzzled, asked, "Charcoal, there's charcoal. Can this water be drunk?" Lai Xingzai replied, "Yes, they say charcoal can be used to stop small insects." Wan'er was astonished. Are there small insects in the water? Like Singzai hesitated before saying, I don't really understand it either. But since they went through the trouble of digging such a large lake, it must be useful. Come on, let me take you to see this. After walking for a while, they saw the scene ahead, which made Warner feel uncomfortable. Why are you taking me to the restroom? Like Singzai urged, doesn't it smell? Come inside and see this. Warner pouted, I'm not going. Like Singzai sighed, all right, if you're not going, then I'll just tell you. The restroom connects to the horse stable and the pigsty, and there's a large pond underneath. They say every house has small insects, and if these insects don't fly out onto the street, they will fly into people's bodies, causing diseases. That's why they have to dig holes. Perhaps these things are used as fertilizer for the soil. Warner was confused. What's the point of that? Like Singzai smiled, I'm not exactly sure, but I always feel that these things are very significant. After walking through so many paths, learning so many things. Warner, do you still think this is just a simple village? Warner, still puzzled, replied, there are only 6 people. How is that not simple? Like Singzai nodded, exactly, there are only 6 people. Why go through so much trouble to make it so grand? The owner of this camp has big plans. Warner awkwardly looked in the direction he was staring at. Can you please stop looking at the restroom like you're looking at a woman? Also, Like Singzai interrupted, don't say anything more. That night, Dale walked in from outside and asked, how's the writing going? Like Singzai, while composing poetry, replied, I've always been writing. These are all things I've heard in Jingju. Old leader, do you know what any of this is for? Dale answered, to write books. The 2 brothers were puzzled. Write books? Dale continued, you are a poet, and I am a writer. My dream is to write a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages. Don't I look like someone who would do that? The 2 of them were confused, unsure how to respond. Dale, not paying them any attention, asked, what kind of poet are you? Let me see the poems you've written. Like Singzai smiled and handed them over. I've written a few. Please, old leader, have a look and give your feedback. Dale immediately took them. Let me see. As he read the poems, he mumbled to himself, then criticized, is this really what you call poetry? The poetry of the empire seems to be in trouble. Warner, upset, said, do you even understand? His poetry is famous throughout the capital. Dale waved his hand dismissively. All right, let me show you what real poetry is. If this sentence of mine gets out, I'm afraid no scholar in the empire will dare pick up a pen again. Like Singzai laughed, you sure do talk big. Dale began to write. Warner seemed annoyed. The handwriting is terrible. However, just in a moment, she froze. Because Dale had finished. He placed the pen down, then bid them farewell. It's getting late. You should rest early. As he walked out, Warner asked in confusion, why is there only 1 sentence? Dale smiled. 1 sentence is enough. If I wrote more, I might scare you all to death. Like Singzai was stunned. Don't tell me, even the most talented scholars wouldn't dare to write something like that. The next day, Shu, the strategist, rushed in. Old leader, something big has happened. The people of Zhu village have all been killed. Dale panicked. Let's go. Lead me to see. At Zhu village, the fire was blazing fiercely. The scene sent Dale into a frenzy. People were in an uproar. Zhu village had more than 30 people, from the elderly to children. All had been killed. Zhu village was mostly made up of the elderly and young children. Yet someone still carried out the massacre. Who would do such a thing? Everyone was just trying to make a living on Kinnu Mountain. There was no need for something like this. White Wolf spoke up. Can't you tell? It's not one of us. It's outsiders. White Wolf looked up at the sword and said, they left behind a blood letter. Everyone urged little White Wolf. What does it say inside? She began reading. 3 days later, we will pass through Kinnu Mountain. There is a plan to meet you at the foot of the mountain. If not, I will slaughter everyone at Kinnu Mountain, Black Rock City, Lu Hang. In the midst of the thunderstorm, which seemed to express Dale's fury, it was nothing more than a scare tactic, killing a chicken to frighten the monkeys. The fate of the mountain bandits was even cheaper than that of animals. At the Flying Tiger Bandits, the second in command spoke up. Big brother, I've added 2 mounds behind the mountain. Tonight, I'll have the brothers take turns keeping watch. Jiao Fei Hu instructed. Tell the brothers to be extra alert today, any slight movement, and they should strike immediately. Military advisor, what do you think? Is there anything that needs adjusting? Wu Kuren replied. The old leader's arrangements should be fine. As long as we can get through these next 3 days, when they pass through the mountain, everything should be fine. Jiao Fei Hu spoke in a dejected tone. I originally wanted to rob those birthday gifts. Let the brothers safely get through the winter. But who knew that Lu Heng would be so ruthless? Have there been any updates from Cheng Dalei? The second-in-command scoffed. Big brother, don't mention that name again. That little brat was scared out of his wits. I heard that after returning to the mountain, he fell ill, and now he's lying in bed like a woman in confinement. Jiao Fei Hu sighed. After all, we're still too young. We've never encountered such a disaster before. It's also because Lu Heng is too ruthless. Don't even mention him, I was scared out of my wits today as well. Inside the room, Wanner spoke up. He even kills children. Although they're bandits, Lu Heng's actions are really heartless. Like Xingzai added, I used to hear people talk about battles, how in one fight, over 100,000 people could be killed. Now, having seen it for myself, I realize that killing people is no small matter. Wanner worriedly said, Brother, we should find a chance to leave. It's not safe here right now. Like Xingzai nodded. We'll leave quietly without alerting them. As the flame of the lantern burned the insects, suddenly Dalei walked in, talking. Still, not asleep. Wanner spoke up. Old leader, I heard you were ill. Why are you here? She was worried inside, not sure if he had overheard their conversation just now. Dalei waved his hand dismissively. Just a slight cold, nothing serious. I still wanted to come and talk to you. Like Xingzai smiled. What should we talk about today? Dalei answered. Let's talk about the empire from before. We can talk about anything. In the past few days, Cheng Dalei had heard Like Xingzai mention so many things, and he had a vague impression of this world by now. This world is almost the same as Cheng Dalei's previous world. Pangu opened the sky, and Nuwa created humans. Then, the 5 emperors ruled the world, and after that, the Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Spring and Autumn dynasties were thrown into chaos. The Chu and Han dynasties fought for supremacy. The Han dynasty established a country for 400 years, but at the end of the Han dynasty, the world was again thrown into chaos and Kongzhou was in turmoil. It is at this time that history deviates from Cheng Dalei's previous world. The name of Cao Cao exists, but he was caught and killed when he stabbed Dong Zhuo. As a result, he didn't make a big splash in history. There was also no subsequent 3 kingdoms hegemony. Instead, the separation of the 19 states led to competition in the world. After that, history continued to be shrouded in constant battles, bringing death and destruction, until Dou established the country. In short, Dalei thought to himself, if that's the case, then the martial generals of the 3 kingdoms that I know might not have appeared in history, such as the Marquis of Wu, Zhu Ji. Like Xingzai drew while speaking. Back then, Lai Manzi used a spear to establish the Dou Empire. Since then, 100 years ago, the empire was invaded by the Ring tribe. The largest campaign in recent history took place 30 years ago. In the end, although the Ring tribe was driven out, for the past few years, they have continued to invade the borders and clash relentlessly. Wanner continued. For a year, the empire invested so much in military expenses and border troops, but still kept losing, suffering disastrous defeats. You tell me, after so many years fighting with the Ring tribe, why haven't we won? Like Xingzai angrily explained. Isn't it because the commanders of the border army are a bunch of incompetent fools who only care about lining their own pockets and neglecting military affairs? Dalei interrupted. Why are you so upset? Like Xingzai sneered. I'm just saying what I think. Over the past few years, fighting the Ring tribe, you could say we lost every battle, and even reported fake military achievements. We lose hundreds in a battle, but the reports to the Empire say we killed 50 enemies. Reporting like that makes it seem like we're winning more and more, but the border troops keep suffering disastrous defeats. Old leader, what do you think? How can the Empire win against the Ring tribe? Dalei responded. How would I know? I'm just a bandit. Like Xingzai continued. Someone once told me that the armies in the world can be divided into 3 levels. The lowest level is fighting to survive. Soldiers only care about their own lives. When they encounter the enemy, it's like a swarm of bees being disturbed. The second level is fighting for profit. When they win, morale soars. But when they lose, the troops lose hard. He continued. The first level is fighting for glory. It's an honor. That is what truly makes a skilled army. Dalai calmly said, "Is that what you're saying to me?" Lai Xingzai nodded. "It's what an older person said." Dalai paused, looking at him, then asked, "Are you sure he's not trying to deceive you?" Lai Xingzai sweated nervously inside, because the one who said these words to him was the current marshal of the empire. He quickly turned and asked, "Does old leader have some kind of brilliant insight?" Dalai replied, "Actually, an army fighting for glory is not the strongest. The strongest army is probably one that fights for faith, right? When everyone shares the same faith, they are not afraid of death or failure. If one person dies, thousands or tens of thousands will rise up. An army like that will obviously win every battle, and nothing can stop their force wherever they go." Lai Xingzai pondered. Faith. Is there really such an army in the world? Dalai sniffled and answered, "Of course there is, but even an army built on faith is not the strongest. The strongest army is the one that fights for survival." Warner, confused, asked, "Survival, you say? Isn't it true that everyone who has ever been a soldier has deserted before?" Dalai continued, "But running away doesn't necessarily ensure survival. It's like the war between the Ring tribe and the Empire. How could the Ring tribe win every single battle? And yet, the Empire keeps losing." Lai Xingzai asked, "Old leader, do you have any wise insights?" Dalai declined. "What wise insights could I have? It's just something I said casually. Have you ever wondered why the Ring tribe wants to invade the Empire?" Warner explained, "The Empire and the Ring tribe have been longtime enemies, fighting for hundreds of years. As soon as the Ring tribe gets the chance, they want to invade the Empire. They are brutal, reckless, basically a bunch of bandits." Lai Xingzai hesitated, but before he could speak, Dalai interrupted, "It's easy to say that. The Empire also sees the Ring tribe as demons, always idle, having nothing to do, eating their fill, and then wanting to fight the Empire. But in reality, they're never truly full. The Ring tribe lives on the grasslands, relying on livestock to survive, suffering from natural disasters and human misfortune. In fact, their lives are even harder than those of the people in the Empire. A snowstorm could turn the grasslands into a desert, killing all their cattle and goats. On one hand, they can barely survive. Even breathing the northwest wind depends on the mood of the heavens. On the other hand, there's a thriving world like the Empire, where there's food, women, and everything they could want. If you were them, would you not fight? What's death to them? After all, going back to the grasslands is the same as being dead. They're forced into a corner, and an entire force of people is being pushed to the brink. They fight because they want to survive, and naturally, they will unleash incredible fighting strength." Lai Xingzai continued, 30 years ago, when the Ring tribe entered the Empire, it seemed to coincide with a rare drought. Not only the Ring tribe's grasslands, but many areas within the Empire also had nothing to harvest. Over the years, if the harvest was good, the rebellions from the Ring tribe were fewer. If the harvest was poor, their invasions became more intense. Dalai responded, "The Ring tribe wants people to die, but what do the soldiers of the Empire think? If they can't protect the borders, they still have the interior. Even if they lose the battle, they can escape. One side faces starvation and death, while the other can flee and survive. And don't even get me started on the disorganized army within the capital, fighting amongst themselves. How could the Empire not fall?" Lai Xingzai smiled. "Mr. Cheng, would you consider coming with me to Jingzhou?" Dalai was confused. "Why would I go to Jingzhou with you?" Lai Xingzai persuaded, "Your talents are like precious gems, truly meant to be displayed on a grand stage, not wasted in this barren land. If you come with me to Jingzhou, your future will be vast and full of opportunity." Dalai harbored doubt in his heart. Could this person be trying to deceive me? I just speak my mind, and even if I say something wrong, I won't lose my head. But looking at Lai Xingzai, it seems like he really believes it. In the previous life, during discussions in the dormitory, who didn't point out the world's flaws and criticize the despicable officials of countless households to the point of dividing right from wrong? Did criticism also need to be held accountable? Then, he replied loudly, "This won't do. You're exaggerating me. Like Xingzai anxiously said, "Master, with such great talent, how can a small Kinnu mountain hold you? Of course, you should have a broader sky to write your name and leave your mark in history." Dalai waved his hand. "Stop it, I don't have grand ambitions. I don't want to carry swords for others, nor do I want to stand guard for anyone. While it's still not dark, I'll go check how far the chili has fermented." As he reached the door, he stopped. "Right, your sword isn't bad. How about leaving it for me?" Like Xingzai stared at him. Then after a moment he smiled. Dalai smiled back. There was a voice from Linger. "Old leader, come help grind the chili." Dalai responded, "Coming, coming." After he left, Like Xingzai muttered, "Wants my sword." Such bold words. Saying this, he pulled out the sword, revealing the carvings on its blade. 3 days later, the group of Lu Hang passed by Kinnu Mountain. A soldier rushed forward. Report to General Lu. Ahead is Kinnu Mountain. I've checked the road. There are no ambushes, and the village of the Kinnu Mountain Camp is at the foot of the mountain. Lu Hang reminded them to check again. The Flying Tiger Bandits was the largest village in Kinnu Mountain, with several hundred inhabitants. However, among the men, women, the old, and the young in the village, only a little more than 100 people were actually capable of going into battle. When they saw Lu Hang and his group passing by, they hurriedly notified, "They've arrived, they've arrived. Go back and report to the old leader." Even if they could charge forward, if they fought desperately, they would likely be nothing more than moths to the flame in front of an elite army. The thoughts of everyone were the same. As long as they survived the day, they could raise their heads and pretend nothing had happened. The bandits were merely a ragtag bunch. Lu Hang confidently walked up to Jiao Feihu. He gave Jiao Feihu a cold glance and said, "What's the knife for? Is this your attitude? I'll count to 10. Drop the knife and kneel down, or I'll break the door, kill, and burn the camp." Jiao Feihu was extremely angry, but he didn't dare resist. In the end, his entire body trembled, and his brothers behind him anxiously shouted, "Big brother, old leader." In the end, Jiao Feihu had no choice but to kneel, escorting Lu Hang through the mountain. Lu Hang took pleasure in this submission. Good, then just follow behind. And so, they continued on their way atop the mountain. At the Apricot Blossom Bandits' camp, as the horsemen approached, the situation was not much different from Jiao Feihu's. White Wolf respectfully saw off General Lu as he descended the mountain. Lu Hang, amused, ordered, lifting his head to look at her face, and clicked his tongue. The fame of the demon horse is indeed well deserved. The reputation is certainly not exaggerated. He kept making regretful noises as his staff brushed against White Wolf's body. The rumors in the street truly weren't lying. It really is quite large. White Wolf was filled with indignation. The sisters behind her also felt wronged on her behalf. "Old leader." Lu Hang eagerly waited. "Come on, get angry. Let it out. Then I'll have the chance to strike you dead with one blow." White Wolf seemed to sense the murderous intent in his voice. She could only bow her head, and for the sake of everyone, invite General Lu to pass through the mountain. He seemed entertained and could not hold back a loud laugh. His horsemen confidently rode past. "Just bandits. Lancemen, raise your spears." Upon receiving the command, the man raised his spear high. To these people, bandits were as lowly as dogs. It was not just idle talk. Wang San Yuan once said that the people of the empire were divided into 4 ranks, while bandits were nothing but scum. In the eyes of the noble, bandits were not even considered human, just wild beasts of the forest or street dogs. And so, as the man raised his spear, it was the head of the Zhu family's leader that he pointed to. The bandits were not considered human by others. Even if they were just common people lying flat on the ground, they would only fear the bandits without any respect. These creatures, not even human, were not mourned in death. In fact, there was a sense of relief, as if they were just trash being swept away, lowly like ants or beasts. In Toad Village, the man in green looked at the wall ahead and asked, "Is this Toad Village? Why is no one showing themselves?" He angrily challenged, "In 5 hours, if the gates aren't opened, I will break them down, kill people, and burn the camp." Jiao Feihu was extremely worried. What does Cheng Dalai want to do? Could it be that today will truly end in bloodshed? At this moment, the camp gates opened, and a mighty warhorse appeared, with Dalai striding forth. Jiao Feihu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's more like it. No need to make things complicated. Once Lu Heng passes through, we can pretend like nothing happened today. Dalei had not yet been imposing for long when he suddenly sneezed, revealing that his health was in a very poor state. Lu Heng looked at him with a confused gaze. I don't want to see you carrying any weapons. Dalei carefully assessed him, then coldly said, robbery. His words caused Gale Fei Hu's face to turn pale with fear. Why? Does he not see that Zhu Bandit's family has rivers of blood? Doesn't he see that Lu Heng's elite forces number over 100 men? He must have seen it, yet he still dares to step forward and say robbery? Lu Heng was furious. In 5 hours, come here and kneel before my horse. I may choose to forgive the words you just spoke. Dalei ignored him, raising his axe high. The heavy-headed arrow was immediately pulled taut. Ling began to drum, boosting the morale. With the rhythm of the drum, the arrow was released, hurtling forward with tremendous force. One arrow pierced through several soldiers. Lu Heng shouted, and the cavalry dispersed, while the infantry used their wagons as shields. But the arrows kept flying. This time, the soldiers used shields for defense, but the arrows easily pierced through their protection. The enemy's officers and soldiers were struck down one by one as the rain of arrows relentlessly continued. Shouts of retreat, retreat, get out of the way, hide behind the wagons, filled the air. But their fate was sealed, and they were struck down by arrows. Lu Heng immediately used his staff to defend himself, breaking the arrows. Eventually, the barrage stopped. He paused in relief, then immediately gave the order. Everyone, listen up, kill them. The soldiers surged forward. Dalei shouted, Kit Man, I want his head. As soon as the order was given, Kit Man went into action. I'll go get it for the old leader. Kit Man, one person, one merchant, one horse, charged down the mountain with a forceful momentum, boldly carving a path, unstoppable by anyone. His only target was Lu Heng. The advancing troops, as they reached the mountainside, encountered a horse trap that had been set in advance. The horse's hooves were caught, triggering the dart traps. On this flat mountainside, how many traps were actually set? Only a few people from Toad Village would know. Therefore, the only path down the mountain was the one Kid Man had taken. All other paths were riddled with traps. For the soldiers, a distance of 4 or 5 steps became the longest journey they had ever taken. Dalei swung his axe. I have the divine method, I can summon thunder. As soon as the words left his mouth, thunder struck. Gale Fei Hu, shocked, exclaimed, Here it comes again, look at thunder. From the observation platform, someone threw down a firecracker, and the fuse of the firecrackers was burning brightly. As they neared the ground, they exploded. The soldiers nearby failed to dodge in time, suffering injuries and meeting their end. White Wolf, confused, asked, Why is the 5 thunder method red? Gale Fei Hu responded laboriously, That must be the red chili bomb. Though they were killed, the soldiers continued charging forward. Dalei shouted, Shall you follow me? Let's kill. On Kid Man's side, he shouted, Plum Blossom Spear. Lu Heng could not withstand and was struck. He fell to the ground, and the soldiers behind him, seeing this, were filled with fear. General Lu is dead. General Lu is dead. Fear spread everywhere. Along with the sound of battle drums, the soldiers' fighting spirit was shattered. Dalei shouted, Wait, let me finish him off. He urged his horse forward. Lu Heng raised his staff, trying to block, but Dalei struck down with his axe, severing his head. The powerful blow left Lu Heng unable to defend himself, sending him flying backward. The shockwave caused a chilling cry, and it took a long time before he regained his balance. Lu Heng turned around and ordered, Brothers, kill them. Dalei disdainfully responded, What brothers? What are you talking about? He hadn't fully grasped the situation yet, and it took him quite a while to comprehend. The ground was soaked in blood, the bodies of soldiers scattered everywhere, some still gasping for breath. Now, only he stood before Dalei's group. The 100-strong team, beaten and scattered, were utterly humiliated. At this point, I have no choice but to risk everything. I will fight you to the death. Before he could even reach Xiao Yu, he was struck and sent flying. Dalei contemptuously stood before him. Do you think flattening Toad Village is as easy as flipping your hand? But you didn't expect it to end up like this, did you? You brag about your strength, consider yourself superior, And what about me? He kicked Lu Hang forcefully and continued. At least I'll torment people like you who love to boast for others to see. And then, from your high pedestal, I'll knock you down into the muck. I'll spare your dog's life. But tell Xuban Chuan that whatever path he wants to take is fine. But if he wants to pass through Toad Village, I won't allow it. Lu Hang threatened, aren't you afraid of Black Rock City seeking revenge? Dalai challenged him, let them come. The Lai Xingzai brothers, watching from afar, were shocked. They had never expected Chang Dalai, who controlled both the land and the people, to be so resilient. With the combined strength of 6 people, he managed to push back 100 elite soldiers. Lu Hang wouldn't have suffered such a disastrous defeat if he hadn't underestimated his opponent and recklessly walked straight into a trap that had already been set. Wan still remembered the poem he wrote. She replied, how could I forget? It's only 9 words. Lai Xingzai nodded. Exactly, how could anyone forget it? If it gets out, who knows how many talented scholars of the Empire will lay down their pens? And who knows how powerful his writing would have been if he'd written an entire book? Still carrying the great earth, with the waters submerged deep, the meaning is to ask the vast heavens, who is the one who controls their own fate? That day, the bandits followed the horse caravan, and clearly saw Toad Village pulling 10 carts of treasures back to the mountains. However, no one had any intention of robbing them. After this battle, Toad Village had shown the bandits and mountain oxen their true strength. Whether Chang Dalai knew how to use the 5 Thunder method or not no longer mattered. Steward Wang reported to Dalai, old leader, there are a total of 10 carts, and the contents are unclear, along with several horses. Dalai gave the order, take the goods back to the mountain, and bring the bodies back to the Zhu bandits' family to be buried. The steward nodded. After everything was arranged, he called out, System, let's go. The system responded happily, smiling brightly. The mission of successfully robbing 10 times was very good, completed very quickly. The loot you receive will affect the development of the system. Let me see what you've obtained while I was busy. She checked and read aloud. For Mission 2, you received some coins. For Mission 3, a wild rabbit and a cart of wood. For Mission 5, a button. For Mission 7, a torn black cloak, lacking provisions, and escorting a few supplies. Upon reading this, she couldn't help but scold. Are you robbing or doing charity work? Then, she exclaimed in surprise. For Mission 10, a gift card. The system level seems to have unlocked. Mission 10 successfully completed, unlocking the conditions. Just as he finished speaking, something popped up. The system excitedly announced, come here, access. Dalai was stunned. The system explained, access is locked. When your fear level reaches 10,000, access will be unlocked for you. Dalai thought to himself, could this access be referring to the strategist's shop? At the moment, his fear level was 3,000, leaving him 7,000 short of the goal. So how could he gain fear points? A moment later, he looked towards the military and thought, why not conduct an experiment? With that thought, he smiled wickedly. Seizing the opportunity when the strategist wasn't paying attention, he suddenly yelled, hey, strategist, this action will scare you. After quite a while, the strategist finally regained his composure and angrily said, old leader, what are you doing? Dalai forced a smile. Nothing, but thanks to this action, you gained an additional fear point. At that moment, Housekeeper Wine reported, old leader, I have checked thoroughly. There are a total of 10 carts, including 3 carts of animal skins, 2 carts of copper equipment, 2 carts of herbs, 2 carts of silk, and the rest are a few horses and some weapons. Dalai asked, can we use those things? The housekeeper replied, most of them can be used, but not all of them are very useful. Winter is coming, and we are more in need of food. Dalai responded, then let's trade those things for food. The butler expressed his concern, saying, but we don't know each other at all, right? Dalai replied, we did before, but the strength of Toad Village has been declining, and this road is the same. It's fundamentally unpredictable. It's better to try opening a new path at Miss Su's place. As for Su Yi, the family matters are still unresolved, and the payment they promised us hasn't been delivered yet. We've gone to them empty-handed. The butler asked, has there been trouble over there? Dalai replied, not necessarily, we'll see. I need to make some time for a trip. A sense of unease arose in his heart. Since she returned, there hasn't been any news. I don't know what Black Rock City's response has been. What's going on with Su Ye? Could it be that her stepmother is difficult to deal with? The next morning, Dalai opened the door and walked in. Like Singzai, today, before you could finish speaking, you find an empty room in front of you, with a sword and a letter on the table. Dalai sighed in frustration. Has he run off? I suppose it's time. He picked up the letter and read, Cheng brother, farewell for now. May fate bring us together again. Cheng Dalai had always wanted a sword. He had once thought of wearing white robes and carrying a sword, roaming the world of martial arts. But after all this time, he still hadn't been able to obtain a sword, and he had already figured out why. Yet, at this moment, it was less about the sword being a weapon. It was more fitting to call it a ceremonial object. Modern casting techniques have advanced, allowing swords to be ground on both sides. But how much damage can they inflict? It seems that many have already been bent out of shape. Therefore, nowadays, military generals mostly choose spears or large sabers when going into battle. Most of the great heroes also opt for large sabers, regardless of whether they are sharp or not, as long as they can strike their enemies. As for swords, they are truly a luxury item. First, the cost of forging is high, and then they require constant maintenance. If not taken care of properly, they can easily break, and that would be quite troublesome. Therefore, in this era, scholars and noble families carry swords, and even royal families do so. What kind of person is like Singzai, after all? Elsewhere, at the Kin Nu Mountain Pass, Warner wearily called out, Ah, wait for me. What are you thinking? Why did you leave the sword for him? Like Singzai smiled. It's just a sword. What's the harm in giving it to him? Warner hesitated, but that sword is a royal sword. Housekeeper Huang reported, Old leader, someone has come from the foot of the mountain. Seems like they want to see you. Cheng Dalai replied, Go, lead me to see what he's up to. I recognize him. Black Rock City has a local gang called the Wolf Gang, with around 100 to 200 members. Housekeeper Huang said, The person from the foot of the mountain is named Li Jia, and he is the leader of the Wolf Gang. He continued, This person has occupied Black Rock City for many years and is a well-known figure. However, we in Wolfgang have never crossed paths, and we've never had any interactions in the past. Old leader, what do you think? Why has he come here? Dalai replied, I think he may have come to negotiate for Xuban Chun. Xuban Chun wants to retrieve those birthday gifts. Housekeeper Huang shook his head and responded, That's impossible. We've already stolen from them. If they haven't attacked us, that's one thing, but there's no way they would collaborate with us. We're bandits. Lei Jia, standing at the foot of the mountain, looked worried. What are they whispering about? Cheng Dalai said decisively, It's not that he doesn't want to attack us. It's just that he doesn't have the time. He has just taken the title of Lord City and is busy consolidating his power in the city. Moreover, the birthday feast for the city lord of Yuzhou was coming soon, so retrieving the gifts is the best option. Housekeeper Huang agreed. Old leader makes a good point. Dalai continued, But what I don't understand is, if he wants to negotiate, he could come straight in. Why does he keep standing at the foot of the mountain? Housekeeper Huang replied, I've heard that Lei Jia is very arrogant. In the past, Han Huji wanted to meet him, but Lei Jia stayed silent for 4 hours. It was only when Han Huji spoke first that he finally agreed to talk. Dalai laughed. Oh, so he's an arrogant one? I love people like that. Housekeeper Huang winced. Should I go down the mountain and invite him up? Dalai replied, Invite what? If he likes to wait, let him wait. I'm going for a nap. The weather is really nice today. Li Jia, whose name was known, stood at the foot of the mountain, grumbling in frustration. It's too hot. Why do these country bumpkins in the forest always hide in the corners of the mountain like this? Unlike us, Wolfgang, we only associate with officials and aristocrats, making profitable business deals. We are civilized people. What was that saying again? Oh, I hate those robbers like them. They don't have any skills or class at all. What's so great about beating Lu Hang through trickery? Damn it, why is it taking so long? Is there anyone even going to open the door? Why haven't they opened yet? Are they preparing a welcoming ceremony? How polite. Later, I'll tell them some stories from the city to broaden their horizons. And by the way, I'll also remind them that the lord of the city is really angry. Luckily, I'm showing some grace by helping them out, thanks to the forest. Hurry up and bring out the birthday gifts. Lord Su is generous. Maybe he'll even reward them with some money. Even as he said this, Li Jia began to feel impatient. So many mosquitoes. It's so itchy. If I take my clothes off to check, would it ruin my dignity? 3 hours passed, and the fawning Li Jia still refused to lower his pride. The door still hasn't opened? Why hasn't it opened yet? He felt he could no longer bear it and yelled, Li Jia of Wolfgang requests an audience. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. At this moment, housekeeper Vuong finally spoke up. Old leader, it seems they're about to reach their breaking point down there. Do you want to step in? Dalei woke up from his nap, feeling refreshed. He waved his hand. What more torture? If you do any more, he'll die from the sun. Bring him up here and let's see what Soban Chun offers. Finally, the city gate opened. Housekeeper Vuong stepped out, and Li Jia felt as though he had been resurrected, letting out a sigh of relief. I'm saved. He smiled and said, Housekeeper Vuong, long time no see. After we parted ways in Black Rock City, I never expected you'd end up as a bandit here. Housekeeper Vuong replied, I'm no longer a housekeeper. Now I'm the chief steward at Toad Village. Let's not talk about the past. Li Jia clicked his tongue. What a shame. What a shame. By the way, where's village head Chang? Housekeeper Vuong answered calmly. The old leader is busy with something important. If there's anything, just tell me. Li Jia cleared his throat. Well, Lord Su has agreed to redeem the birthday gifts at a price of 20,000 taels. I guarantee this, and it's a great favor from Lord Su. Housekeeper Vuong curled his lips. Hemph. Lord Su really thinks highly of himself. If those gifts were sold outside, I doubt they'd fetch just that much. Li Jia frowned. Housekeeper Guang, don't forget those gifts were taken by you. They were never yours to begin with. Housekeeper Huang smiled faintly. Brother Lai, don't forget, we are bandits. Anything that falls into our hands is naturally ours. Li Jia threatened. Toad Village has only 6 people. If you don't give us the money, leveling Toad Village will be easy. If Housekeeper Huang can't make a decision, then quickly invite village head Cheng out. Cheng Dalei coldly opened the door and spoke. If that's the case, let me talk to you. A ransom of 100,000 silver, do you agree? Li Jia broke out in a cold sweat. 100,000 silver? Is this the voice of the old leader? Dalei replied nonchalantly. I don't like to haggle. If you don't agree, it's fine. He waved his hand and dragged the lifeless body along. Tonight, there will be one more dish for dinner. Li Jia was horrified. He had heard rumors that the Toad Village master needed to eat 10 pounds of human flesh and 2 pounds of blood at every meal. I agree. Housekeeper Vuong nodded. Then it's settled. You bring the 100,000 silver ransom, and Toad Village will return the birthday gifts. Li Jia frowned. But the problem is, we don't have 100,000 silver. Housekeeper Vuong calmly responded. It's fine, we can arrange for installment payments. Li Jia asked, Installments? Housekeeper Vuong smiled. We've already planned this for you. If you don't have cash, you can use grain and salt as payment to offset the debt. Just deliver 3 parts of the deposit. As for the interest, whenever any army passes through Toad Village, we'll collect 2 parts of the interest until the debt is paid off. If there are no issues, then sign the contract. There are 2 copies of the contract. You sign yours, and then take it to Xuban Chulin for the stamp. When you've gathered enough for the deposit, you can come and take the birthday gifts. Li Jia furrowed his brow and asked again. So all we need to deliver is 3 parts of the payment, meaning 30,000 silver, and we can take all the gifts. Housekeeper Vuong nodded. Li Jia asked, Housekeeper Vuong, so what should we do when we borrow money? Housekeeper Vuong waved his hand. Don't worry about that. In another room, Shu Shenji asked, Old leader, when can we go outside? Dalei replied, Wait until Housekeeper Huang has finished tricking the wolf gang leader. He continued, In a few days, I plan to visit Yuju City. You should come with me. Chu Shenji laughed, Missing your wife. Ha, old leader, you're really too young. Dalei gave a faint smile. That's only part of it. The other part is that it's been a long time since I've seen what the town looks like now. Meanwhile, Gel Fei Hu was leisurely fishing. The peaceful days were really comfortable. He jerked the fishing rod, catching a large fish. How satisfying. Drying this here should be enough to last a few days. Suddenly, a loud shout startled him, causing him to almost drop the fish basket into the lake. Big brother. The fish basket tumbled and fell into the water, ruining all the work he had done that morning. His younger brother rushed over, panting, "Big brother, the Toad Village is coming again." Jiao Feihu's face darkened, his expression turning grim. He turned around, nearly strangling his younger brother out of frustration. He growled, "Next time, don't make such a racket. Now tell me, what's going on?" The younger brother quickly answered, "They brought a new type of plant. I think it's called chili pepper." Jiao Feihu frowned. "Chili pepper? Is it related to the compass plant?" The messenger nodded. "I've heard that after harvest, 1 pound of chili peppers can be exchanged for 1 pound of grain." Jiao Feihu asked again, "Is there a lot of it?" The messenger replied, "At least over 1,000 pounds." The person continued, 1 pound of chili peppers can be exchanged for 1 pound of grain, which means each plot of land can yield up to 1,000 pounds. Do you think this is believable?" Jiao Feihu hesitated. "This sounds a bit far-fetched. Do people actually believe them?" The younger brother responded, "Of course, why wouldn't they? Little White Wolf from Xinghualing has already taken some. Even the bald guy has. Brother, I also received some seeds from him, about half an acre of land. Do you need me to find a place to plant them?" Jiao Feihu replied, "This sounds like nonsense. This year, I was planning to plant more beans. Where am I supposed to get land for you to mess around with?" The younger brother pleaded, "How about giving me a piece of land? I want to see what grows from it." Jiao Feihu thought for a moment and said, "At most, I can give you the empty land in front of the main house. Hurry up and clean it up, then plant them there." 3 days later, the old leader of Black Rock City sent someone with the first payment. "Hurry up and count it, 10,000 copper coins, no shortage. There's also salt, iron, and grain." Dalei took it and smiled faintly. "Lu General, may our cooperation be successful." Lu Heng did not return directly to Black Rock City after the exchange, but instead escorted the birthday gifts to Yuju City. It seemed that Xuban Chuan was in quite a hurry this year. On a sunny and warm afternoon, Cheng Dalei changed into a scholar's outfit awarded by the system, tucked a dagger into his belt, mounted his thin horse, and set off towards the city with Shen Ji. At the Su family, a servant respectfully presented an invitation card. "This is this year's royal invitation. Wang Yuanwei is 49 years old this year. Last year, his first wife passed away. If Xiao Ying goes there, she will become the main wife." Another servant spoke up. "Isn't that too much of a disadvantage for Xiao Ying?" The other servant snorted lightly. "Disadvantage? Xiao Ying is only 17. But before she even entered the door, she had already caused the death of his wife and had been humiliated by bandits. Yet, Wang Yuanwei is still willing to take her. That's already a great fortune. He has thousands of acres of land, and his eldest son holds a position in the military. I fear we are the ones who are reaching too high." Su Yi sat quietly outside on the porch, scattering handfuls of rice for the pigeons. She was famous for being the most beautiful woman in the region, her youth as radiant as a flower. At this moment, a young maid hurriedly ran over, breathless, and said, Miss, do you know that the madam wants to marry someone off?" Su Yi casually asked, "Marry to whom?" "To some old man surnamed Huang. He's so old his hair and beard are completely white." Su Yi only gave a faint smile. "I've heard a little about it." The maid was frustrated. "But miss, how can you agree to this? He's old enough to be your grandfather." Xiao Ying softly replied, "After everything I've been through, to even be married off is not bad. Besides, this time, I'll even become the first wife." Xiao Yi still couldn't accept it. "But miss, are you truly happy about this in your heart?" Xiao Ying sighed gently, her gaze quiet and distant, like the pigeons lost in their grain. In the city of fallen leaves, a notice was posted everywhere. Wanted, the great villain Cheng Dalei, originally from the top of Toad Village, Qin New Mountain. Alias, King Rana. He is large and imposing, with a thick black beard, has killed countless people, and committed heinous crimes. Whoever captures him and brings him to justice will be rewarded with 150 taels of silver. Dalei was surprised. "Oh, my bounty has gone up again. But the drawing on this wanted poster doesn't look like me at all. How can they catch the real person like this?" He gave an order. "Let's go into the city." However, when they reached the city gate, they were unexpectedly stopped by the soldiers. "Hey, stop right there. You look familiar. You resemble the bandit who has a bounty on his head. Do you have a guide certificate or something? Xiu Shenji immediately stepped forward, smiled, and slipped a few gold coins into the soldier's hand. Our young master is just taking a stroll. Please be generous, Your Excellency. The soldier sneered. Not bad, not bad. What are your names? Where do you come from? Dalai quickly thought and replied. I am Oba, from the town at the foot of Qin New Mountain. This is my uncle, Ao Ye. We've come to visit friends in the city. We hope you'll allow us to pass. Sir. The soldier sneered again. Oba. What a strange name. All right, go ahead. But I'm sure you know the mountain bandits up on Kid New Mountain are causing trouble. It hasn't been peaceful at night these past few days. Dalai walked into the city, unable to hide his astonishment. The city of fallen leaves is truly bustling. Shu Shenji nodded. Big young master, how about we find a restaurant first? They quickly found a restaurant. Dalai called out, Waiter, bring us 2 pots of white wine and 2 pounds of beef. The waiter widened his eyes. Guest, we don't have beef in our restaurant, but we do have wine. But, what's white wine? Hu Shenji chuckled and waved his hand. Forget it. Let me choose the dishes. First, prepare a private room for us. Our horses are outside. Be sure to lead them to the backyard to graze. As for the food, bring us 2 pots of yellow wine, half a pound of goat meat, half a pound of pork, and catch a fish for soup. Hurry up a bit, Xiao Er replied. Yes, please wait a moment. The rice and soup have been served. Please take your time. If you need anything else, feel free to let me know. Shu Shenji pulled out a few coins and slowly asked, Hold on a second. What dishes do you have here? List them all for me. Xiao Er responded immediately, Certainly. Please listen closely. Our restaurant offers. The manager began introducing a variety of dishes, more than 10 in total. Shu Shenji listened while thinking. The cooking methods mainly involved simple techniques like steaming, boiling, and roasting, with stir-fried dishes being quite rare. The common feature of these dishes was that they were low in oil, low in salt, and the portions were not large. Shu Shenji quietly calculated, This might be a business opportunity. Should I try introducing a spicy soup or hot pot dish? At that moment, Xiao Er suddenly added, Oh, by the way, our restaurant has a special dish, but we have very limited quantity. If you're not distinguished guests, we wouldn't bring it out. You two look like connoisseurs. Would you like to try it? Hearing this, Shu Shenji curiously asked, What is it? Xiao Er smiled mysteriously. Have you ever heard of chili? Dalai was surprised. Chili? Never heard of it. But what makes this dish so special that you have to keep it a secret? Xiao Er eagerly explained. It's not that I look down on you two, but this dish has never appeared before. However, once you try it, the intense spicy flavor will linger in your mind. Unforgettable. Even the Lord of the City of Fallen Leaves, after tasting it, immediately wanted to buy half a kilogram to take home. Tick tick, it's a pity that our restaurant only managed to get 10 kilograms of it. Dalai nodded thoughtfully and then asked, So where did you get this precious dish from? Xiao Er replied, This is thanks to our madam. She has a regular customer who brought this dish from abroad. Fortunately, our madam has an insightful eye, so she didn't miss such a precious treasure. I dare say this dish is only available here at the Empire. Would you two like to try this special dish? Dalai responded, No, that's enough. I've been feeling a bit hot lately, you can go now. Xiao Er politely replied, All right, then please take your time, honored guests. Shu Shenji whispered, Young master, the Saihai business is indeed a well-known restaurant in Saihai, but the madam of Saihai cannot possibly be Su Yi. The chili they have was brought by Su Yi, so how did it suddenly become someone else's story? Dalai asked, Do you know why I didn't bring anyone else to the city this time, but had to bring you? Shu Shenji replied, Of course, it's because I'm the cleverest. Dalai said, I brought you along not only to plan strategies, but also because you're someone I can trust. But you must remember, we're not just here to eat and have fun. We have a mission. I'm truly worried about your nature. First, we need to assess the situation of the Su family. We cannot let them escape their debts. Second, we need to find a way to buy slaves. We might need to buy a few and bring them back overnight. Dalai asked, Military advisor, do you think you can accomplish any of the missions? Shenji replied, Of course, I'll handle the difficult tasks. Let me take care of investigating the Su family. I'll manage that. Dalai replied. Damn it, in the afternoon, we'll take a walk around the street and see where their slave market is. Once we determine the number, we'll go back to the camp and grab the money right away. Shu Shenjie responded. All right then, I still want to stay in the city and buy 2 sets of floral clothes for Linger. Dalai said, Fine, I understand. After confirming the situation, you wait for me at the inn. Shenji replied, We don't even know what the situation is like. I might not return tonight, so don't worry about it. Dalai sat in silence for a while, then called Xiao young man. Xiao responded, What can I do for you? Dalai hummed, looked around, then said, This. Xiao was puzzled but then spoke, Ah, are you looking for a brothel? Dalai nodded but still kept his manners. Speak a little quieter. Dalai asked, Which is the best brothel in Fallen Leaf City? Xiao answered, Of course it's the Ha Yan building. Dalai smiled pleased. He had only just made it into the city, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. He grinned, thinking of the red light district, the green wine, and the bustling crowds. Suddenly, Dalai froze. A familiar figure startled him. He stepped forward and called, Ao Yi. The old man turned around, and it was indeed Dalai. The two stared at each other, unsure of what to say. Dalai murmured, It's you. Shenji exclaimed, Young master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come here. Dalai raised his voice. I went through the trouble of trusting you, and yet you dare to take the village's money and come here. The old man replied, Young master, I was just passing by and decided to stop by for a bit. Dalai sneered, Passing by? I've been following you all the way. How can I believe that? The old man was obsequious. Young master, I was wrong. Please don't tell Linger. I'll leave right away. Dalai waved his hand. All right, I'm not someone who's unreasonable. He then patted the old man on the shoulder and continued, Since you've already come, you should take a look around. But remember to view things with a critical eye. See just how ugly they really are. The two of them walked toward Ha Yan building and said to each other, I heard this place has started holding a beauty selection again. The owner has gotten rich and been promoted, and someone is even writing a poem praising him. In this information age, rumors are the best form of propaganda. Shenji spoke up. Young master, I'd like to call for a girl to serve drinks. At the nearby table, there was a whisper. Have you all seen the announcement posted on the city gate? One person said, What's the point of asking? Who doesn't know about King Rana's matter now? Who is Lu Hang? It's not easy to fool him. Tick-ticks, 150 taels of silver. If anyone takes his head, they'll never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. I heard that the great leader of Toad Village is 2 meters tall and uses a 300-pound axe. The other person said, Shah, lower your voice. I also heard that demon head was taught by an immortal, mastering the 5 different thunder methods. He can use 1,000-mile vision and has magnanimous hearing. If we talk here, he can hear everything. The person on this side curiously asked, You're talking so loudly. Have you really met King Rana before? The other person asked with a sneer, Are you saying that Brother Xu has seen that demon head? Someone else asked, So did you meet him or not? Brother Xu nodded. It's not just that I met him. That day, I was passing by the foot of Toad Village Mountain, and I think I heard a loud scream. Then a person fell from the sky and introduced himself as King Rana. I fought him for 30 rounds, but unfortunately, I still lost to 1 move in the end. Hearing this, everyone burst out laughing. Is that even believable? Not even Lu Hang could take 1 move from King Rana, and you're saying you're better than Lu Hang? Someone interrupted. The swordsmanship passed down in the Xu family is very powerful. I believe him. Brother Xu raised his chin arrogantly. The last time, I defeated that thief with just 1 move. If there's a next time, with my sword in hand and the righteousness in my heart, I will personally chop off that demon head's head and rid Fallen Leaf City of this harm. Everyone laughed again. Brother Xu, irritated, glared at an old man. What are you laughing at? Don't believe me. Shu Shenji snorted coldly and didn't respond. Dalai spoke up. It's not just him who doesn't believe you. Even I don't believe you. Did you really meet the Toad Village Master? Brother Xu answered firmly. Of course I met him. Who are you? Why do you doubt me? He grinned. I'm Oba, and in the Jianghu, they call me Gentle Hatchet. Meanwhile, the others at the table were in a flurry of whispers. Oba, You mean Oba? Dalai frowned, thinking to himself. To be shouted at by such a large group yelling Oba, this is really humiliating. Brother Xu gave a faint smile. Haze, no matter who you are, I came here because of Liu Jiehong. Are you all here just because of her reputation? Dalai answered directly. Yes. So what? The men around them sneered. He wants to get attention from Liu Jiehong too. Can't even afford silk. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. Dalai didn't respond immediately, instead quietly listening. Amid the murmurs of conversation, he gradually began to understand who Liu Jiehong really was. This person's surname was Liu, and her name was Liu Jiehong. The Liu family had once been a wealthy family in Fallen Leaf City. Her father had held a position in the military, specifically responsible for protecting the coastal areas from pirates. However, despite many years of guarding the coast, the pirates continued to wreak havoc. Later, the imperial court investigated and discovered that he had been colluding with the pirates for personal gain. In a fit of rage, the city lord ordered the beheading of her father, while his son and household servants were exiled as slaves. As for Liu Jiehong, the young lady of the Liu family, she was sold as a palace servant. Dalai pondered, thinking, isn't slavery one of the reasons I came here? This year, Liu Jiehong was 18 years old. Though she had fallen into this place of decadence, from being a noble lady to a lowly fourth-class commoner, she was still not someone anyone could meet casually. To enter Liu Jiehong's private chamber, one first needed to have a copper coin from an official as a token to knock on her door, and then one would also need to write an interesting poem to please her before they could have a chance to meet her. Meeting Liu Jiehong is no easy feat. Between the guest and her, there is a curtain separating them. As for how to make Liu Jiehong step out from behind the curtain and personally pour a glass of wine for you, that depends on your words. As long as you manage to please Miss Liu, she might lazily say, I'm tired today. Please come back tomorrow, young master. This might happen 5 or 6 times, and whether you can actually meet her or not depends on fate. As for climbing into her bed, the price to pay is steep. Those without luck will never get her, while those willing to spend money will never stop coming in droves. Dalai reached for the piece of paper on the table. Brother Xu spoke up. Is Miss Liu Jiehong free today? Dalai replied, Please bring me a pen and ink. She answered, Yes, young master. Shu Shenji looked at him, probing. Young master, are you all right? The servant beside him sneered. Does Toad Village really want to eat the swan meat? Dalai didn't mind. He simply lowered his head and wrote, Toad Village was born from the earth, a single bed on the ground, like a tiger lying down. The mockery is just superficial. Even the children in the city can do it. Ignoring the mocking laughter around him, Dalai placed a silver ingot on the paper and coldly asked, I wonder who Miss Liu Jiehong will choose today. Someone answered, It's probably Xu Young Master. Xu Young Master has been here for over 10 days now. Who knows how much gold he's spent? Another person chimed in. I heard Xu Young Master even found a master to write a letter. Miss Liu Jiehong is someone who loves poetry, after all. After a long while, a maid stepped out and announced in a loud voice, There's a result! There's a result! Everyone buzzed with excitement. The maid stepped forward to one person, lowered her head, and respectfully said, Oh, young master, the young lady invites you to her room. The disciples gaped in disbelief. What the hell? Dalai sneered, silently placing a piece of stiff paper on Brother Chu's back, without him noticing. Now, both of his hands were full of a bunch of fools. Brother Xu groaned. I've been here for more than 10 days in a row. Yesterday, I clearly finished talking with Miss Liu Jiehong. One of the men beside him spoke up. It's probably because of the poem he wrote. He asked, Poem? What poem? The other man suddenly signaled. Xu Young Master, don't move. He asked, Why? The man replied, There's something stuck on your back. The whole group immediately turned pale. This is King Rana. Could he be right here? What did I say? What did I say? Heaven's 1,000-mile vision, magnanimous hearing capacity. Brother Xu was so scared that he nearly wet himself. Really has eye-catching, magnanimous hearing capacity. A deep voice rang out. I was born from the earth, the single bed on the ground. The tiger's shadow lies beneath. It seems if I don't speak first, no insect will dare make a sound. Liu Jiehong asked, Did this poem come from our young master? Dalai replied indifferently, "Just call me by my name. I'm very easygoing." Liu Jihong smiled softly and called out twice, "Oba." Dalai was pleased. He remained silent in front of Liu Jihong's boudoir, his curiosity growing. He wanted to take a good look at this 16-year-old girl, praised as a beauty who could topple a city and a country with the grace of a goddess. Just how beautiful could she really be? Liu Jihong's gentle voice sounded, "Oh, young master, it's getting late." Before the words had fully ended, she continued, "Surely it's time for us to go to bed and rest soon." "What is this? A hint to leave?" Dalai frowned slightly. "To be dismissed like this, it really feels like a waste of money." Liu Jihong anxiously said, "Young master, what do you want to do? Please, have some self-respect." She earnestly tried to dissuade him, but Dalai paid no attention and simply lifted the curtain. Before his eyes, Liu Jihong was indeed the beautiful young lady he had expected. Dalai glanced inside and realized that, although the rumors might have been exaggerated, this little loli was quite charming. He thought to himself, "I should find out more about her family situation first." He said, "Babe, don't be afraid, I won't harm you. Don't scream." Dalai stepped closer, his voice soft. "Babe, be good, don't scream." She cried out, "No, don't come any closer." Suddenly, a knight jumped in through the window, but Dalai was still unaware. "Babe, don't scream like that, I'm very gentle," he said. Before he could finish his sentence, the knight grabbed him and held a knife to his throat. The knight coldly asked, "Miss, should we kill him?" Liu Jihong hurriedly replied, "Brother Yun, don't kill him." Dalai was surprised. "Oh, so there is a man in your room." The knight interrupted, "You're about to die, and you're still babbling. What's the point?" He introduced himself. "I am Meng Ziyun, an outstanding warrior renowned since childhood. I'm 20 years old, wield Liu's knife, and specialize in stealth." Liu Jihong silently lowered her head, not saying a word. Meng Ziyun's voice grew colder. "Kill him." Dalai immediately shouted, "Babe, I can save your whole family." Liu Jihong quickly stopped him. "Wait." The blade was only a hair's breadth from Dalai's throat. Meng Ziyun furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth. "Miss, this scoundrel knows of my existence. We can't let him spread the news." Liu Jihong replied, "Brother Yun, let him speak and tell us the news first." She invited Dalai to sit down and have some tea, then asked, "Who are you? How can you save my family?" Dalai pointed to Meng Ziyun and asked, "Who is he? Can he be trusted?" Liu Jihong explained, "Brother Yun is my father's adopted son, and he treats me like a real sibling. Over the past few days, thanks to his protection, he has become the person I trust the most." Dalai suddenly recalled that this morning, when he looked at the wanted poster, besides King Rana's bounty, there was another reward for a person, Meng Ziyun. This person had been taken in by her father, taught martial arts, and later served in the army. After the Li family's downfall, he had been captured and enslaved. It seemed that after escaping prison, he had found Liu Jihong. But Dalai thought to himself, this person probably wants to turn little sister into a lover. He's already 20 and still going after a young girl. Shameless. Liu Jihong asked sternly, "Who exactly are you? Speak up." Dalai replied, "I am incompetent. The king of the village on the top of Toad Mountain, Kid New Mountain. That's me." Meng Ziyun immediately shouted, "Mountain bandit, are you Cheng Dalai?" He angrily scolded, "Nonsense. King Rana could defeat Liu Hang with one move. How could he be someone as useless as you? If you keep lying, I'll chop your head off right now." Dalai sneered, I knew I couldn't fool you." He shrugged and said, "To be honest, I'm just Oba, a small henchman in the Toad village." Meng Ziyun asked in surprise, "Your father?" Dalai replied, "He, my good son, our former leader, greatly admired Liu Renigal. Although they never met, he has respected him for a long time. This time, when Liu Renigal met with such an unjust death and ended up in such a tragic situation, our former leader was very angry after hearing the news." Liu Jihong was moved. Even though he was just a bandit, he still knew that my father was wronged, and it seems that justice still resides in people's hearts. Dalai continued, "Our former leader said that the descendants of Liu Renigal absolutely cannot suffer in silence, so he specifically sent me into the city to investigate the situation. If there is an opportunity, the army will be sent to rescue Liu's family. Liu Jihong asked, "What do you intend to do?" Dalei answered, "I have thoroughly investigated the situation. This time, I will return to the village to gather money, to buy back others. As for Miss Liu Jihong, she will be rescued later." Hearing this, Liu Jihong suddenly burst into tears, saying, "The great kindness of the Toad King, Liu Jihong will never forget in her lifetime. If you can save my family's lives, Liu Jihong will always remember it." Liu Jihong said, "If I can repay you, in my next life, I am willing to become a horse or an ox, biting straw and grass for the current master." Dalei was flustered and thought to himself, "Do I have to be reborn again in my next life?" Looking at Zhu Shenji, the figure seemed quite suspicious. The maid came over and invited, "Our young master, young miss, please come up." Zhu Shenji seemed stunned, as if shocked by electricity, and said, "Invite me up. I truly never expected that you, young master, would be so chivalrous. It's rare that you get to enjoy the feast, yet you're still willing to share a little with me. 3 people, huh? Playing big like this." Zhu Shenji, the strategist, stepped inside, but was met with a sword being pointed at him by Meng Ziyun. "Young master, what's going on here?" Dalei responded, "This is Meng Ziyun, one of Li Renegal's subordinates. Brother Meng doesn't trust us, so you should take him back to the village and bring money to ransom him. As for you, I still have some matters to handle within the city. Once I've taken care of things, you'll know how to get in touch with me. Liu, young lady, after you leave here, I'll be waiting for you to repay me by becoming a servant, working like a horse or ox." With that, Dalei walked toward the door, jumped down, and left. The next day, at the Su family estate, Dalei observed from the top of the wall. The Su family estate is vast, and with land and houses like this, they shouldn't be too quick to encroach on others. With so many courtyards, how am I supposed to know where Su Yi's room is? Look at her, does she really think of herself as the young miss? The old master isn't in good health, and now everything in the house is under the control of the madam, who dares to do anything to her. Hemph, she still tries to act like a young miss in front of me. I'll show her what manners really are. Dalei immediately understood upon hearing that. The two of them must have just returned from Su Yi's place. Xiao Yi sat huddled alone in the cold night, feeling incredibly lonely. Dalei poked his head in from the outside and jumped in. "Who is this?" Su Yi asked. He clumsily stepped down, stumbling and falling face first onto the ground. Su Yi stared at the unfamiliar man lying motionless for a moment. Then he raised his head. "So it's Dalei. You're moving now. The fear level has risen by 88. Don't come near me." Xiao Yi scolded, "The night is still long. I thought I was the only one sleepless, but it turns out Miss Su is the same." As he approached, Xiao Yi finally recognized the old acquaintance. Dalei took something out from his sleeve and handed it to her. "Here, I got this for you. Do you like it? The scent of a woman. Did you come from a woman?" "Hey, how could that be? I specially bought it for you. The one who sold it was a young lady. Does it smell good? I got it for you. It's really expensive. They said this pouch smells the best." Xiao Yi replied, "I've never worn a sachet." "Why?" "Because it's modest." Xiao Yi asked, "Why did you come here?" "It hasn't even been a month since we parted at Kinnu Mountain, but your image has been etched deeply in my heart. I lost sleep and food, unable to forget you day and night." Xiao Yi blushed. "You're not serious. This time, I'm really here on purpose to visit you. Are you doing well lately?" He responded, "You're sick. Could it be you're trying to lose weight?" Xiao Yi remained silent, only glancing at Dalei. She could no longer hide the sadness in her eyes. At this moment, it was already midnight, and Su Yi and Cheng Dalei were sitting outside the door talking. Su Yi, on the weight of her marriage, she was robbed, and then the Han family was wiped out. Many people think the destruction of the Han family was caused by the Su family, claiming she brought disaster to the Han family. Su Yi was seen as someone different, and the Su family wanted to drive her away, even saying she was a nemesis to the Han family. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, he asked, "Where is your father? Doesn't he care about this?" Feeling touched by Lai brother's concern, Su Yi sincerely replied, "My father is seriously ill in bed. I'm afraid he doesn't know about these matters." Hearing this, Lai brother sighed in frustration. The feudal etiquette really harms people. At that moment, Su Yi recalled the words of the young lady who had said that her bad luck made the Su family lose face, suggesting she should hang herself and die. The girl behind her had also said, and yet she could still marry Counselor Huang. I think even if she were to be married off, they wouldn't care. After hearing this, Lai brother patted her head with his hand, displaying a chivalrous manner as he replied, "They're all terrible people. I'm here for you." Seeing that Su Yi was still not fully at ease, Lai brother said, "I will protect you." Su Yi felt a bit embarrassed, but was also somewhat comforted by his words. After saying that, Lai brother stood up. Su Yi asked, "How do you plan to help me?" He confidently replied, "You are my camp leader's wife. How could I possibly bully you?" After finishing the task, Lai brother turned to leave and instructed, "You stay here. I'll handle the trouble for you. Wait for my news." Su Yi chased after him and said, "Wait a moment." Lai brother turned around and asked, "Su Yi, is there something else?" Su Yi took out a cage with a white dove and said, "Take this with you." Lai brother thought Su Yi was offering it as food and replied, "I've already had dinner. I'm not too fond of roasted pigeons." Su Yi looked helpless and said, "Are you crazy? I said to use it to contact me." After finishing the task, Lai brother took the dove cage and flew over the wall, disappearing into the night, leaving Su Yi alone to gaze at the stars. The scene shifted to the next afternoon when someone ran up from somewhere shouting, old leader, you've arrived." Lai brother looked suspicious and asked, "Is there anyone else coming?" The person invited him in, revealing a young man. Lin Qiao Ti said, "Old leader." The young man, with a serious expression, asked Lai brother, "Are you Chang Dalei?" Chang Dalei, unafraid, replied, "Yes. What's your problem?" The young man immediately turned around, his anger flaring, and charged towards him, shouting, "Kid, you dare to trick me!" He sped towards Lai brother like a gust of wind, but before he could strike, Lin Xiaoyu leaped forward, landing a kick that blocked the young man's punch. The technique of Lin Xiaoyu made the young man extremely strong, causing him to be thrown back and then retreat. Seeing that Lam Thiu Heap drew his weapon, ready for combat, the young man said, "Bandit, do you dare to strike at me?" He drew his sword and said, "You're tired of living." Lai brother, noticing the situation was tense, and not wanting things to escalate, spoke to Lin Xiaoyu. "Fighting can happen any time, but right now, what's more urgent, fighting or saving someone?" The young man also stopped moving to engage in combat. After a while, Lai brother asked, "Has the money arrived?" One person replied, 1,000 yang coins, delivered by carriage. Chang Dalei, seeing the yang coins, asked, "Is this enough? Doesn't it seem a bit too little?" Su military advisor, relying on his experience, answered, "It's enough. Even a normal servant wouldn't be worth more than 1 yang coin. The amount I've offered is sufficient, but the ransom for Miss Liu is a bit expensive. Secondly, it's convenient to have extra funds for the upcoming transaction." Lai brother didn't say much more and said, "Later this afternoon, we'll go to Liu family ransomer. What's the plan for tonight?" Su military advisor had already made thorough preparations and replied, "I've arranged for the guards in the city. They'll make sure we have enough time for a quick exchange. A single incense stick's worth of time will be enough for us to get her out." Lai brother, hearing this, was reassured, then assigned the next tasks. "All right, brother Qin and I will go together to ransom her. Xiao Yu and Meng Ziyun, you two will go to secure Miss Liu's release." The teenager, seeing Chang Dalei leading everyone confidently like that, thought to himself, "No matter how I look at it, this person is useless. But why do the others trust him so much?" Chang Dalei walked with authority and said, "We will provide support outside the city." Scene change. By this time, it was late afternoon. At a city gate, caravans of horse-drawn carts were heading out of the city. The group, seeing that Chang Dalei had saved them, felt strange. One of them stood up and shouted, "I heard it was Toad Village that saved us. But they don't want to rob us, do they?" Another person spoke up, "I've never gotten along with them my whole life. How could we become bandits?" The first person then echoed, "Such humiliation, such humiliation." They refused to accept that Toad Village had saved them, nor did they want to become bandits. They said, "We'd rather die than become bandits. We swear we will never do it." Cheng Dalei looked at them, and it seemed that none of them were willing to submit to Lei brothers' authority. He waited for them to gather before speaking. Is everyone here? If you don't want to be bandits, then die. There are many ways to die. If you don't want to be killed by a blade, you can smash your head against a rock or a tree. Lai brother, showing a decisive attitude, continued, this isn't about pretending to be loyal and avenging the country. When you're capable of more, if you want to die, just go ahead. Then all three of them turned to look toward the city gate. Su military advisor anxiously said to Xiao Yu, Old leader, they've been discussing for too long already. If they don't act soon, we won't be able to get into the city gate. Suddenly, Meng Ziyun galloped out on horseback with great force. Cheng Dalei looked up and asked, What's going on? What about Lin Xiaoyu and Liu Zhen? Meng Ziyun, with a panicked expression, replied, Young lady, there is a royal banquet in the city today, and the young lady was invited. When we were leaving, she was taken away. Lin Xiaoyu told us to go back and report, and he would go ahead to investigate. Su military advisor, sensing the uncertainty of the situation, said, Old leader, Xiaoyu is still inside the city. What should we do now? Cheng Dalei, looking worried, thought for a moment before responding. We've gotten into the city, but I fear it will be very difficult to get out. Xu Shenji, seeing the situation had reached an impasse, suddenly came up with an idea. Boss, I know of a path that leads outside the city. It's a secret route left behind by the master many years ago. Meng Ziyun added, Old leader, I had already anticipated this situation, and I brought your axe along with me. Lai brother swung his weapon with a mighty force, exuding an imposing aura, then flashed a confident smile as if already ready for battle. If that's the case, can Meng Ziyun come with me into the city to rescue them? With that, everyone mounted their horses and charged straight toward the city. Scene transition. At the royal palace, a banquet is being held, with people bustling about. Lin Xiaoyu is hiding in a corner, observing the situation inside. Suddenly, Lai brother and the others arrive. Lin Wu sees the reinforcements and says, Old leader, why are you here as well? Lai brother runs up and replies, Xiaoyu, how's the situation inside? After observing for a moment, Lin Wu says, Miss Liu is inside. Today is Councillor Huang's birthday banquet. A lot of city guards have come, about 70 to 80 of them, and there are around a dozen guards inside the courtyard. Lai brother assesses the situation and says, Follow us to get the horses. We'll check out the small path first. Meanwhile, everything inside is still going on normally, unaware of the presence of Cheng Dalei's group. One person says, Councillor Huang really has a great presence. It's rare to even meet the chief courtesan, and today, thanks to Councillor Huang, we have this opportunity. At this moment, Miss Liu is performing a beautiful fan dance, captivating the nobles who can't take their eyes off her, intoxicated by her beauty. She truly is a stunning maidservant. Councillor Huang watches Miss Liu for a moment and says, The lady dancing has some charm to her. Today, I invite everyone to enjoy and converse, along with some wine. A noble drinking wine and admiring the performance says, The reputation of Ha Yan Lu is obviously different from those crude places. These exquisite jade-like legs are truly worth the admiration. Councillor Huang noticed that he seemed very interested in Miss Liu, so he said, If Mr. Wang is interested, tonight I can send this young lady to serve you. He saw that Councillor Huang had seen through his thoughts and quickly responded, Oh, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. A gentleman doesn't compete for what he likes. However, in a few days, my household is hosting a banquet, and if possible, I would appreciate it if Mr. Huang would send that young lady to our house as a token of your kindness. Once the task was done, Miss Li went back to her room to rest. She sighed and said, I'm so tired. Her maid, seeing that she looked weary, said, Miss, please rest here. After the banquet is over, someone will escort you home. Suddenly, she felt something strange. The door opened, and a man stepped inside. Seeing a stranger, she screamed, Who is it? It turned out to be a drunken pervert, his face red from alcohol, looking for a beauty and saying, Miss, you are truly delicate in appearance. Miss Liu, realizing his intentions, shouted, You, what do you want to do? He gave a sly smile and replied, Haha, what can I do? He lunged forward, grabbing her hand and said, Of course, I just want to do what a husband and wife would enjoy with you. Miss. Seeing that he was about to assault her, Miss Liu screamed at the top of her lungs, struggling to push his hand away. Then, she immediately ran away. He, drunk, looked at her and said, "The beauty plans to run away and seek help," but suddenly she slipped and fell to the ground. "Now this girl is finished with me." He approached and touched her, then said, "Beauty, I've had the outside guarded long ago." He looked pleased with himself, since this was his house, and said, "You can't escape from me." Inside, the banquet was still ongoing, when suddenly torches set aflame came flying from somewhere. The fire kept being thrown inside. The nobles inside panicked, their faces turning pale, because they didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, one rushed in to report, "Master, the Toad King has arrived." Cheng Dalei's group rode in like that, trampling the bustling streets, charging heroically. Several slaves, terrified, fell to the ground. Seeing the situation was in their favor, Lai brother seized the opportunity and shouted, "Swift victory!" Qin brother and Lin Xiaoyu rode on horseback, holding spears, and struck them down. The enemies fled, shouting, "Quick, report to the authorities." Notifications kept coming in, with the fear value increasing. Fear value reached 99. Fear value reached 108. Fear value reached 166. Any name that had its fear value reached got beaten up to a pulp, screaming, "Shiro! Shiro!" Suddenly, a strong man holding a majestic staff said, "Shiro is here. Everyone don't panic. Don't panic." Anyone who saw Shiro appeared to have found their savior. They said, "Shiro! Shiro!" Du Shiro, with his muscular build and rippling six-pack abs, reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid, Lord, Shiro is here." When he saw Boss Qin charge forward, Shiro wasn't afraid at all, and shouted loudly. That thief thought he could land a blow, but little did he know, Boss Qin kicked him away. He was sent flying into the wall, and unexpectedly, Shiro was immediately logged out by Brother Qin. Upon seeing this, the crowd turned pale, and someone screamed, "Shiro is dead! Shiro is dead!" Seeing Lin Xiaoyu and Brother Qin sweeping through the enemies like that, each one of them running for their lives, someone shouted, "Run quickly!" Meanwhile, in Miss Liu's room, the pervert was lifting Miss Liu's clothes, and the girl, weak and unable to resist, struggled helplessly. Suddenly, he frowned, feeling irritated. "Humph! Why is it so noisy outside? It's ruining my mood." Miss Liu also realized that someone was coming to save her, and she said, Brother is coming to save me." He became enraged after hearing it, and slapped her hard. Then, he grabbed her hair and angrily said, "No one can save you now. They won't be able to find this place." Miss Liu, in pain, cried as she said, Brother will come. Brother will come. He will kill all of you." He snapped back angrily, "I told you, he won't be able to find this place." He continued to press his face against hers, squeezing her face tightly. Despite the pain, Miss Liu still believed Cheng Dalei would come to her rescue. "Brother will come. Brother will definitely come." The pervert replied, "I'll kill you now. Let's see who can save you." As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden door was suddenly kicked open, and Cheng Dalei arrived just in time to save Miss Liu. Brother Lei charged in like a mighty hero, and the pervert, startled, looked back in confusion, only to be swiftly finished off by Brother Lei, who rode in on horseback. Fresh blood poured out. Miss Liu witnessed the hero who came to her rescue. She suddenly realized it was Cheng Dalei, and Brother Lei, looking anxious, glanced at her and said, "We'll talk later." Miss Liu, with tears in her eyes, replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, in a water trough, Counselor Huang was trembling in fear, hiding inside. He suddenly heard the sound of someone's footsteps approaching. Cheng Dalei approached and asked, "You are Counselor Huang, aren't you?" Seeing Cheng Dalei holding the axe, the old man was terrified and said, "Take whatever you want, just don't kill me, don't kill me." In a fit of rage, Cheng Dalei swung the axe down with a fatal blow, shouting angrily, "You even dared to capture my wife." Then with a single palm strike, Lei brother shattered the jar. He showed a satisfied attitude towards the man's death, saying, "He deserved to die." Counselor Huang collapsed right there, and the fear value reached 388, the fear value reached 10,000, and the authority points were unlocked. At this moment, inside Counselor Huang's villa, within the span of just a single incense stick, Cheng Dalei had set the place on fire and taken the person away. The remaining survivors were in a daze, trying to put out the flames. After rescuing Miss Liu, Cheng Dalei and his group fled the city. Cheng Dalei held Miss Liu as they sat on the horse, and the girl said, Dalei. Seeing this, Lion Brother told her the truth. I won't hide it from you, miss. My surname is Cheng, and I am the head of Toad Village. I had deceived you before. Miss Liu smiled brightly and replied, I had already figured that out. Seeing that the girl had figured everything out, Lion Brother responded, You truly are clever, miss. The girl, seeing how kind Lion Brother was, said, Thank you today, old leader, for stepping in to save me. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This favor will definitely be repaid to the old leader. Lion Brother, seeing the girl being so polite, replied, Miss Liu, you flatter me. What I value most is keeping my word. If I say it, I will do it. Good deeds spread far and wide in the martial world. Meng Ziyun, noticing how intimate the young lady was with him, also approached to inquire, Young lady, you've been frightened. How about we dismount and rest for a while before continuing? Miss Liu responded, Young brother, there's no need to worry about me. We should listen to the old leader and hurry back to Toad Village. Ziyun, seeing her trust in him, replied, But the relationship between men and women is one of distance, and village head Cheng is an outsider. Young lady, you must be mindful of your reputation. Miss Liu immediately defended Lion Brother, saying, Shang old leader is not an outsider. If young brother is concerned about my reputation, then you don't need to accompany me anymore. She then asserted, Old leader wouldn't abandon me, would he? Left stranded here. Cheng Dalei happily responded, No, I'm a bandit. You shouldn't look down on me. Meng Ziyun, feeling increasingly jealous of Cheng Dalei's closeness with the young lady, grew frustrated, as he felt like he was losing the one he secretly admired. The young lady then said, How could I look down on Mr. Cheng? The more Ziyun looked at him, the more frustrated he became, constantly thinking to himself, The young lady is so innocent and naive. If she has already been saved by this vile man, she might very well develop feelings for him. With these thoughts rising in his mind, he furrowed his brow and continued thinking, It's a pity that I've grown up with the young lady. I've seen her become more and more beautiful. When her adoptive father was still alive, he even mentioned a marriage betrothal between the young lady and me. I witnessed with my own eyes how the young lady was deceived into the tiger's den by this vile man, and I must make sure the young lady comes to her senses as soon as possible. Then everyone happily returned to Cap Mo Ling. Cheng Dalei said, Young lady, don't be so polite. Just call me by my name, or Lei Lei will do. My family and close ones all call me that. Kin brother replied, How much longer until we reach the village? After hearing this, Cheng Dalei simply said one word, Ah. Scene changes to Toad Village. After Lei Lei's group returned, the sound of the Toad Village drum echoed, summoning everyone to gather. People began chanting and discussing, but Lei Lei noticed only a small number of people and said, Why has it taken so long to gather just this many people? Meanwhile, the Liu family members were lamenting about joining Toad Village. The Liu family said, For generations, we have been loyal. How could we have fallen so low as to become bandits? It is a disgrace to our ancestors. Two disciples, hearing this, responded, Liu family, we will rest here for a few days. Once we have made arrangements for the women and children, we will join the army and restore our reputation, bringing glory to our ancestors. A man ran up and said, For the next few days, you can rest assured. We can guarantee your safety. But if you think we'll let you rob and plunder, don't even think about it. Another man replied, If you're a robber who can't even rob, then don't even think about being one in this lifetime. The orphan boy, hiding behind the man, said, Father, I'm hungry. Where can I eat? At this moment, Lei Lei's group had gathered completely. Wang San Yuan said, Old leader, they. Cheng Dalei looked at the group and replied, This time, with the addition of nearly 90 people from the Liu family, 6 versus 93 in the end, is this Toad Village under the Cheng family or the Liu family? Villages need these people to complete system tasks. To develop the village, it can't just rely on 6 people. In fact, he hadn't even received news from the system about new members joining. These people had no loyalty at all. Lei Lei thought for a moment, and came up with an idea. First, stabilize them, then gradually cultivate their sense of belonging to the village. He realized it was foolish to accept them, then firmly said, Kin Man, throw them out. Kin Man responded with a clear yes. He then swiftly leaped down with the lightness of a feather and moved toward the Liu family group. A burly, muscular man stepped forward, confidently saying, "Originally, you don't have the right to fight me. But today, I don't mind showing you a few skills." Then the four men behind them also charged forward, intending to devour Kin Man alive. They said, "The Liu family has dominated the seas for decades. The pirates would flee just at the mention of our name. You may not have heard of us in the mountains, which is why I dared to take action against you." The man beside him, taking the opportunity to boast, added, "If I had been the one to suppress Kin New Mountain from the beginning, there would have been no bandits here long ago." With that, both sides rushed into battle. Kin Man unleashed a punch with the power of 1,000 pounds. Each punch from Kin Brother was a fatal blow, and every man who took a hit was sent straight to the afterlife. Kin Brother charged in, dealing with them swiftly. The two sides grappled and spun one of the men with a quick strike, leaving the Liu family members stunned. The onlookers stood frozen, mouths agape, not understanding how Kin Man possessed such extraordinary strength. This scene even made Meng Ziyun's hair stand on end as she exclaimed, "This person is incredibly strong, far stronger than when he wielded the spear." The battle caused a cloud of dust to rise for a while. But eventually, Kin Man had dealt with the group of men. Kin Man's muscular physique made everyone nervous just by looking at him. Seeing this, Lei Lei was not surprised by Kin Brother's strength. The old man Liu Muyun, witnessing this performance, could understand why Toad Village was so difficult to defeat with just 6 people. Seeing they were still not subdued, Lei Lei angrily shouted, "Aren't you leaving yet? Do you think the rumors of me eating people are just a lie?" From behind, Miss Liu slowly walked over, quietly saying, "Mr. Cheng, I." Cheng Dalai paid no attention to her words and bluntly replied, "Ok." When the time turned to afternoon at Toad Village, that afternoon, the people of the Liu family were expelled from Toad Village. Cheng Dalai stood atop the castle, watching the Liu family members leave, and said, "You want to take over my Toad Village? Well, I'm not that much benevolent." The Su military advisor, seeing this, angrily spoke, "These people are truly wicked. We saved them, yet they repay us with ingratitude, wanting to steal our village." Cheng Dalai explained, "They don't want to steal our village, but if they've lived proudly because of it, they must also be prepared to die for that pride." After saying that, Cheng Dalai assigned tasks to the two of them. "Boss Kin, brother, go fill part of the hole nearby. Don't hurt them. Xiao Yu, go with them. Don't let the other bandits find fault." Brother Lai also worried for the safety of those people. They have tattoos on them, can't enter the city, have no farmland, and are carrying a group of women and children. They won't be able to run far. They must be moving around here. Then, Brother Lai firmly said, "Wait until nightfall, then send my message out." Toad Village began recruiting talent. To join Toad Village, one had to meet the examination standards and must strictly follow the village's regulations. The scene transitions to the evening, the sky darkening as the moon rises. The Liu family's group is now resting in the forest. In the forest, it is difficult to find food. A child cries out, "Father, I'm asking, when can we eat?" The mother, holding the child, can only despairingly say, "Sleep. When you wake up, you won't feel hungry anymore." Nearby, a man, in so much pain, screams out, and another man responds, "What are you shouting for, you man? Aren't you ashamed? Even that junior brother can bear it. Yet, here you are, screaming. Ah, my leg's crippled." Meanwhile, the group of Miss Liu and Meng Ziyun isn't in a much better condition. Others are lamenting, asking, "Why do we have to endure all of this? Why?" In the distance, at Toad Village, something is being cooked, and the smell wafts through the forest, making them unable to resist saying, "It smells so good, so good." The fat man, hungry beyond belief, thinks, "If we were on the mountain, they'd give us a full meal." The thin man feels similarly, and another person, seeing how everyone is driven by hunger, says, "This is the bandits' nest. If we stay here for a while and eat some of their rice, which they obtained by pillaging the innocent, we will never be able to forget the guilt." Another man responds, "I'm fine. I'm really fine, but my child is only 6 years old." At this moment, the member of the Liu family was still sitting alone by the fire, deep in thought. Hearing the gossip, he thought to himself that people's hearts had turned rebellious. He glanced at them and internally monologued. Some want to stubbornly hold on to pride. Others want to go into the forest and become bandits. It's not hard to understand after all. They are just servants of the Liu family. Two members of the Liu family were idly sitting under a tree. One of them, too hungry, said, "It would be good enough if we had something to eat tomorrow." The other replied, "I'm starving." An old man, seeing this, also said, "That thing called chili, only the nobles in the city can eat it. Even if those people go up the mountain now, it'll just be a plate of sand. They'll definitely be exploited by the bandits and won't be able to take control. Competing with the bandits for power is just a fantasy." Meanwhile, Liu Muyun, sitting by the fire, thought to himself, "There's nowhere to go, and I can't become a bandit. Is there a way to satisfy both sides?" The butler brother slowly walked from a distance and announced to everyone, "Tomorrow morning, Toad Village will begin recruiting people. Anyone interested can go to the door for an inspection." Liu Muyun suddenly realized something and asked, "Is this also part of your plan?" The night was getting late. Meng Ziyun, sensing that the situation was not going well, came up with an idea and said, "Liu family head, I have an idea. I'm not sure if it will work." He replied without hesitation, saying, "The child is too hungry. We should bring him to the gate of the camp. I don't believe Chang Delay won't open the door. As long as he opens the door, we can bring the old and weak in, leaving the strong behind. Then, we can slowly negotiate with them." After hearing this, he felt that this was probably the only way to salvage the situation. While they were discussing, he said, "A person with noble ideals doesn't kill for the sake of survival. Only by sacrificing oneself can one become a wise person." By this time, night had fallen. A scrawny, weak man slowly made his way towards the village. He called out faintly for the door to be opened. Wanting to join the bandits to earn some food and find a way to survive, he shouted loudly, "I want to go to the mountains and become a bandit." The Liu family people, seeing this, gathered together to mock him. "You want to be a bandit? How could you possibly meet the ancestors of the Liu family? The ancestors' spirits won't even help you." He paid them no mind and said, "I am just a lowly servant of the Liu family. The Liu family has been destroyed, and now you're turning me into a slave." Leaning his head against the city wall, he said, "I just want to survive." Indeed, it is only when people are pushed to the edge, when their will to live, their desire to exist, is truly awakened in their souls, that they begin to find a way to escape death. They had once been politely invited to the village, with careful arrangements made for their food and lodging. Even clean clothes were prepared for them. But they refused for the sake of glory, and now he kneels on the ground, begging the angel to open a path, hoping that this door will open for him, offering him a way to live. Isn't bowing down enough? Isn't crying enough? I have abandoned my pride, put down my dignity as a human being, and humbly knelt on the ground, begging you to pity me. Isn't this enough?" At this moment, in Toad Village, Lei Lei was still lying awake, thinking, "Respecting you without speaking a word, I must be cruel and strike you to make you understand who you really are. Being picky about food is worse than a broken bowl. Opening your mouth is worse than your face." The next morning, when the sun was shining brightly, the camp gate opened before his eyes. The man widened his eyes as the gate finally opened. The people of the Liu family also took notice and said, "It's open." In one night, those who wished to join had gathered outside the gate. Outside the camp gate were the pleading voices of those on the brink of death. "We want to join Toad Village. Please take us in." Cheng Dalei was very pleased as they too had submitted, lining up carefully. The first recruitment event of Toad Village begins. Butler Huang sat in front of the registration desk, holding a calligraphy brush, with an expression that was both cold and serious. To join Toad Village, you must go through an interview. Only those who meet the requirements will be accepted. At this moment, someone from the Liu family, Sun Ju, shouted with all his might, "I want to join Toad Village." Upon hearing this, Butler Huang immediately picked up his brush and began writing. Full name: Sun Ju. What did you do before? I cooked for the elder. Do you have an injury on your leg? Sun Ju looked down at his leg and gently replied, "It was pinched by a cartwheel. Nothing serious, but my arms are strong. I can do any work." Butler Huang paused for a moment, raised his hand to his chin in contemplation, then said, "Your situation is quite difficult to resolve." Sun Ju couldn't help but panic, quickly saying, "Please take me in. I can endure hardships. Even if one of my legs is crippled, it doesn't matter." Seeing his desperation, Butler Huang turned to Cheng Dalei and asked, "Old leader, What do you think? Cheng Dalei looked at Sun Ju, who was sweating profusely. The system quickly displayed information about him. Name, Sun Ju. Age, 26. Skills, excellent chef. Attribute, concealed. Cheng Dalei instructed, temporarily accept him, assign him to a third-tier position. Sun Ju was overjoyed upon hearing this, but still confused, asking, thank you, old leader, thank you, Master Vong. What is a third-tier position? Cheng Dalei said, later, you will understand. Let someone treat your wound first. Remember, this is your internship period. If your performance is not good, you can be kicked out at any time. He then cleared his throat and called, next. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu entered and announced, old leader, Lu Heng has brought a small team from the Fallen Leaf City. Upon hearing this, Cheng Dalei felt a little pleased and said, oh, take me to meet him. In the canyon, Cheng Dalei hurriedly ran over, waving his hand and asking, General Lu, weren't you all supposed to bring a gift to celebrate the king's birthday? Why are you back so soon? When General Lu saw him, he replied, well, once the task was completed, we came back. Cheng Dalei suspiciously asked, from the looks of it, things didn't go smoothly. General Lu, hearing this, was taken aback and shouted, what do you mean, not smooth? Everything went very smoothly, all right? The truth was that Lu Heng's trip to Yuzhou City was not only not smooth but very disastrous. Yang Longting, the king of Yuzhou, was the true ruler of the land. After Ximban Chuan usurped the throne, he hastily sought the support of Yang Longting. However, there was something Ximban Chuan did not know. 3 years ago, when the Westerners attacked, Han Huji died defending the city, buying time for the reinforcements to arrive from the rear, which was how they were able to repel the Westerners. At first, the commander of the reinforcements was Yuzhou King, Yang Longting. Now, the two of them had joined the army at the same time and had been fighting together in the same small unit for 3 years, forming a brotherhood. Originally, Yang Longting still didn't know that Han Huji had died, which was also the gift for the elder's birthday that Lu Heng had brought. When Yang Longting found out about the matter, he kept the birthday gift, killed a few attendants around Lu Heng to threaten him, and then released him to inform Ximban Chuan to live carefully. He would raise an army to attack Rock City, personally perform a ritual at the tomb of his lost brother, using the blood of Ximban Chuan. Of course, Lu Heng did not tell Cheng Dalei about these matters to avoid him laughing at the suffering of others. At this point, Lu Heng spoke and asked, what are so many of you doing here? Cheng Dalei cheerfully replied, oh, our Toad village is recruiting. We offer good treatment, full benefits. Would General Liu like to join? Lu Heng was taken aback by what he said, surprised and suspicious about life. Thinking to himself, are you confused? We are enemies. I've always wanted to kill you, and now you want me to join your bandit group. Seeing his reaction, Cheng Dalei just sighed and said, all right then, hand it over. Lu Heng frowned and asked, hand over what? Cheng Dalei raised 2 fingers and said, anyone passing through Toad Mountain Village has to give 20% of their money. We don't extort from the elderly or children. Lu Heng, upon hearing this, became angry, gritting his teeth and said bitterly, Mr. Cheng, I advise you to be kind, and not to bully others too much. Cheng Dalei naturally explained, hey, can we clarify things? I have a contract here with the signature and seal of the village head. Don't go around accusing me of bullying. It's nonsense. Lu Heng became even more furious, shouting, I don't have any money. Cheng Dalei put on a shameless expression and said, that's not quite right. A person of high status like General Lu would never be without a single coin. Moreover, in our Toad village, we charge money for protection services. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng fell into deep thought. The protection service before offended those bandits, and they couldn't protect us. They were discovered and took revenge. If Toad Village provides protection, those bandits might show some respect for Toad Village. But right now, I really have no money. Seeing Lu Heng hesitate like this, Cheng Dalei suggested, if that's the case, how about leaving 2 of them with me? Although Lu Heng was furious, he still bit his lip and reminded himself, if I lose my temper now, I'll ruin my greater plan. If I can't tolerate the small things, I'll ruin the big one. After a moment of internal struggle, Lu Heng took out a piece of jade from his waist and said, I'm sorry, they are my soldiers, and I must take them with me and bring them back. This ancient jade can be considered as my travel expenses. Shang Dalei stared at the jade for a while without saying anything. Several minutes later, he curled his lips into a smile, clasped his hands together, and courteously said, I will arrange for someone to escort General Liu down the mountain. Liu, Hang also made a similar gesture, saying, Please, village head Chengdi, meet at Shanshui. We will meet again next time. With that, he and his team left. Cheng Dalei watched the troops depart, thinking, Next time we meet, it seems we will have to use weapons to speak. Back at Toad Village, most of the people who had come to apply had already joined. Butler Huang reported to Cheng Dalei, Old leader, over 50 people have joined Toad Village, and there are still around 30 left. Hearing this, Cheng Dalei simply gave the order, Pack up. Elsewhere, the Liu family members were sitting together, talking. I must say, village head Cheng is still very righteous. At first, how did everyone treat us? He rescued us from the slave camp, even prepared food and lodging for us. Yet we mistook his kindness for malice. We apologize. In the distance, Mr. Liu sat alone by the fire, silent. After a while, he sighed deeply in frustration. The next afternoon, Sheng Dalei sat slumped at his desk, looking as if he had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Miss Liu tiptoed in, saw that he was sleeping. But since there was something to be said, she gently called, Mr. Cheng. Cheng Dalei opened his eyes in confusion, and Miss Liu, with a sad expression, said, Could you go down the mountain and talk to the Liu family? They are truly grateful to you, Mr. Cheng. Cheng Dalei casually placed his hand behind his neck and replied, Miss Liu, I would also like to speak with Mr. Liu, but as you can see, I'm very busy here. I really can't leave. Another time, perhaps. Another time. Hearing him say that, Miss Liu could only remain silent and quietly leave. Cheng Dalei furrowed his brows and thought to himself, If you all want a way down, a convenient way to step down, let me see how much you fall from your heights. The higher you climb, the harder you'll fall. That's something you did to yourselves. In the evening, Miss Liu came again, hesitantly saying, Village head Cheng. Cheng Dalei asked, Why are you here again? Miss Liu took out a scroll and said, The Liu family is willing to offer me to Mr. Cheng, only asking that village head Cheng show mercy, take in the Liu family, and give them a way to survive. Cheng Dalei took the scroll and, puzzled, asked, Offer you to me? What does that mean? Miss Liu silently closed her eyes and did not answer. The meaning of offer to was that if Cheng Dalei agreed, he would have the right to possess Liu Zhai. This power was not about Liu Ji becoming Cheng Dalei's wife, but rather an object. Cheng Dalei would have both Liu Ji's body and soul, and he could make her clean the bedding, warm his bed, wash his feet, or even give her to someone else. After reading the scroll, Cheng Dalei couldn't help but lean on his hand and thought to himself, the Liu family, pushed to the brink, resorting to this strategy, offering Liu Zhai in exchange for their own safety. Originally thinking that as long as he and Liu Ji built a good relationship, the Liu family would show mercy and the young lady would not cause trouble, Cheng Dalei found it difficult to keep his composure and silently sighed. It seems that people always think in the worst possible way. It has always been like this. Even though Liu Ji understands, just by sneaking away from the brothel, it's already dishonoring the ancestors, and now becoming a bargaining chip in negotiations. But if I refuse, her situation in the Liu family will only get worse. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Dalei finally stood up and compromised. He patted Liu Ji's head and said, All right, let them stay. The people of the Liu family below the mountain were like being granted amnesty, and they began to continuously ascend the mountain. They hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. Down below, Yun Ziyu approached Mr. Liu and suggested, Mr. Liu, let us also head up the mountain. The sky is getting late, and Mr. Liu, you haven't had proper rest for several days now. Mr. Liu replied, Ha, you all go ahead. I'll follow at my own pace, no rush. In the end, on the path leading up, only Mr. Liu and Yun Ziyu remained. Cheng Dalei turned back to look at them, and saw Mr. Liu walking steadily, gradually nearing Toad Village. Suddenly, he stopped, took off the headscarf, and shouted loudly, Liu family, ancestors of all generations, Mu Yun has come to meet you. With that, he slammed his head hard onto the ground, and fresh blood gushed out, spilling everywhere. Yun Ziyu screamed in panic. Liu family. The other members of the Liu family were also shocked, standing frozen. Cheng Dalei could not help but be surprised, thinking, so there really are people like this in the world, willing to die rather than yield for the sake of so-called honor. He suddenly blurted out, does the old man need to be so ruthless? A gentleman must be patient. The heavy responsibility of a long path, seeing people as one's responsibility, isn't that already burdensome? To strive for a lifetime for an ideal, is that road not long enough? The members of the Liu family watched this scene, all thinking in unison. You forced Liu Muyun to death. Cheng Dalei glanced at the expressions of the crowd and thought to himself, by using my death, I'll leave a thorn in their hearts, one that will eventually manifest, becoming a future disaster. Well, let's see how I can remove this thorn. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out with a notification. Fear level 10, dread level 11, dread level. Cheng Dalei furrowed his brows, thinking to himself, so this is how one can achieve a fear level. When others hate you, they're also afraid of you. Butler Huang saw Cheng Dalei standing still, deep in thought, and silently thought, old leader, say something. Cheng Dalei's face was dejected, full of frustration, thinking, what can I say? The atmosphere is like this. The elders coughed and then slowly said, bury Mr. Liu, then take them to eat, bathe, and sleep. The bamboo mat was hung at the top of the ridge, and the space grew dark and gloomy, accompanied by a dense fog. Just at that moment, Cheng Dalei finished his bath, his body smelling fresh as he stepped out of the bathroom. He held a basket in his hand, rubbed his hair, and walked into the room. The chief courtesan was already sitting on the bed, waiting for our male lead. She sat quietly at the edge of the bed, her gaze directed downward, looking deep in thought. Cheng Dalei, surprised, asked, what are you doing here? Suddenly, the system emitted an announcement. Fear level 188. The chief courtesan was startled and stammered in response. Old leader, master. She hesitated, unable to speak, quickly stood up, her eyes sparkling with tears, her face showing a pitiful expression as she continued. Boss, I've prepared the foot bath. Let me serve you and wash your feet. Hearing this, Cheng Dalei's face darkened, sweat dripping down his cheek. His expression flustered as he responded. That Miss Liu, I think you misunderstood. It's getting late, you should go back to your room and rest. Miss Liu's cheeks flushed red, unable to meet Cheng Dalei's eyes, she shyly asked, Master, don't you want to sleep together? Miss Liu's question sent Cheng Dalei into a state of panic. He stared with wide eyes, his mouth agape, his face flushed. The basin he was holding dropped loudly onto the floor, his expression weary as he sighed and said, No, absolutely not. Cheng Dalei's blunt and decisive answer, without any hesitation, made Miss Liu feel hurt. Her face drooped, her eyes full of despair as she asked, So is it that the old leader finds my body unappealing? Faced with Miss Liu's questioning, Cheng Dalei was confused, not knowing how to respond without making her overthink. His cheeks turned bright red as he hesitated and thought, although people can get married at 14 in this era, for me, she is still too young. He felt tense and knew he couldn't stay in this situation for much longer. No, he thought, if I stay here, I won't be able to handle it. And so, immediately, he decisively left, leaving Miss Liu behind in her disappointment. Miss Liu bowed her head, her eyes shimmering with tears, her hands clutching her body, looking incredibly pitiful. Her voice trembled as she said, Old leader, if you leave, I no longer want to live. Hearing her words, Cheng Dalei stopped, turned around to look at her, and then asked, Mom, is there some misunderstanding between us? Miss Liu took the hairpin out of her hair, then sadly said, Old leader must be disgusted that I once stayed in a brothel with a liquor server. She pressed the sharp end of the hairpin to her throat, her face full of despair as she looked at him and said, The only way to end this is for me to die. Cheng Dalei rubbed his forehead, exasperated and tired, and said, You misunderstand. I'm not disgusted with you. Put that thing away first. It's just that you're too young. Miss Liu, with an innocent expression, asked curiously, What do you mean by too young? Cheng Dalei was speechless and didn't want to continue the conversation. Miss Liu bowed her head respectfully and continued, I know you are an upright person, so you will never do anything bad to me. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she looked up at Cheng Dalei and continued, But if you leave this room today, Outsiders might say the old leader is ridiculing me. Liu Jie would rather be a servant than have anyone want me. Cheng Dalei listened, deep in thought, then simply hummed in response. He stroked his chin, pondering to himself. What she said isn't wrong. People's words are frightening, and according to the norms of this time, such a thing could very well happen. I've got it. Cheng Dalei smiled, his face lighting up with excitement. He clapped his hands together, making a small sound. Miss Liu had been standing quietly beside him all this time. The two of them began to lower the mosquito net and spread out the bedding. The important thing was that a small tea table was placed in the middle of the bed, acting as a barrier between them. Cheng Dalei quickly settled comfortably into the warm kilt, his tone cold as he said, "Just to clarify, I won't sneak away from here. Everyone has their limits." Miss Liu, by now, had taken off her outer coat, revealing her thin, pale shoulders, but this still didn't seem to stir Cheng Dalei's heart. After a while of tossing and turning, unable to sleep, she whispered, "Old leader." Cheng Dalei seemed to be lost in a deep sleep, his eyes closed, but in fact, he couldn't fall asleep due to the restless turmoil inside him. He quickly replied with a question, "Aren't you asleep yet?" Miss Liu confided in him. "Well, before this, Liu Jie had never served anyone. Is there anything you want me to pay attention to, old leader?" Then, the two of them talked throughout the night. Cheng Dalei said, Pay attention. It's really a story that later requires drinking a lot of cow's milk." Hearing this, I felt a bit strange. Miss Liu innocently asked, "The village doesn't have cows." Cheng Dalei continued to tease Miss Liu, Then eat a lot of papaya." Miss Liu naively asked again, "What is papaya?" Cheng Dalei smirked and replied, "Do more exercise to increase your bust size." After saying that, Miss Liu, still inexperienced, said, "I, who haven't experienced the world, still don't understand the profound meaning of this." She then asked, "What does doing more exercise to increase your bust size mean?" Cheng Dalei, with a stiff face, replied, Go to sleep, go to sleep." Then Cheng Dalei sank deep into a dream, his face tense, sweating profusely. Someone was trying to call him. "Young man. Brave young man." Cheng Dalei suddenly woke up, turned around, and looked around. While walking, he thought to himself, "Is this the system space?" The system's avatar suddenly appeared in front of him, smiling brightly and saying, "Young man, long time no see." Cheng Dalei pointed at what the system's avatar was holding in her hand, and with a wrinkled face, asked, "What is that thing you're holding?" The system's avatar replied, "Don't mind the small details." Her eyes sparkled as she immediately jumped to the main topic, asking Cheng Dalei, "As you've earned 10,000 points, we're probably afraid, right? But you need to upgrade the village to level 2 to gain access to the points." Cheng Dalei asked in astonishment, "Huh? What did you say?" While pressing on the system screen to check, Cheng Dalei said, "But I just brought members of the Liu family into the village, adding up to 98 people. It needs to be 100 to level up to the second tier." The system emitted a notification sound. "Tut, the village population is not enough to reach 100. Access points cannot be used. Access points are locked." Cheng Dalei immediately turned to ask the system avatar for a solution. "What should I do about this?" The system avatar, with a friendly expression, replied, "The conditions for the basic architecture are very simple, but the conditions for advanced architecture are a bit more difficult. The access points are definitely part of the advanced architecture." Cheng Dalei's face darkened as he dejectedly said, "You didn't mention this earlier. Haven't you completed this function yet?" The system avatar gave an awkward smile. Then, cheerfully, she continued, "Give me a little more time. If we're short by 2 people, I'll help you unlock the skill first." Activating the magic card, the summoning skill was very lengthy. It changed based on the village's reputation. This time, the effect was doubled. Summoned a C-rank death general. The next morning, the sun had risen to the top of the mountain. From inside the main building of the protagonist, Cheng Dalei, a familiar voice rang out, "Old leader, there are 2 people at the foot of the mountain who have heard of your fame and wish to join." Cheng Dalei laughed loudly and joyfully said, "It is truly an honor that you 2 have set your eyes on my Toad village. From now on, we are all family." In front of us stood 2 young men, with muscular, powerful physiques and cold expressions, who spoke, "Greeting, old leader." At that moment, a system screen displayed their background information. Name: Liu Jie, an ordinary wandering hero without any reputation. Age: 29. Hidden attribute, twin-hearted. Name: Liu Yu, an ordinary wandering hero without any reputation. Age: 27. Skill without hidden attribute, twin-hearted. Cheng Dalei smiled, warmly welcoming them, but in his heart, he thought, these two are almost like a pair of rogue heroes. This recruitment skill from the system is really terrible. Could it be because the recruitment skill level is too low? Maybe once I upgrade, I can recruit stronger heroes. Cheng Dalei spoke aloud, brother, register these two brothers. From now on, we are all family. The sky today was beautiful, with fluffy white clouds scattered across the sky, the sunlight gentle, and a soft breeze blowing. The system screen displayed a notification. Recruitment mission completed. You have one draw available. Would you like to draw now? Cheng Dalei replied calmly. Upgrade the village first. Call the system. The embodiment of the system, holding a wrench in its hand, with sparkling eyes, excitedly said, Haha, the world junction is complete. Young man, from now on you can summon the general spirit of this world without needing an access point. However, be cautious, it costs 10,000 points for each summon. Cheng Dalei felt slightly disappointed upon hearing this. His face paled, and he asked, just one time, how long will it take to gather enough points for 10 summons? The embodiment of the system chuckled lightly and comforted Cheng Dalei, saying, don't worry, the more famous you become, the faster you will accumulate points. The world junction architecture was completed, correcting the reality and fixing the time-space contradictions. The world barrier was stable, and the junction began connecting. The embodiment of the system circled around Cheng Dalei, a glow emanating from it. It smiled and said, brave young man, the general spirits from other worlds will come to your side. With that, the embodiment of the system snapped its fingers. Cheng Dalei looked up, observing intently, his expression filled with anticipation. The embodiment of the system continued. Lead them and create your own legend in these chaotic times. The access point was completed, and the village was upgraded to level 2. The primary access point now allowed one summon per 10,000 points. The character randomly received a space. At that moment, a magnificent sight appeared. Chains of fire surrounded a block of radiant jade-like stone. The system's voice sounded again, with a notification. Village upgrade complete. All skills of the village have been upgraded. The village has reached level 2. Owner: Cheng Dalei. Population: 100. Skill: long-term healing of the dragon. Village upgrade completed. Try a random skill draw for the owner. The system's avatar crossed its arms, its face glowing with relief as it said, It's done, young man. One more draw left. Do you want to draw again? The system screen emitted a notification, categorizing the levels. Disastrous, normal, excellent, peak extraordinary, legendary. Name: Cheng Dalei, outstanding bandit, somewhat famous. Age: 18. Skill: Big Devil 3 axes. Hidden attribute: Speed: 8765. Upon hearing this, Cheng Dalei, with a tense expression, said, I thought the speech skill was a skill that increased the number of people. But does speech increase the ability to debate, or is it a skill for seduction? In front, it was like Prime Minister Zhu Ji speaking endlessly before the battle, uttering a sentence before the battle. I have never met someone so shameless. After which Wang Sai-tu surrendered. Cheng Dalei, with a serious face, asked, So is the skill behind this like Prime Minister Zhu Ji speaking endlessly before the battle, after which Wang Sai-tu surrendered? What kind of skill is this? The system's avatar leaned against its hand and hip, its face full of challenge as it said, Well, it depends on how you use it, young man. Don't you want to draw one more time? Cheng Dalei replied sadly, I want to withdraw the access points, but the fear is that all the funds have already been used for construction. After a moment of hesitation, he made his decision. He pressed the button on the system with his hand, and said, Well, let's withdraw this one. The system's manifestation quickly raised its hand, excitedly saying aloud, Type it out here, the prize drawing machine. Immediately, the prize drawing machine appeared. Meanwhile, below Toad Village, a girl with golden hair was slowly walking along the mountain path. Her face was dotted with sweat, looking tired, with a small pouch on her shoulder. She was deep in thought. Young lady, I don't know what to think. I don't know why she is like this because of that villain's doing. Now that something has happened, she is asking me to find that villain. Although she was broken off from the Huang family, young lady still bears a lot of insults. But it really isn't her fault. Master even chased young lady out of the house, and only gave her a poor tavern that couldn't make a profit to continue her life. The young lady is just a girl. She can only wear clothing like a woman and cover her face with a black veil. The tavern is doing terribly, it's basically unsustainable. And besides, there's always a bunch of idle people making trouble in the tavern, attracting attention to the young lady. Isn't all of this caused by that villain? But young lady insists that I find him. Does she think that the evil man who kills without hesitation will help her? At the same time, the avatar of the system was desperately trying to attack the prize drawing machine with all its might. A bright yellow aura radiated from her body. The avatar of the system was full of momentum, shouting loudly, striking, and then darting toward the prize drawing machine as fast as lightning. Suddenly, in front of Cheng Dalei, a golden orb appeared, with flames flickering and hovering in midair. He stared at it and thought to himself, "A golden orb." The avatar of the system excitedly shouted, "It's out." Cheng Dalei reached out and grabbed the fireball. Within the fireball, the image of an iron axe faintly appeared. Cheng Dalei concentrated, using his internal energy to break the fireball apart to retrieve the axe. The orb shattered, and the flames spilled on the ground. Cheng Dalei's face beamed with joy as he confidently held up the axe, then spoke aloud, "Is this my luck?" A notification from the system screen sounded. "Congratulations! You have obtained the Ghost Face Axe." The Ghost Face Axe, a peerless weapon weighing 108 pounds, forged by a blacksmith, with a skill bonus of enthusiasm. Cheng Dalei, still standing tall, suddenly leaned back and fell flat onto the ground with a thud, sighing, "It's too heavy." Cheng Dalei struggled, trying to lift the axe, his face scrunched in discomfort. "This must be an upgraded version of the axe I had before. But the problem is," he sighed in frustration, "but damn it, I can't even carry it. Looks like I have to think of a way to strengthen myself. For now, I can only leave it there temporarily. The only thing I can do is to carry it around and scare people." The scene shifted to Cheng Dalei, who was sitting in his room reading a book. Miss Liu approached and asked, "Old leader, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook some noodles for you?" Cheng Dalei replied, "I don't want rice, but I did teach you physical exercises. How are you doing with them?" Liu Ji shyly responded, "I've been working hard to learn." Seeing her shy demeanor, Cheng Dalei said, "Try showing me if you've been practicing recently." The young lady reluctantly agreed and started doing the exercises for Cheng Dalei to see. While exercising, she asked, "Old leader, what's the purpose of these exercises?" Cheng Dalei gazed intently at Miss Liu as she practiced in front of him, then answered, "These exercises are for physical conditioning. There are many people in this world who are smarter and work harder than you. Remember, you need to eat properly, especially foods made from beans. At your age, the most important thing is development." After hearing these words, Miss Liu could only respond, "I will try my best." Suddenly, Xiao Yi entered the room and asked, "What are you two doing? Breaking the atmosphere in here." The three of them looked at each other and then spoke together. The Liu family and the Su family have some connections. The young ladies of both families are somewhat familiar with each other. Xiao Yi asked Cheng Dalei, "Why is Liu Zhe here?" Cheng Dalei replied without hesitation, "Why are you here?" Liu Ji quickly interjected with a light smile, "It's been a while since we last met, and the atmosphere here seems quite suffocating." Xiao Yi walked around the room, her eyes scrutinizing every detail. When she saw the crumpled soft blanket, she immediately grew suspicious. But she didn't take long before resuming her task, returning to the table and updating Cheng Dalei on the situation of Miss Su Yi. Liu Ji finally invited Xiao Yi, but Xiao Yi, without hesitation, started complaining, "It's a waste. Our young lady has been longing for you day and night, and yet you're here having fun." Cheng Dalei responded cheerfully when he heard Xiao Yi say that Su Yi missed him too. "She misses me as well. How is she doing recently?" Xiao Yi did not hide the truth. "Young lady is not doing well lately, you can see for yourself." She took out the letter from Miss Su Yi to Cheng Dalei. Cheng Dalei opened it, and upon reading the current situation of Miss Su, he immediately decided to take action. "Tonight, I will send someone to the Fallen Leaf City and bring Miss Su here." Xiao Yi interrupted, "Miss Su won't bother with bandits, and after the chaos with the Huang family, the entire city is after her. You can't enter the city." Cheng Dalei looked somewhat sad but remained determined. At that moment, a new task appeared in the system for Cheng Dalei. The mission was to contest the madam's estate and help Miss Su Yi turn her tavern into the #1 in the Fallen Leaf City. Cheng Dalei received the assignment and thought for a moment, then ordered Liu Ji to go and call Master Huang, and Liu Yi to come here. Liu Ji obeyed and left immediately. Meanwhile, Cheng Dalei approached Xiao Yi, walking while clearing his throat, which made Xiao Yi immediately react, stepping back and loudly asking, "What do you want to do?" Cheng Dalei said nothing but got closer to Xiao Yi, pressing her against the wall, one hand resting in front of her, and called out intimately, "Xiao Yi." Xiao Yi was startled, her eyes wide with worry, thinking to herself, could it be that he asked Liu Ji to go just to force me? Sure enough, Cheng Dalei began to show the side of him that she did not want to see. But suddenly, Cheng Dalei took out a few taels of silver, handed them to Xiao Yi, and said, "Take this. Buy 2 new sets of clothes. Remember not to tell Miss Su Yi about this." Xiao Yi sighed with relief, her eyes softening, feeling much lighter. Soon after, the 3, Butler Huang and Liu Yi, arrived. Butler Huang spoke up loudly, asking, "What is it that needs our attention?" Cheng Dalei did not hesitate and immediately asked, "How many taels do we currently have in the village?" Butler Huang replied, "We currently have 122 taels." Cheng Dalei made a decision, then take 100 taels and give them to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi saw this and quickly said, "There's no need for that much." Cheng Dalei insisted, "Take it. Go with Master Huang to the warehouse. There is silk inside. Choose 2 rolls and bring them back to your young lady." After assigning the task to the 2 brothers Liu Jia and Liu Yi, Cheng Dalei continued to ask, "Have you tried hanging them yet?" The 2 brothers, Liu Jia and Liu Yi, responded with somewhat awkward expressions. "We're really sorry, brother, we haven't had the chance to commit a crime yet. But don't worry, next time we get the opportunity, we will definitely make a scandalous case." Cheng Dalei could only sigh and thought to himself, "Do you think this is a good thing?" He replied, "Now I'm assigning you a task. Go to the Fallen Leaf City, protect someone, and suppress my future wife." Liu Jia and Liu Yi immediately promised, "Old leader, don't worry. With us, we absolutely won't let anything happen to our sister-in-law." Cheng Dalei then asked, "If someone bullies our future sister-in-law, what will you do?" Liu Jia and Liu Yi looked at each other, seeming a bit awkward and swallowing their saliva. Before they could respond, Cheng Dalei immediately answered, "Kill them for me." Liu Yi pondered for a moment before replying seriously, "Aren't we supposed to kill them directly?" Cheng Dalei didn't know what to say and felt speechless at that answer. After assigning the task to the 2 brothers, Cheng Dalei returned to the table, telling Liu Ji to prepare the pen and ink to write down all the business experiences from his previous life. What he had learned would be given to Xiao Yi to pass on to Su Yi. However, since Cheng Dalei's handwriting was too bad, he asked Liu Ji to write it on his behalf. That night, Xiao Yi took the items that were gifted, and Cheng Dalei personally escorted him for a short distance. When they reached the gate of Luyi City, he returned alone. The scene transitions to the Fallen Leaf City. It's already evening, and the city is bustling with people coming and going, while the voices of the waitstaff inviting guests echo throughout the streets. "Guests, it's been a long time since we've seen you visit our shop," the waiter shouted loudly. At this moment, Su Yi was inside her tavern, recording entries in a ledger. She thought for a while and then muttered to herself, "Although this location isn't bad, it takes away business right in front of Sai Hai Lu." Upstairs at Sai Hai Lu, Lai Datu, the owner of Sai Hai Lu, was looking down at Su Yi's tavern, thinking to himself, "She really has no shame, daring to open a tavern and do business. The Su family is seriously ill and won't survive much longer. As long as I can drive her out of the Fallen Leaf City, the Su family will become the Li family from now on." Lai Datu smiled a sinister smile. Below, a group of arrogant thugs walked into Su Yi's tavern, sneering as they came. "What a pity, you're still just a woman. Let's see how long you can hold out." One of them spoke up, "Madam, how much longer are you planning to run this tavern? When will you hand it over?" Su Yi replied firmly, "I've already said, I will not sell this tavern to you." The thug with a lot of stubble spoke again, "Madam, I advise you not to force things. This is our turf, not a place for a young girl to do business. Seeing that the situation was not promising, Su Yi subtly suggested, "Please leave. We need to close now." The thug with the stubble then said, "Close? Can't you see we're here to drink? You're running a business and using that excuse to chase us out." Su Yi angrily clenched the pen in her hand and ordered the waiter to pour wine for the three ruffians. The waiter brought the wine, served it to the three men, and continued to serve diligently. "Please take your time, sir," the waiter said with a smile. However, it seemed that the intention of these three men was not to drink the wine. After the man with thick hair took a sip, he angrily threw the glass on the floor and yelled, "What is this? You let it touch your hands and still dare to serve it to me. I want the madam to pour it for me." The man continued to curse. "I heard that no one is allowed to see your face behind that veil. Today, I want to see what it looks like." At that moment, the two brothers Liu Jia arrived. The bald man muttered, "He has already been harassed by those bandits, pretending to be pure and innocent. Huh?" Without giving him a chance to react further, Liu Jia grabbed the wine bottle and struck it over the bald man's head. The bottle shattered, and the other two men stood there, confused, not understanding what had just happened. The bald man was now unconscious, lying on the ground. With one ruffian taken care of, the two brothers Liu Jia swiftly lunged at the remaining two, grabbing them by their collars with one hand while pressing a knife to their throats with the other. The two scoundrels were terrified, stumbling over their words, pleading for their lives. All that could be heard were their desperate screams, and moments later, the men were tossed out the door. The man with the thick hair, who had been so aggressive before, was now crouching low, too afraid to even raise his face to look. Liu Yi threatened, "If you come here again, next time, it won't just be about chopping off an arm." At this moment, Su Yi stood at the counter, observing the whole situation, feeling surprised. Who are these two who came to help me? Before Su Yi could think further, the two brothers Liu Jia approached and bowed to her, saying, "We are late." At this moment, Xiao Yi ran in from afar and anxiously asked, "Young lady, are you all right?" Su Yi asked, "Did brother send you here?" Liu Jia responded, "The old leader sent us to protect sister-in-law. If anything happens, sister-in-law, just leave it to us." Xiao Yi added, "The young lady was sent by him, and he also gave us money. A total of 100 taels. It's not convenient to talk here, so let's move everything inside first. We can talk about the other matters later." The two brothers Liu Jia went to the car to bring the items inside, while Su Yi and Xiao Yi sat down and chatted. Su Yi asked, "Xiao Yi, was everything fine on the trip? No unexpected incidents?" Xiao Yi replied, "No, young lady. On the way, we encountered a few bandits. When I mentioned that we were coming to the mocap camp for help, those bandits didn't dare to touch us." "That's good to hear." Xiao Yi handed Su Yi the letter that Cheng Dalei had sent to her. Her intuition told her that as soon as she saw the handwriting on the letter, she knew it wasn't from Cheng Dalei. Xiao Yi felt that the young lady's intuition was very sharp, so she recounted seeing Cheng Dalei and Liu Jia happily together in the room. "I can't help it, Xiao Yi betrayed Cheng Dalei." But she didn't clarify what exactly happened. She only mentioned seeing the quilt on the bed. If Su Yi truly knew that Liu Jia was Cheng Dalei's maid, there would be nothing to worry about. But Cheng Dalei hid it, and what was initially not an issue turned into a problem. Su Yi, after hearing this, could only sigh. The two were still sitting and talking in the room. Xiao Yi asked Su Yi, "Young lady, with the money, can we redecorate our tavern?" He even brought chili peppers. It's currently very popular. Su Yi was deep in thought. She didn't understand what scraping the bottom of the barrel meant. The scene shifted to Toad Village. By this time, the sky had brightened, and the camp was filled with the voices of soldiers training. 1, 2, 1, 2, march straight ahead. Kid Man and Lin Xiaoyu were training the Liu family's people, not only teaching them how to fight, parade, and dress neatly, but also making them repeat it endlessly, along with a few meaningless phrases they had to shout out. After 7 days, these people had changed. Their movements became concise and decisive, and for the group, this was a source of strength that bound them together. Sunju was standing on a break, wiping his sweat when Liu Jia ran over and called out, "The old leader is looking for you. I'll go over now." Sunju replied, thinking as he walked, "These past few days, the old leader has been asking me to find him and telling me things I'd never heard of before. Things like chicken, spicy fried fish, Hot pot. Today the old leader called me again. I wonder what this is about. Can this be considered as being valued? Old leader, are you looking for me? Sunju, have you ever heard of something called bread? Sunju replied, bread? What does pasta have to do with this? Seeing that Sunju still didn't understand his point, Cheng Dalei started explaining and drew a picture of the bread for Sunju to visualize better. It's square in shape, though it could also be round, made with leavened flour, a bit of salt, and then baked. Then he showed the drawing to Sunju. Sunju saw the drawing and immediately responded, "This is steamed bread." Cheng Dalei explained, "It's not steamed bread, it's firmer than steamed bread and softer. Then it's a bao, just bigger than a bao. Baked." After a while of explanation, Sunju still didn't understand and replied, "The old leader's knowledge is vast, but I've never heard of these things before." Seeing that the explanation wasn't promising, Cheng Dalei decided to do it step by step and explain as he went along. Only by starting to work could he truly understand. Then he mentioned the things that needed to be prepared. First, we need to make a stove, then ferment the flour, and then the steps for shaping. Doing this and that. It's basically like this. Let's get to work. Then he went over with the two people, Sunju and Liu Ji, to check on the method for making baozi. Is this how you make baozi? For bread, it's not steamed but baked. Cheng Dalei tried to picture the method for making bread from his world. The process for making bread wasn't smooth. It was a challenge just to make a bread oven. Sometimes the bread got burnt, other times it was half-baked. But it wasn't an impossible task. After many failed attempts, he finally managed to bake his first batch of bread. Cheng Dalei asked Liu Ji to spread some honey on it and try it. Liu Ji did as asked and began tasting. After the first bite, Liu Ji couldn't help but be impressed by its deliciousness and exclaimed, "So good, old leader, you should try it too." After successfully making bread, Cheng Dalei thought he should next research how to make a hot pot. And of course, that day everyone in the village got to try the dish called bread. The taste was fresh and new, and everyone liked it, especially the children. The scene shifts to Su Ye's tavern. At this moment, she is talking to the head waiter. Really, no one can be hired. Wages are not an issue. The old head waiter replies, "It's not about the wages. I've taken the money to hire someone, but no one agrees to come to our tavern." Then he hesitates. "There's also something else. I'm sorry, madam, my mother is ill, and I'm afraid I can no longer serve you." Su Yi is startled upon hearing this. "You want to leave as well. Is there some underlying reason?" The head waiter responds, "Madam, I have wronged you. I won't take the wages anymore." "Head waiter, you are an elder of the Su family. Now that you want to leave, I won't stop you. But at the very least, you should explain things clearly to me. I will still pay you for your wages. What is going on inside? Can't the madam understand? Why must you force me?" At this point, Su Yi finally understands that everything is caused by Lai Datu. Meanwhile, he is at Sai Hai Lu, feeling pleased with himself. Once everything is done, the old head waiter bows his head and bids farewell to Su Yi. "Madam, please take care. I've already been driven out of the Su family, and opening a brothel here has been obstructed. The Li family still won't let go. Do they want to drive me to my death?" Xiao Yi, seeing that no one else is complaining, says to the kid, "How about we go to the market and try our luck?" She replied, "It's the same whether we go or not. Now, no one dares to meet our requests. So what are we supposed to do?" The two of them looked at each other, unsure of what to do next, when suddenly a handsome young man riding a horse approached and asked, "Are you the Su family young lady?" Su Yi was startled, not knowing who this young man was, and asked, "Who are you?" Without introducing himself, Sunju immediately took out a gift. It turned out that Sunju had received an order from Cheng Dalei to bring many gifts for Su Yi. "Hello, sister-in-law. Sunju brings a little gift for you." At that moment, Su Yi realized that this was someone from Cheng Dalei. She felt embarrassed and said, "All right, but please don't call me that in the future." Tan Tu quickly responded, "Yes, sister-in-law. If there's anything, just call me." This made Su Yi feel even more embarrassed, her face turning red. Meanwhile, Lai Datu, who was standing in front of Sai Hai Lu, couldn't help but wonder, where is this woman getting the money to redecorate the tavern? Is she really running a business again today? Does she know how to mix alcohol with water? How can she take inferior goods instead of quality ones? Does she know how to cut the workers' wages? If she doesn't know these things, how can she run a business? He called a waiter over and said, "Go to Su Yi's tavern and borrow a few chairs. Just say that we are so busy today that we don't have enough chairs for our guests, so we need to borrow some." The waiter responded, "They probably won't lend them to us." Line 2, feeling pleased, laughed and said, "Whether it's available for borrowing or not doesn't matter. You just need to remember to say one thing. Tell them after all, you won't be able to make any sales." As he was laughing and talking, Zhang Yuanwei and his friends arrived, and he warmly invited Zhang Yuanwei inside. Zhang Yuanwei called out to him, "Prepare a room and bring out some of your specialties. My friends are here because of your Sai Lu. I've heard that the chili peppers here are very delicious, so I must personally verify that today. Please, come upstairs. I'll immediately have the kitchen prepare everything. Our chili peppers are so good, even the young master of the city craves them." At this moment, a servant came forward with a changed expression on his face. He hesitated before speaking. "Boss, there's something." "What is it? Just say it. Don't hesitate. What's gone? No more chili peppers?" "We've run out of chili peppers. Boss, you need to think of something. Many customers come here specifically for our chili peppers." Line 2, unable to maintain his composure, mumbled, "Is she really this ruthless? She must have planned this." He took a deep breath, regained his calm, and then said to Zhang Yuanwei, "Zhang Yuanwei, we've run out of chili peppers in the restaurant. Would you consider ordering something else?" Zhang Yuanwei replied, "Is it really all gone? I understand now. I heard that this chili dish is exclusive to your Sai Lu, so you only sell it to those of higher status. Look at me, do I look like someone who doesn't have money? Hurry up and bring it out. Money is not an issue." "I really can't hide it, it's truly all gone," Lai 2 replied. Zhang Yuanwei sneered, "Your Sai Lu really knows how to do business." At this moment, the scent of chili wafted through the air. Zhang Yuanwei immediately asked, "Lai 2, are you messing with me? Isn't that the smell of chili? Are you trying to deceive me? This isn't the scent from our restaurant, so where is it coming from?" Across from Sai Lu, the atmosphere was bustling. The firecrackers were popping loudly. Hootie Fishing has opened. It turns out that today is the grand opening of Su Yi's bar, called Hootie Fishing. Xiao Yi, while banging the gong, happily said, "A grand opening celebration. New customers can enjoy an 80% discount, and meals come with a complimentary breakfast. Please, come on in." Seeing this, Zhang Yuanwei and his group decided to cross the street and check out the new restaurant, ignoring Lai 2, who tried to stop them. "Don't go." The crowd at Su Yi's bar grew larger and larger, and when there were no more seats left, she ran to Sai Lu and saw Lai 2. She thought he was the head waiter and called out loudly, "Could you lend us a few chairs? Our prices are too high, and we don't have enough chairs to use." Lai 2 angrily shouted, "I absolutely will not lend it to you." Xiao Yi calmly replied, "If you won't lend it, then fine. Why shout so loudly? After all, you can't even do business." Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Lai 2's face darkened, and he was speechless. The scene shifted to Cheng Dalei, who was asking Liu Jia, "Is everything all right on her side? Did she mention me?" Liu Jia handed Cheng Dalei the letter that Su Yi had sent, instructing the subordinate to deliver it directly to the old leader. Cheng Dalei gave the letter to Liu Jia, asking her to read it for him. Liu Jia read the contents of the letter. In it, Su Yi, the young lady, was very polite, saying, "Thank you, Cheng Dalei." She then mentioned Liu Ji, expressing her joy about it and wishing the two of them harmony. She also added that if they could meet again one day, she would definitely greet Liu Jia in person. Seeing the words in Su Yi's letter, Liu Ji noticed a hint of murderous intent. Cheng Dalei immediately called Liu Ji to get paper and a pen so he could write a letter. Liu Ji was surprised. "Old leader, don't you need me to write it for you this time?" Cheng Dalei replied, "Next time, I'll definitely let you write it. Next time, for sure, you'll send the carrier pigeon." As soon as he finished, he called Liu Jia over. "Please go back once more and bring the carrier pigeons from the village with you. Remember, if there's any news over there, report it to me immediately." Liu Jia responded, "Since the old leader has instructed me, I of course have no problem with that. But why didn't the old leader ask me directly to take the letter back there? Liu Ji's question made Chang Dalai smile wryly. The carrier pigeon flapped its wings and flew very quickly, and before long, it arrived in front of Su Yi's room. Su Yi saw the pigeon and immediately knew the letter was from Chang Dalai. She happily opened it.